Chapter 1362. Hearing the words, younger generation, Chun Xuanzong couldn't help but smile. Even the stern Yu Jinbei revealed a smile on his face. Yin Di also revealed a smile and looked towards Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng. Currently, the entire Broad Creed Mountain wouldn't treat Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng as juniors no matter what situation they were in. However, the two of them wouldn't inherit the sect. One had never displayed any talent in this aspect, while the other didn't have any ambitions. As such, when considering the successor of the sect master, they would naturally be excluded. Fortunately, the other younger generation disciples of the Broad Creed Mountain had gradually matured. Yindi didn't have to worry about having no successors. Yuan Zhengfeng, Fang Zhuan, Fu Inshu, and the others could cultivate peacefully and explore the profoundness of martial arts. Most martial art practitioners who could reach a certain height would be willing to study and explore martial arts. Of course, the Broad Creed Mountain's position in the sky beyond skies in Taoism after the Great Calamity wasn't the same as before. If the younger generation wanted to take over the banner from Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, and the others, they would need more accumulation. However, even if Yin Di didn't care about the sect's daily operations, it wouldn't be a problem. In truth, with Fang Zhuan having retreated behind the scenes, concentrating on his martial cultivation, the internal workings of Broad Creed Mountain were currently being maintained. The majority of its affairs had already been taken over by Xue Fei, who had been transferred to the first seat of the assignment hall, being handled in an orderly manner. After Xue Fei's transfer, the disciplinary hall's first seat elder's position was empty. The evaluation was still ongoing. In comparison, Xiaoguang had the highest chance. He hated evil and had a strong and upright personality. Over the years, his temperament had gradually been restrained, and he wasn't as hot-tempered as before. Back when Broad Creed Mountain had dominated the eastern vast heaven territory of the world beyond worlds and faced off against Kunlun Mountain's Qilin Cliff, having gained sufficient confidence, Xiaoguang had personally broken through 3-Foot Mountain and destroyed it, taking revenge for his family. His hatred and fury having been quelled, Xiaoguang was no longer as inexperienced as he had been in the past when dealing with others. However, he still had a strong personality. As such, Yin Di, Yuan Zhengfeng, Fang Zhuan, and the others were still evaluating whether he could take up the responsibility of a hall's first seat elder. However, overall, the Broad Creed Mountain was on the right track. It would be fine as long as it developed normally. His accumulated strength had gradually begun to manifest, and he only needed time to accumulate. I hope that we can find fellow Taoist Jie and fellow Taoist Chu on this trip, and also find a way to solve the problem of Jun, and his mother, Yin Di said solemnly. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng similarly straightened their expressions. Chun Xuanzong nodded. After the preparations are done, let us set off. Everyone bowed and said their goodbyes. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di went to see Xue Chuqing together. With both father and son wanting to leave, Xue Chuqing too felt rather reluctant. Back then, due to circumstances, she had no choice but to separate from her husband and son, and this separation lasted for decades. Now, they could finally reunite and enjoy 20 years of blissful time. While Yin Zhaoge had also gone out previously, her husband had at least remained by her side. Although she was the one who stayed in the safe sky beyond heaven, her family was separated, and she was the only one left. He would be lying to himself if he said that he didn't feel anything at all. Even though she was used to a wandering life when she was young, now that she was a wife and a mother, she still yearned for stability and reunion. However, Xue Chuqing had never been an ordinary person. She didn't speak much and only reminded her husband and son to be careful. I will maintain the pill hall's formation. If there are no accidents, nothing will happen. Xue Chuqing said, as for the two of you, be careful when you're outside. Yin Di hugged her lightly, don't worry. Upon seeing this, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng looked at each other and smiled. Yinsheng, look after Zhaoge a little more. When he goes crazy, it'll be ridiculous. Xue Chuqing wasn't annoyed by the fact that 2 juniors were watching. Instead, she smiled and said to Feng Yinsheng, She was extremely satisfied with Feng Yinsheng. Although the two of them had a huge difference in personality, they got along well. Feng Yunxing smiled and replied, "I'll try my best. However, as you said, it'll be ridiculous when he goes crazy. He's not your opponent now. If you really can't do it, just forcefully kidnap him back." Xue Chuqing said indifferently. Yin Zhaoge grinned, and Yin Di smiled as well. The family joked around for a while. Overall, the atmosphere was still rather relaxed. The pressure and danger mainly came from the external environment and not from any specific person or matter. It would always make one feel more relaxed. After everything was settled, Yin Di and Chun Xuanzong departed. After Yin Zhaoge made his preparations, he left the sky beyond skies together with Feng Yunsheng. They exited the awakened sky, cosmos, and entered the boundless void's outskirts. The two traversed through the vast space. Based on his memories, Yin Zhaoge searched for a path to return to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. In the past, he traversed between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Tao universe. Now that he wanted to find the blessed lands of the White Lotus, he couldn't return the same way. However, fortunately, he remembered the obscured Way world's location. With it as a guide, he managed to find a shapeless path within the void. After finally approaching the blessed lands of the White Lotus, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing stopped and contacted the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. In the past, his cultivation was too low, which made him inconspicuous. With his current cultivation, in addition to the pill hall, he had become everyone's target. As such, Yin Zhaoge had to be careful. After patiently waiting, Ling Qing sent a message back. According to their agreement, this meant that their preparations were complete and they would make their move within a short period of time. As expected, after a while, Yin Zhaoge immediately felt a ripple in the cosmos occupied by the Buddhism heretics. The shapeless wall was even trembling. "Let's go." Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng looked at each other and said in unison. Then they proceeded forward. After passing through the shapeless wall, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng had officially stepped into the blessed lands of the White Lotus. They only had 2 hours, or even less. Without any hesitation, the two immediately rushed towards the obscured Way world. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge, who had already ascended to the immortal realm, looked at the Buddhism universe again. Along the way, Buddha lights filled the entire universe. In the distance, as Buddha lights flickered, rays of profound lights were throbbing. Evidently, that was the mess caused by the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others in order to provide cover for the two of them. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng tried their best to conceal their aura. However, just as they approached the obscured Way world, a huge commotion suddenly resounded from somewhere else. Yin Zhaoge turned his head around in shock. Within the cosmos void where he couldn't discern the direction, rays of glaze-like radiances suddenly appeared. Within the cosmos, golden lamps lit up and green lotuses bloomed. Golden lamps, green lotuses, people from the Western Pure Lands? Feng Yunsheng was also shocked. The two looked at each other. Did the Western Pure Lands send people to attack the blessed lands of the White Lotus? Chapter 1363. The blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court. The two heretic factions had been competing for faith power and solidifying their faith for many years. Previously, due to Suo Mingzhang slaughtering the Immortal Court's immortals, the blessed lands of the White Lotus took the opportunity to attack the Immortal Court. In the end, both sides recruited reinforcements. As an orthodox Buddhism faction, the Western Pure Lands, which was naturally hostile to the Buddhism heretics, assisted the Immortal Court. Meanwhile, the demon race stood on the blessed lands of the White Lotus side. Unsure if they had a tacit understanding, most of the time, the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court would be fighting against each other, while the Western Pure Lands would be fighting against the demon race. They rarely crossed paths with each other. Due to the blessed lands of the White Lotus taking the initiative, most of the battles were carried out on the Immortal Court's territory. From what Yin Zhaoge knew, this was the first time the Western Pure Lands Orthodox Buddhism successors had stepped foot on the blessed lands of the White Lotus territory. Is this the start of the counterattack, or the sign of the war escalating? Many thoughts flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind. Are the Western Pure Lands and the demon race sending more experts into the war? While thinking, Yin Zhaoge's movements weren't slow at all. Together with Feng Yunsheng, he continued rushing towards the Obscured Way world. After entering the Obscured Way world, the scenery remained the same. However, unlike before, the moment Yin Zhaoge entered, he heard a roar that resounded throughout the ages. Teacher, resentment, unwillingness, shock, sorrow, doubt, disappointment, and many other emotions seemed to have transcended through time and space, existing eternally within this world. Yin Zhaoge's current cultivation was far stronger than when he first came here. However, the roar that resounded by his ears today seemed to be countless times louder than before. It was deafening. At the same time, it was even more shocking. The tyrannical emotions assaulted Yin Zhaoge's mind, causing it to become unstable. As expected, the higher one's cultivation, the clearer one's hearing. Yin Zhaoge turned around to look at Feng Yunsheng, only to see her bewildered expression. Upon seeing Yin Zhaoge's inquisitive gaze, Feng Yunsheng immediately understood what he meant. However, the bewilderment and doubt on her face intensified. You heard that voice again? You didn't hear it? Yin Zhaoge's heart trembled. No. Feng Yunsheng first nodded, then shook her head. Back then, when I first came here, you mentioned it, so I paid special attention this time. However, I didn't hear anything, so I was wondering. Back then, she had once heard an indistinct voice that resembled an illusion. If not for Yin Zhaoge specifically asking about it, she would have thought that she had heard wrongly. Her current cultivation base far surpassed that of the past, even surpassing the current Yin Zhaoge. She had never thought that she would come up empty-handed. Feng Yunsheng was still thinking about whether the voice coming from the Two Boundaries Mountain was interrupted or whether the person who made the voice was already gone. In the end, seeing Yin Zhaoge's appearance, her heart immediately thumped. What's going on? Feng Yunsheng frowned. It's really strange. Yin Zhaoge pondered and looked in the direction of the Two Boundaries Mountain. That roar seemed to exist in the past, present, and future. It was continuous and incessant, incessantly reverberating in his ears. As he pondered, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng's expressions both changed slightly as they simultaneously turned their heads. Their gazes traversed through the Obscured Way world's spatial boundaries and looked towards the cosmic void outside. There, an extremely shocking power manifested. Under the illumination of the golden lamps, layers of lights appeared above the green lotus, which gradually transformed into Buddhist experts from the Western Pure Lands. The one in the lead was hidden within the golden radiance, making it impossible to discern his appearance. However, the chanting that shook the boundless Buddhist lands still indicated that this was a Buddhist bigwig that could rival Taoism's heavenly lord. The blessed lands of the White Lotus's reaction wasn't slow. Very quickly, White Lotuses bloomed within the cosmos as well, not allowing the Green Lotus to dominate over them. Although the radiance of the White Lotus wasn't as vibrant as the Green Lotus, there were many of them. The one in the lead was clearly a Buddhist heretic expert that was on par with Taoism's heavenly lord. However, in terms of strength, he was much weaker than the leader of the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss. Before the two sides even started fighting, the chanting from the Green Lotus had already suppressed the voice emitted from the White Lotus. The Buddha light was transparent like glass. However, as it flickered, no one could see through it. Although it sounded contradictory, it contained its own profundities, which coincided with the heavenly Tao. However, at this moment, due to the battle between the two sides, the side that was at a disadvantage was being suppressed. As such, the profundities slowly dissipated. The Buddha light on the White Lotus slowly manifested the silhouette of a Buddha. The chaos concealed within Yin Zhaoge's body circulated the peerless heavenly scripture, dispelling the influence brought by his gaze. Then, he looked towards the Buddha. The disparity in their cultivation was still huge. If they looked at each other like this, it would be hard to avoid being noticed. However, The Buddha on the White Lotus platform was currently being pressured into a sorry state. He couldn't discover Yin Zhaoge, who was hiding within the obscured Wei world. However, Feng Yunxing's current cultivation wasn't too far away from the Buddha. Even if she focused her gaze, the Buddha wouldn't be able to notice her due to the fact that they were separated by a world. After seeing the other party's appearance, Yin Zhaoge's expression turned weird. Feng Yunxing glanced at him. "You recognize him?" "I can't be sure. I've only seen his portrait before. However, he does look similar." Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. "He's quite famous. He used to be the long-eared Dingguang immortal. After that, he joined Buddhism and became known as the Dingguang Joyous Buddha." Feng Yunxing was stunned. That person? Did he join the blessed lands of the White Lotus after that? Seems like it. However, it's a little weird. Yin Zhaoge retracted his gaze. No matter how he does things, rumors have it that the long-eared Dingguang immortal had already achieved the grand heavenly immortal realm during the ancient investitures of the gods' era. However, from his current appearance, he's only a heretic heavenly immortal. Buddhism had its own classification of cultivation realms. Titles like Buddha, Bodhisattva, Arhat, and Unveiling Truth were mostly used for honorifics instead of referring to their cultivation realms. Only, Taoists were more used to using it to differentiate between heavenly immortals, virtual immortals, profound immortals, and true immortals. As a result, some bodhisattvas would fight against others, and their strength wouldn't pale in comparison. In fact, they might even be stronger than other Buddhas. For example, Manjushri, Samantabhadra, Avalokitesvara, Ksitigarbha, Mahasthamaprapta, and other bodhisattvas were incomparable to the Tao sect's essence, immortal heavenly monarchs. Instead, they were equivalent to the Tao sect's grand heavenly immortals. However, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha was indeed a grand heavenly immortal before he entered Buddhism. However, looking at his strength now, it seemed like he was a Taoism virtual immortal who had been enlightened by the future Buddha and successfully advanced to the grand heavenly immortal realm. Unfortunately, he was only at the level of a heretic grand heavenly immortal. Although he was at a relatively high level among the heretics, he might not be as strong as he was before he became a Buddha. "Did you encounter a calamity?" Yin Zhaoge pondered. On the other side, who was it on the green lotus beneath that golden lamp? Chapter 1364. Yin Zhaoge wasn't sure if Taoism's grand heavenly immortals or Buddhism's grand heavenly immortals would be forcibly illuminated by the immeasurable heavenly Lord or the future Buddha. But in terms of needs or benefits, there was no need for Taoism's grand heavenly immortals to take the initiative to join the heretics. From the looks of it, the returns were completely disproportionate to the effort. When Yin Zhaoge first saw the Dingguang Joyous Buddha, he was rather surprised. However, after he took a closer look at the other party's condition, he had a rough idea of what to do. It was very likely that the other party had suffered a calamity and dropped in cultivation level. Then, he lost all hope of ascending to the grand immortal realm, which was why he had no choice but to join the heretics. At this level, a martial artist would comprehend and cultivate the principles of heaven and earth. They would reflect heaven and earth from the outside and reflect themselves from the inside. Everything would become one, and there would be no distinction between the outside and the inside. Hence, even if the Dingguang Joyous Buddha had once ascended to the grand heavenly realm by himself, if he couldn't rely on his own strength to climb back up after his realm had fallen and relied on the Buddha light imbued with faith power, his strength would only be comparable to the Buddhas of the blessed lands of the White Lotus. In the end, he would still be inferior to a true grand heavenly immortal. However, he had a strong foundation after all, so his strength was not ordinary. However, facing his current opponent, he was far from enough. As soon as they came into contact, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha was defeated and utterly defeated. As he retreated, the defensive line formed by the white lotuses instantly crumbled. The golden lanterns and green lotuses continued to expand, giving rise to a sky-shattering momentum. It was as if they wanted to cover the entire blessed lands of the White Lotus and change the heavens and earth. The future Buddha was fighting against the immeasurable heavenly Lord on a higher level of the battlefield, and both of them were restraining each other. At this very moment, an orthodox Buddhism's Buddha, who was equivalent to a Taoism heavenly Lord, posed a great threat to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, the blessed lands of the White Lotus was still the future Buddha's blessed lands of Buddhism. Even bigwig experts from the Orthodox Buddhism would have to be careful when traveling there. Rays of Buddhist light imbued with the power of faith charged out from the Buddhist lands one after another, and they crisscrossed as if they were weaving a net, causing the numerous azure lotuses to not dare act recklessly. Who knew if the future Buddha would suddenly harden his heart and turn back? Just as the two sides were entangled, gusts of demonic wind suddenly assaulted from outside the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The demonic wind was like a black fog, covering the sky and covering the earth. It swept through the cosmos, and even the golden lanterns and green lotuses became much dimmer. The demon races, Great Sage, Yin Zhaoge, and Feng Yunsheng looked at each other, and both of them came to a realization. As the great sage of the demon race joined the battle, the Western Pure Land's expansion of their victory finally came to a halt. The leading Buddha immediately engaged in a fierce battle with Yao Feng. The blessed lands of the White Lotus was much bigger than the Tao universe and the awakened sky cosmos. However, at this moment, the two powerhouses who were equivalent to the Tao sect's heavenly venerables were fighting, causing the entire universe to tremble. What do you think? Yin Zhaoge did not look at the two battling above. As Feng Yunsheng raised her head and looked over, her pupils turned a dim bluish-black color. While observing, she said, "That Buddha was born with 20 heads and 18 hands, respectively holding a jade necklace, an umbrella lid, a flower jar, a fish intestine, a treasured pestle, a treasured phial, a golden bell, a golden bow, a silver halberd, a banner, a treasured banner, a lotus, a command tablet, an alms bowl, a sharp spear, a broadsword, a relic, and a scripture. There's a golden lamp above his head, and there's even a relic on top of the lamp." Yin Zhaoge raised his brows. This appearance sounds familiar. However, there are many similarities between the appearances of Buddhism bigwigs. We shouldn't rush to a conclusion. That great demon. Feng Yunsheng's expression turned weird. That great demon's appearance resembles the legendary great sage who pacifies heavens. Yin Zhaoge was stunned. The great sage who pacifies heavens. Bull, demon king. Yin Zhaoge had just beaten great immortal Ru Yi into a sorry state, and he immediately encountered her brother. Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but feel that his luck wasn't that great. He wasn't worried that Feng Yunsheng would mistake him for someone else. 20 years ago, during the fight for the Pill Hall, he had fought against a group of bull demons. Not long ago, he encountered great immortal Ru Yi. Naturally, the entire sky beyond skies had to be wary of the bigwig expert behind him. Even if Feng Yunsheng wasn't familiar with the bull demon king in the past, she had learned a lot about it and seriously looked at Yin Zhaoge's drawings. He wore a polished silver wrought iron helmet on his head, a velvet embroidered golden armor on his body, and a pair of cream-colored suede boots on his feet. His waist was wrapped with 3 strands of lion belt. His eyes were as clear as a mirror, and his eyebrows were red. His mouth was filled with blood, and his teeth were lined with copper plates. His roar shook the mountain, and the gods were afraid of him. The 4 seas were known as Chaotic World, while the West was known as the Devil King. Feng Yunsheng looked at the drawings. She could already draw the exact same drawings. How could she mistake him for someone else? Unless someone purposely transformed into this appearance. However, if it was a transformation, the wood demon was probably the only grand, overarching heavenly immortal who could hide his true form in such an intense battle. Among the grand, overarching heavenly immortals, only the wood demon could do it. The great sage who pacifies heavens and that Buddha seem to know each other, and there seems to be some grudges between them, said Feng Yunsheng with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhaoge's expression became even weirder than hers. 20 heads, 18 arms, holding a golden lamp, holding a sarira, grudges against the old bull. This was Feng Yunxing's second time coming to the obscured Wei world's Five Elements Mountain. Before coming, she had done her research. She and Yin Zhaoge looked at each other and exclaimed, "Namo, victorious fighting Buddha." According to the legends, during the middle journey to the West era, the demon race's great sage equaling heavens was suppressed by the Tathagata Buddha. Later on, he was saved by the Buddhist monk Sanzang. In the end, he successfully obtained the scriptures in the Western mystical mountain, which led to the Western Buddhism's second expansion. The blessed lands of Saha flourished, and he immediately became a Buddha, becoming the Namo victorious fighting Buddha. In the past, the great sage equaling heavens, Monkey King and the great sage who pacifies heavens, Bull Demon King, were sworn brothers. However, during the process of obtaining the scriptures, the two became enemies, and the conflict became intense. Later on, the great sage equaling heavens achieved enlightenment in the blessed lands of Saha, becoming the Namo victorious fighting Buddha. According to the legends, the great sage who pacifies heavens was captured and sent to the Western mystical mountain. His fate was unknown. Now, although no one knew when, it was evident that the Bull Demon King had already escaped and regained his freedom. Furthermore, he had entered the Astro Mountain starry seas to cultivate. Now that he had reappeared, he wanted to stir up another storm and display his prowess as the demon race's great sage. From the looks of it, the victorious fighting Buddha, who had originally entered the blessed lands of Saha, might have switched his allegiance to the Western Pure Lands after the Maitreya Buddha took over the Saha world. Now, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race had reappeared within the world, and their glory was once again restored. In the past, a pair of old brothers who had an unexplainable grudge against each other had met once again, and the victor had been decided once more. The victorious fighting Buddha was fighting against the great sage who pacifies heavens, Bull Demon King. Within the cosmos, the chanting of Buddhist scriptures, as well as the bull's roars, resounded incessantly. Both side syllables were profound and complicated, making it hard for others to understand what they meant. However, the rage contained within the bull's roar could be seen clearly. As the two clashed, the Buddha was still paying attention. On the other hand, the great demon no longer cared about the living beings of the blessed lands of the White Lotus and unleashed a devastating attack towards his opponent. For a moment, the obscured Wei world seemed to be in a precarious situation. Yin Zhaoge, who was within it, quickly stabilized his figure. However, compared to his own safety, he was more concerned about the battle outside. It's really the victorious fighting Buddha, and he even entered the Western Pure Lands. However, if the great sage equaling heavens had already attained enlightenment in Buddhism and wasn't suppressed again, who is the one being suppressed by the Five Elements Mountain? Chapter 1365. The victorious fighting Buddha was fighting against the great sage who pacifies heavens, the Bull Demon King. Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but sigh upon seeing such a scene. Currently, both sides were fighting fiercely. As the golden radiance and the black wind clashed against each other, the brilliant radiance was blurry and filled the entire cosmos. Yin Zhaoge took the chance to let go of his worries. The image of chaos was hidden within his eyes as he focused his gaze. A Buddha's golden body appeared above the green lotus. He had 20 heads and 18 arms. He held on to various treasures, such as an umbrella cover, a vase, a fish intestines, a pestle, a treasured file, a golden bell, a golden bow, a silver halberd, a banner, and other treasures. Above his head, a golden cloud of fish scales appeared. A lamp was propped up by the golden cloud, with sariras within the lamp's flames. This was the appearance of the victorious fighting Buddha's avatar, as recorded in the ancient texts. This Buddha's expression was serene, and he felt peaceful. No one could see the shadow of the demon race's great sage in the past. He sat on the green lotus without moving. However, his 18 arms carried the 18 treasures, which danced in unison. They wrapped around his opponent, as if flowers were falling from the heavens. As for his opponent, it was a huge white bull. In terms of size, this white bull wasn't huge. At the very least, it was much smaller than the great immortal Ru Yi's avatar that Yin Zhaoge had forced back. However, the power contained within this much smaller body was countless times greater than great immortal Ru Yi's. Although he was surrounded by the victorious Fighting Buddha's 18 treasures, the white bull continued charging around without stopping. Wherever the iron tower-like horns pointed, the Buddha's 18 arms and 18 treasures would have to evade. Rays of glazed golden radiances fell like raindrops. However, the white bull's body trembled, and the glazed radiances were repelled, allowing him to move freely. The white bull continued charging, intending to knock the Buddha down from the green lotus. He suddenly swung his tail and directly attacked the golden lamp Sarairas above the victorious Fighting Buddha's head. How could a victorious Fighting Buddha give him such a chance? The Sarairas released a radiance, which hit the bull's tail, causing it to fall down again. However, after a few rounds, the old bull reverted to his old ways. He swung his tail again and attacked. Yin Zhaoge didn't doubt that the strength of this bull's tail could easily destroy a massive world like the roving jade heavens or the sky beyond skies. If it was the obscured way world and other worlds, the only result would be that the bull's tail would turn all the worlds it passed through into ashes. Although the victorious Fighting Buddha's attack seemed casual, the power imbued within it was also capable of destroying heaven and earth. His 18 arms struck at the same time. Not only did they look fast and dense, but in fact, each strike was extremely heavy. It was only after the Bull Demon King transformed into the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique that his defense and strength were astonishing, allowing him to withstand the victorious Fighting Buddha's attacks. If he did not manifest the Heavenly Law embodiment technique, he would have been drowned by the storm of attacks. The Fighting Bull would an immortal Buddha against Fighting Buddha. And Buddha, after the Bull Demon King arrived and withstood the pressure from the victorious Fighting Buddha, the blessed lands of the White Lotus could finally heave a sigh of relief and regroup. With that, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha regained his chance to display his prowess and stabilize the blessed lands of the White Lotus's bandies. However, the battle between the victorious Fighting Buddha and the Bull Demon King shook the heavens and earth. Even shockwaves from the battle were disastrous to some smaller worlds. On the other hand, the battle between the two had stirred up too many waves. Currently, many Buddhist lands within the blessed lands of the White Lotus were witnessing the battle. Even if they didn't understand the details, such a commotion might affect the future Buddha and the blessed lands of the White Lotus's Banti's prestige, shaking the Buddha light imbued with faith power. No matter how small the matter was, it was still a huge matter. The Dingguang Joyous Buddha unleashed his Buddha light. Like a screen of light, it enveloped the surrounding worlds. Naturally, the obscured way world that Yin Zhaoge and Yin Zhaoge were in was included. Fortunately, the Dingguang Joyous Buddha's attention was focused on the opponents from the Western Pure Lands. As such, Yin Zhaoge and Yin Zhaoge didn't have to worry about being discovered. Only, their path of retreat was cut off by the Dingguang Joyous Buddha. "Let's ignore them for now and continue forward," said Yin Zhaoge. "If we reveal ourselves now, there's no way out." Feng Yunsheng nodded. Since the great sage who pacifies heavens is here, the Western Pure Lands wouldn't be able to achieve anything without reinforcements. In the end, they would most likely have to retreat. The blessed lands of the White Lotus would take the opportunity to reclaim their lost lands and chase after them. That would be our chance. As Yin Zhaoge walked, he said, "That's right." The two silently arrived at the connection between the Obscured Way world and the Two Boundaries Mountain. Currently, within the Obscured Way world, everything remained the same. Yin Zhaoge had seen it many years ago. Due to the concealment of the blessed lands of the White Lotus's experts, the effects of the battle were suppressed in time, preventing it from spreading. Everyone was still living the same lifestyle of praying and chanting sutras every day for thousands of years. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng concealed themselves and didn't alarm anyone. Even if there were many Buddhist martial art practitioners here, they couldn't detect Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's arrival like in the past. The difference in their cultivation realm was no longer the same as before. The desolate mountain range appeared in front of them once again. The former Five Elements Mountain, the Two Boundaries Mountain, and the current Sage Buddha Peak. The Buddha that gave this mountain its name was currently fighting against someone outside, causing the entire world to darken. Looking at the mountain range, Yin Zhaoge's state of mind was already different. The Namo victorious fighting Buddha had already joined the Western Pure Lands. Speaking of which, he's an enemy of the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Yin Zhaoge squinted his eyes. According to the blessed lands of the White Lotus's usual actions, such an existence should be treated as lightly as possible. They should erase their records and legends so that no one would know of their existence. This was how the blessed lands of the White Lotus dealt with the legends of the three clear lineage, as well as the information regarding the Amitabha Buddha and other Buddhist bigwigs. However, the people of the obscured way world clearly know about the Namo victorious fighting Buddha. In fact, this Five Elements Mountain had already been renamed as the Sage Buddha Peak for many years. Yin Zhaoge looked at the mountain range and fell into a daze. Why are the victorious fighting Buddha and this Five Elements Mountain exception? Is it because this was the place where the mystical mountain's Buddha personally suppressed the victorious fighting Buddha? I still can't hear any sound, said Feng Yunxing. Yin Zhaoge muttered. I can hear it every single moment. Wait a moment. Feng Yunxing pondered for a while and closed her eyes. Her aura quickly became dim and weak. Due to her unique circumstances, Feng Yunxing couldn't suppress her cultivation to a lower realm. However, she could still do it for a short period of time. She suppressed her cultivation all the way back to the Great Grandmaster realm. Yin Zhaoge looked at her. After a short while, Feng Yunxing let out a long sigh. After suppressing it to the merging avatar martial saint realm, I can barely hear the commotion. However, I can't hear the content clearly. I can't hear anything after surpassing the merging avatar martial saint realm and reaching the seeing divinity martial saint realm. I can't hear anything below the martial saint realm either. Chapter 1366. After listening to Feng Yunxing's description, Yin Zhaoge fell into deep thought. From the looks of it, there might not only be one seal here, but two. The stacking of the two seals instead squeezed out a crack, revealing some clues when a martial practitioner's cultivation base is neither high nor low. However, when one's cultivation base is high or low, they are instead unable to detect it. Feng Yunxing understood what Yin Zhaoge was implying. That's my guess. Whether it's true or not has yet to be confirmed. As Yin Zhaoge spoke, he walked towards the mountain range that seemed to belong to another world. Compared to the first time he came here, Yin Zhaoge's current cultivation was much higher. However, his situation was no different from back then. No matter how long he walked, he seemed to be walking on the same spot, unable to approach the mountain range. However, he wasn't dispirited. While he was moving, he carefully observed the spatial changes and spirit chi patterns. It's not good to force it, right? Feng Yunxing stood beside him. It might attract the attention of the experts fighting outside. Not only that, while observing, Yin Zhaoge answered, this might be the traces left behind by the mystical mountain's Tathagata Buddha, the Gautama Buddha. The reason why the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and other possible existences couldn't personally come here for so many years might be because they're afraid of triggering the Tathagata Buddha's arrangements. After all, no one knows if the arrangements of the past are still effective, or if the Tathagata Buddha still cares about it. Although the former central master of Saha, the Tathagata Buddha, had already transcended, just like the three clear grand masters, no one knew if they would be angered by certain matters. No one knew if they would return to this place, so they had to be careful. If such existences were to pay attention to this place again, the outcome would be unpredictable. Then, why did the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor send you here? Feng Yunxing frowned. I'm only here to take a look. If I don't intend to release the people sealed here, it should be fine, said Yin Zhaoge. After pondering for a while, he softly whispered into Feng Yunxing's ears. Feng Yinsheng nodded her head. Her pupils began to flash with a dark blue demonic flame, but it was not released. The black fire demonic aura seemed to have turned into a thin layer of mist, shrouding her pupils. A dim light flashed in the center of her pupils. She sat in a lotus position within the void. Instead of advancing blindly, she waited patiently. After a long time, the world in front of her entered her eyes. Blue and black lines intersected in the void. At this point, Feng Yinxing stood up once more and strode forward. She walked on the blue and black cracks, passing through layers of the void. Yin Zhaoge followed behind her, continuing to experience the changes occurring here as he walked. Although it seemed like they were traveling aimlessly, the two of them finally began to gradually make their way into the world where the mountains resided, getting closer and closer to the two world mountains. After walking for a while, Feng Yinsheng suddenly stopped. There's a change. At this moment, the space in her eyes was still filled with bluish-black lines. However, through the layers of lines, the foot of the two-world mountain was glistening as if it was enveloped by bluish-black clouds. It does look like there are two layers of seals. However, I don't know if they were made by the same person, Feng Yinsheng said. Yin Zhaoge nodded. When we reach the foot of the mountain and feel the strength of that second seal, we will know whether it was created by the same person as the first seal in the outside world. The two continued moving forward and circled around within the void. After a long period of exploration, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Although it seemed like a barren mountain, it was filled with faint Buddha radiances, revealing a sense of tranquility. If one were to stare at the mountain for a long period of time, they would even vaguely see a glazed scene, as if the mountain was transparent. Standing on this mountain that had left its name in the annals of history and was filled with the color of legends, Yin Zhaoge also felt a little emotional. The Western Pure Lands suddenly attacked the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Although they blocked our path of retreat, they also bought us some time. Yin Zhaoge placed his hands on his waist and looked towards the void. From the looks of it, we have more than 2 hours of time. However, once the outcome of the battle is determined, we must immediately leave. Let's hurry up. The bluish-black flames within Feng Yunxing's eyes had yet to dissipate, and the entire world seemed to be shrouded in darkness. As they got closer, the radiance by the foot of the two-world mountain became much dimmer in her eyes. However, this didn't mean that the radiance became weaker. Instead, it became more reserved. The closer they got, the stronger the seal's influence became. It didn't seem obvious at all, to the point where others couldn't even notice it. As long as we don't attempt to unseal it, the second layer of seal wouldn't display its might. It wouldn't forbid us from getting closer, muttered Yin Zhaoge. Feng Yinxing nodded. However, the first layer of seal outside wouldn't allow anyone to get close. Yin Zhaoge subconsciously looked towards the peak of the mountain. He wanted to see if the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha's 6-syllable mantra was still there. However, that place was indeed empty. Let's go down first, said Yin Zhaoge. The two held hands and walked down the mountain. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they circled around the mountain's periphery. However, they didn't discover anything. The furious roars by Yin Zhaoge's ears continued ringing nonstop. It seemed to be coming from every corner of the mountain, making it hard for others to discern the direction. They continued walking towards the depths of the mountain. After arriving here, they finally came into contact with the radiant mist. The mist didn't have any changes, nor did it forbid the two from traversing it. After passing by, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinxing looked at each other and understood the two layers of seal weren't laid down by the same person. The seemingly useless first layer of seal that didn't obstruct the two from entering was far stronger than the second layer of seal. If Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng didn't consider the possibility of being discovered by the victorious fighting Buddha, Bull Demon King, and the others, they could still attempt to barge through the second layer of seal. However, it was impossible for them to forcefully break through the first layer of seal. The mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha left it behind. Feng Yinsheng looked towards Yin Zhaoge with a puzzled expression, but wasn't it already unsealed by Buddhist monk Sanzang? I don't see the six-syllable mantra written by the Buddha at the peak either. Is this the remnant of the seal from back then? Or is there really a new seal? Yin Zhaoge didn't answer immediately. Instead, he fell into deep thought. After a long while, he said, "Let's continue walking inside." After the two walked for a while, the endless roars suddenly disappeared by Yin Zhaoge's ears. All sounds suddenly disappeared. However, Yin Zhaoge felt a chill down his spine. He felt as if a pair of eyes had appeared out of nowhere and was staring at him. Chapter 1367. Yin Zhaoge only felt that the other party's gaze seemed to be everywhere, silently staring at him. He turned his head to look at Feng Yinsheng. Both of them were telepathically connected, and there was no need for words. Feng Yinsheng directly said, "I couldn't hear it before, but I can see it now. We've already entered the first layer of seal. This seal won't obstruct us from meeting the other party," said Yin Zhaoge. The roar disappeared, but it wasn't because the other party stopped speaking. The one who spoke wasn't the existence being suppressed here. Instead, it was a sense of anger and unwillingness, which was engraved in space and materialized. If the owner didn't care about it, it would remain here forever. The person being suppressed here noticed Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's arrival and shifted his attention to them. Only then did the voice naturally disappear. The formless gaze was ruthless and tyrannical, causing a chill to run down one's spine. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng calmed their minds and continued walking towards the depths of the mountain. As they walked, they suddenly sensed something and looked up together. A pair of eyes that resembled a bronze mirror was staring at them. It wasn't a formless gaze anymore. Instead, it was like a mirror that could see through all things in the endless darkness. Nothing could hide from it. Being stared at by this gaze, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng instantly felt numb all over their bodies. That feeling was between reality and illusion, changing unpredictably. Sometimes, it ignored the two's immortal physique and directly affected their souls, causing their thoughts to go blank. Sometimes, it ignored their souls and affected their bodies, causing them to be paralyzed and unable to move. The image of chaos vaguely appeared within Yin Zhaoge's eyes, while the devilish blue-black flames jumping within Feng Yunxing's pupils turned into nothingness and darkness. After spinning a few times, the two of them stabilized their souls and bodies again. That mirror-like gaze didn't go too far and suddenly retracted. Then, the figure descended from the sky and directly arrived in front of the two. Yin Zhaoge looked carefully. After seeing the other party's appearance, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Although the figure didn't seem tall, he was half squatting and half standing there, like a tiger crouching and a dragon coiling, as if he had the power to support the heavens. His feet were stepping on the yellow springs of the underworld, while his head was supporting the 9 heavens beyond. He had a furry face and a thunderous mouth, wore a phoenix feather purple gold crown on his head, wore a golden chainmail on his body, and wore lotus root silk cloud-walking shoes, wielding a rod as he glared at Yin Zhaoge and Yin Zhaoge. Seeing this massive, golden-furred monkey with a ferocious aura that was completely lawless and out of control. Even though Yin Zhaoge had previously guessed it, he still found it hard to calm his emotions at this moment. The person who appeared before him was none other than the legendary Monkey King, the great sage equal to heavens, Sun Wukong. However, if Sun Wukong was here, then what about the victorious fighting Buddha outside? Did he mistake Buddha for someone else? Or could it be that the monkey in front of him was fake? Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng exchanged looks, both able to see the bewilderment within each other's eyes. A disciple of the Jade, clear lineage, and a successor of the Devil Tao. Instead, it was that arrogant monkey who spoke first. He appraised the two of them all over, a puzzled look also appearing on his face. Strange, strange. Monkey looked at Feng Yinsheng first. At first glance, you look like a descendant of the fiends, but why do I feel like you're from the Jade Clear and Grand Pure lineages? He looked at Yin Zhaoge again. You're even weirder. Wait, cultivating in the 3 purities simultaneously? Monkey suddenly laughed loudly. Interesting, truly interesting. Before his laughter stopped, that monkey suddenly exclaimed, "You're so weird." In just a short moment, his expression changed several times. Finally, he returned to his doubtful look and stared at Yin Zhaoge without saying anything. What did he see? Countless thoughts flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind, but his expression remained unchanged. He cupped his hands towards the monkey. "Jade, clear lineage disciple Yin Zhaoge, greetings to you. This is my wife, my junior apprentice sister. Due to fate, she possesses the power of the 9 underworld's great devils. However, she's not a successor of the Devil Dao. May I know how to address you?" Hearing Yin Zhaoge's question, that monkey laughed towards the sky. "I don't know the passage of time in the mountains. How many years have I been here? Do the juniors outside already not recognize me?" Upon hearing the monkey's self-introduction, Yin Zhaoge blurted out, "The Lord of the East, victorious divine region's mountain of flowers and fruits, water curtain cave, the great sage equal to heavens, the monkey king, Sun Wukong. Kid, you still recognize me." The monkey smiled and said, "Why did you pretend not to recognize me just now?" Yin Zhaoge remained silent for a while before saying, "Because not long ago, I met another great sage equaling heavens, the monkey king outside the mountain." Upon hearing that, the monkey's eyes instantly widened. Boundless baleful qi and evil qi leaked out, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. "He's outside the mountain?" The monkey was enraged. His figure instantly expanded, causing the entire 2 boundaries mountain to tremble. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng hurriedly stabilized their figures and retreated. The monkey in front of them was completely enraged. His eyes were blood red, and he was even larger than the stars and the sun. His figure seemed like it was in a break through the cosmos firmament. However, at that moment, the seal that seemed non-existent suddenly appeared and enveloped the 2 boundaries mountain. A radiant mist that was even more majestic than the heavenly river of the universe stably sealed the 2 boundaries mountain. Then it suppressed the enraged monkey. The monkey's figure rapidly shrunk and was pushed back by the mist, crashing into the mountain rock. When Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng looked over, they saw an inconspicuous spirit stone embedded into the mountain rock. Half of the spirit stone was exposed, while the other half was buried within the mountain rock. When a monkey's figure was slammed into the small stone, he immediately rushed out and was sealed once again. This happened countless times, but the monkey still refused to yield. Instead, he raged and roared furiously. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng could hear the roars from within the mountain. They subconsciously covered their ears with their hands, but it was still deafening to them. What a fella! He's always in a sealed state, and his strength can't be unleashed at all. Yet, he can still cause such a huge commotion within the seal. Yin Zhaoge understood that the monkey in front of him was only a projection. The spirit stone embedded into the mountain rock was his true form after being sealed. "Perhaps I wasn't clear enough just now. Please forgive me, great sage." Yin Zhaoge said, "The one outside isn't called the great sage equaling heavens anymore. People are used to calling him the Namo victorious fighting Buddha." "What bullsh *t Namo victorious fighting Buddha?" Sun Wukong cursed. Yin Zhaoge could tell that something was amiss. He purposely said, that's right. You're the one who protected Buddhist Master Sanzang from obtaining the scriptures. You're the one who led the second wave of Western Buddhism to the East. You promoted the central blessed lands of Saha to flourish and Buddhism to flourish. You achieved supreme enlightenment and became a Buddha. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the monkey. "Nonsense! How did I become a Buddha?" Yin Zhaoge wasn't angered by his interruption. Instead, his gaze flickered, and he immediately asked, "If that's the case, didn't you become a Buddha after obtaining the scriptures? After you achieved enlightenment, you were suppressed beneath the 5 elements mountain?" Chapter 1368. Seeking Scriptures? Becoming a Buddha? True fruits? Monkey Sun started laughing weirdly. Although he was laughing, his laughter was filled with resentment and unwillingness. Is Buddhism's true fruits that rare? He yelled, "It's nothing in my eyes. Liar, you've been lying to me from the start. Western Buddhism spreading to the East, spreading Buddhism throughout the world. Isn't that a great merit? Yet, I had to step on so many of my brothers to achieve that. How can I be bothered? Yin Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Feng Yinsheng couldn't help but ask, Great Sage, since you're here, the victorious fighting Buddha outside, could he be that six-eared macaque? Knowing that the Five Elements Mountain was their destination, Feng Yinsheng had studied a lot about the middle journey to the West era. Due to the long passage of time, most of them were merely legends. However, Feng Yinsheng also knew about the legend of the real and fake Monkey King. According to the legends, an unknown six-eared macaque impersonated the great sage equaling heavens, Sun Wukong, and caused a huge commotion. No one could tell the difference. Only when the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha appeared did the six-eared macaque reveal his true form. Then, he was killed by Sun Wukong. If the monkey here was the real great sage equaling heavens, in that case, who was the victorious fighting Buddha outside who had achieved Buddhahood? Could it be that the real Monkey King was suppressed, and the six-eared macaque made use of the chance to pass himself off as the real Monkey King? Asked Feng Yinsheng. The monkey didn't answer. However, his raging emotions finally calmed down. Victorious fighting Buddha, achieving Buddhism's true fruits. Since that bastard became a Buddha, it means that they succeeded. The monkey muttered to himself, Western Buddhism spreading to the east, the central blessed lands of Saha flourishing, and Buddhism flourishing. They really succeeded. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng. Kids, I'm suppressed here. I can't sense anything happening in the outside world. What's the situation with the West journey? Tell me about it. After a pause, the monkey added, From the beginning, from what you've heard from when I met the Sanzang monk. Feng Yinsheng was curious and turned to look at Yin Zhaoge. Seeing that Yin Zhaoge was still in a daze, she thought for a while and answered, Junior's knowledge is limited as well. I hope I won't mislead you. She picked out some of the more reliable legends that she knew and told them to the monkey. The more monkey listened, the wider his eyes became. He gritted his teeth, clearly trying his best to control his emotions. When he heard that the Western paradise was completed, that the son of Buddha was enlightened and regained his position as the Buddha of sandalwood merit, that traveling monk's son also regained his position as the victorious fighting Buddha, and that after a long period of time, the spirited mountains Tathagata Buddha successfully transcended, the monkey let out a loud cry. It seemed to be filled with anger and sorrow. After a long time, he let out a long sigh with a disappointed expression. Feng Yinsheng stopped talking. Yin Zhaoge, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked, Is the great sage regretting it? Regret what? The monkey's anger flared up again as he bellowed. If I wanted it, why would I be trapped at the foot of this mountain? Feng Yinsheng was stunned. You haven't left the Five Elements Mountain since you were suppressed for the first time? Then who was the monk's son who escorted Buddhist master Sanzang to the west before six-eared macaque appeared? Who was the one who attained the victorious fighting Buddha, Tao realm, in the end? Or could it be that this monkey before his eyes was the fake one and he was lying? At this moment, Feng Yinsheng felt a chill running down her spine. Yin Zhaoge also stared at the monkey in front of him. He didn't conceal the inquisitiveness within his gaze. The monkey glanced at him and said, I don't want it. However, someone does. I am him, and he is me. However, I will never do what he did. Even if I'm suppressed here for another 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even 100,000 years, I will still say the same thing. Yin Zhaoge looked at the monkey who was gritting his teeth and blurted out, Back then, you were split into two. Feng Yinsheng, who had heard of the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi's encounter, reacted and looked at the great sage equaling heavens in shock. Traveling monk's son wore the band-tightening curse and followed Buddhist master Sanzang to the west. Yin Zhaoge said word by word, Yet the great sage equaling heavens is still here. Traveling monk's son was Sun Wukong, and the great sage equaling heavens was also Sun Wukong. However, Traveling monk's son wasn't the great sage equaling heavens anymore. Of course I'm still here. The monkey's eyes were like a bright mirror. Fiery lights were flickering within the mirror, and they were both persistent and unyielding. Yin Zhaoge pondered, then the six-eared macaque. I don't know about other things. I have to ask the two of you. The great sage equaling heavens laughed in self-mockery. However, I know of the six-eared macaque's existence. I also know when he's born and when he's dead. Traveling monk's son's heart devil, Yin Zhaoge, and Feng Yinsheng both came to a realization. Despite being split into two, the great sage equaling heavens who stubbornly resisted was still suppressed under the mountain, while the traveling monk's son who was willing to convert to Buddhism left. However, Sun Wukong was still Sun Wukong. Even the traveling monk's son who left had second thoughts. Unfortunately, this incident was still suppressed in the end. Everything returned to the right track, and history continued moving forward. The nine underworlds might be behind this as well. They might be obstructing the central blessed lands of Saha's prosperity and the Tathagata Buddha's transcendence. Yin Zhaoge let out a long sigh. He looked at the great sage equaling heavens and suddenly asked, "The West journey is the path of Buddhism's prosperity and also the path of the demon race's demise." Seeing the monkey staring at him, Yin Zhaoge shrugged. "All right then. Other than our human race, the other races of the ancient era faced the calamity of withering away." He straightened his expression. Many great sages and small saints either perished or were subdued. According to what you've said, many of your old brothers and good friends were among them. Traveling monk's son joined Buddhism and devoted himself to Buddhism. He didn't care about the past, but you did. If that's the case, why don't you make this trip? Perhaps you might show mercy and spare more lives? The great sage equaling heaven snorted. How could it be so easy? It's a situation where one party perishes. He raised his head and looked at the sky. After the ancient era, the Taoism's three clear had transcended. However, the West's Buddhism flourished, while the ancient era's various races still remained. As such, the two sides fought for the world's hegemony. The vast wilderness of the grand plainest heavens outside of the 33 heavens passed down a decree. 36 great sages and 72 small saints of the various races, amounting to a total of 108 great sages. They split a spirit stone left behind by the Nuwa sovereign during the ancient era to mend the heavens. Then they laid down a huge formation to repel Buddhism. The 108 spirit stone fragments fused with the various great sages and small saints. In order to break through the formation, we would have to kill them. However, even if we killed the great sages and small saints who possessed the spirit stone fragments, the fragments would automatically fly back to the vast wilderness of Chestnut. By then, we would still have a chance to make a comeback. The Nuwa sovereign left behind a total of 3 spirit stones to mend the heavens. They coincide with the number of heaven, earth, and human. The one used to lay down the formation is called the humanly essence stone. In order to break through the mysteries of the humanly essence stone, we would need the earthly essence stone. The monkey pointed at the stone embedded on the mountain rock disinterestedly. That's the earthly essence stone. In other words, it's my origin. Chapter 1369. The existences above the grand heavenly realm are restraining each other. They rarely have the chance to make a move. Those below the grand heavenly realm can only be killed by me or that spineless bastard. Only then would the humanly essence stone's fragment remain, where it is instead of flying back to the plains of Chestnut. The monkey's expression was filled with rage. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng looked at each other. What happened in the past had indeed surprised them, but at this moment, both of them were paying attention to another matter at the same time. Heavenly Essence Stone. Feng Yinsheng didn't say anything. However, Yin Zhaoge could read her lips. After calming himself down, Yin Zhaoge asked softly, "Great sage, you said that the plains of Chestnut had decreed for the saints to lay down the formation. Was it the Nuwa sovereign's decree? Beyond the 33 heavens, the grand plainest heavens, the Nuwa sovereign palace was the residence of the Nuwa sovereign. When Yin Zhaoge heard of this name, he naturally made some guesses. However, the great sage equaling heavens shook his head. Of course not. The Nuwa sovereign had already transcended long ago. The monkey bared his teeth. If the Nuwa sovereign hadn't transcended, how would I be born from the earthly essence stone? Back then, the one in charge of the plains of Chestnut was the Eastern sovereign. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. The Eastern sovereign was the legendary Eastern sovereign Tai. Alongside the Nuwa sovereign, he was one of the three ancient sovereigns. He was on par with the Taoism's three clear grand masters, Buddhism's Western second patriarch, and the nine underworld's primordial heavenly devil. He was the strongest and most ancient existence in the world. However, the era in which the three ancient sovereigns were active was too far in the distant past. News about them was already scarce, which made it hard for others to grasp their whereabouts and situation. Although there had been many rumors, Yin Zhaoge finally received accurate information from the great sage equaling heavens, Sun Wukong. The Nuwa sovereign, also known as the goddess Nuwa, had already transcended, just like the Taoism's three clear grand masters and the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha. Moreover, if the great sage equaling heavens wasn't lying, the Nuwa sovereign had transcended even before the Tathagata Buddha. However, he did not know how the other two of the three primordial sovereigns were doing. He did not know if the Eastern sovereign was still in charge of the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. The Eastern Emperor ruled over the various races and fought against the Buddhist sect. Yin Zhaoge sighed and said, "In the end, the Buddhists illuminated. Traveling monk Sun helped the Bodhisattva Sanzang to obtain scriptures from the Western heavens. Under the protection of the Western heavens thunder roar and other Buddhist bigwigs, the Bodhisattva Sanzang broke through the grand formation prepared by the field of Chestnut, clearing away the obstacles for the second Western Buddhism invasion. The Buddhas from the Western paradise came from the east and defeated the great sages and small saints. At the same time, they spread the teachings of Buddhism to the world and delivered the people of the world from suffering. They achieved great merit and laid the foundation for the prosperity of the blessed land of Sa. In the end, the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha achieved transcendence. He pondered the Western Pure Lands, Taoism, and the nine underworlds. What role did they play in this process? As he pondered, he looked at Sun Wukong, great sage. According to the rumors, during the Middle Era, our Taoism's grand clear grandmaster had once appeared. However, the three grand clear grandmasters should have transcended at the end of the ancient era. Then, the old lord who appeared during the Middle Era was the great sage equaling heavens didn't answer. Instead, his copper mirror-like eyes looked towards Yin Zhaoge. His bright gaze caused Yin Zhaoge's scalp to go numb. Great sage, is there a taboo in this? The monkey stared at Yin Zhaoge for a while and smiled. What taboo could there be? The Lord of Tao and Virtue is the supreme old lord. Otherwise, what do you think? Yin Zhaoge answered honestly, it's not my personal opinion. Ever since the Middle Era, there have been many guesses and rumors. Until now, other than a few existences, no one knows the truth. Regarding the old lord, there were many different rumors. Relatively speaking, there were three rumors that were more widespread. Firstly, it was indeed the grand, clear Grand Master, the Lord of Tao and Virtue. However, for some unknown reason, he, who should have transcended, remained in this world. Or, after transcending, he returned to this world due to unknown reasons. Secondly, it wasn't the true Lord of Tao and Virtue. Instead, it was the supreme heavenly devil's transformation. Before the heavens and earth were split apart, the grand clear Lord of Tao and Virtue had occupied an ancestral devil's position. He transformed into the supreme heavenly devil and severed the devil's fate. Along with him, the Western Pure Lands Lord Amitabha transformed into the faceless heavenly devil and occupied another ancestral devil's position. After being severed twice, the devil's vitality was greatly damaged. After that, they were often targeted by other forces. As a result, most of the time, the devil had always been the strongest. The Lord of Tao and Virtue transformed into the supreme heavenly devil, while the Amitabha transformed into the faceless heavenly devil. They weren't clones. However, following the Lord of Tao and Virtue's transcendence, no one knew if the supreme heavenly devil had materialized into an independent entity. Therefore, during the Middle Era, when the Lord of Tao and Virtue transformed into the Supreme Old Lord, some people guessed that he was actually the Supreme Heavenly Devil's transformation. As for the third theory, it was the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. During the ancient investitures of the Gods era, the prime Clear's head disciple, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, was swept away by the Lord of Tao and Virtue's futon. His whereabouts were unknown. There were actually a lot of rumors about him. One of them was Laozi Huahu. According to this legend, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure was the Middle Era's central Saha world's lord, the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha, the Gautama Buddha. Another rumor was that due to the conflict between the Middle Era's Supreme Old Lord and the Ancient Era's Three Clears Transcendence, some people guessed that the Supreme Old Lord of the Middle Era was actually the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. According to this rumor, this prime Clear head disciple had inherited the Jade Clear and Grand Clear legacies, successfully ascending above the Grand Heavenly Realm. As for why he transformed into the Supreme Old Lord and replaced the Lord of Tao and Virtue, it was still a mystery. The existences above the Grand Heavenly Realm were too mysterious to the masses. As a result, various rumors and guesses were spread. The Lord of Tao and Virtue is the Supreme Old Lord. The monkey repeated. Then, he changed the topic and said, however, the Supreme Old Lord isn't the Lord of Tao and Virtue. Yin Zhaoga muttered in his heart and nodded. I see. The Jade Clear Grand Master symbolized going from nothingness to existence. The Prime Clear Grand Master symbolized going from existence to nothingness, and the Grand Clear Grand Master existed in between nothingness and existence. Only he would leave behind his silhouette in the world, even after transcending. It wasn't his main body, nor was it a clone, nor was it an incarnation. "Huh, that's it," said the monkey in an annoyed tone. Feng Yunxing asked, I'd like to ask you about the existences above the Grand Heavenly Realm during your era. Taoist Juni, Amitabha, the vast freedom Heavenly Devil, and the other one of the three great ancient sovereigns other than the Nuwa sovereign and the East sovereign, Sovereign Shi. How are they doing? Taoist Junti? The monkey suddenly went silent. Then he started chuckling. His laughter was filled with complex emotions that caused others to tremble. Anger, unwillingness, sorrow, desolation. He transcended. The great sage equaling heavens laughed maniacally. You're the one who told me that. Chapter 1370. Amidst the maniacal laughter, it was filled with rage and sorrow. In such an environment, the monkey's maniacal laughter caused one's scalp to go numb. While Yin Zhaoga was surprised, he also felt that it was within his expectations. If one had to compare the two conflicting mental states, the latter would be more likely. Previously, Yin Zhaoga and Feng Tinny mentioned that the monkey didn't know about the bigwig expert that had already transcended was the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha. The monkey's words were clearly hinting at a secret. The ancient era's Taoist Ini was the Middle Era's central blessed lands of Saha's master, the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha, the Gautama Buddha. Teacher, the furious roar that he had heard earlier from the outside seemed to have been engraved in time and space. At this moment, it was as if it had once again resounded in his ears. If it could be said that the monkey in this world had never lowered its head to the Buddhist sects and had always been suppressed here, unable to be freed, the person he referred to as his teacher was naturally unrelated to Buddhist monk Sanzang. There was only one such existence. It was the great sage equaling heavens, Sun Wukong's teacher, the legendary Grand Master Subhuti. From ancient times until now, the most widespread rumor regarding the Spirit Fountain Mountain's Evil Moon 3 Stars Cave's Grandmaster Subhuti was that he was the incarnation of one of the Western sect's second patriarchs, Taoist Junti. After the ancient era, Taoist Junti rarely appeared, and his whereabouts were unknown. According to the great sage equaling heaven's words, Taoist Junti was undoubtedly his teacher, Grandmaster Subhuti. The Grand Master Subhuti who taught him the Tao was the Tathagata Buddha, the one who suppressed him here. The monkey's current emotions were rather complicated. Other than anger and unwillingness to submit, he was also filled with disappointment and sorrow. That's why he called the Tathagata Buddha a liar. He was lying to him from the very beginning. Feng Yinsheng sighed softly, and her mood became gloomy. Yin Zhaoge gently grabbed her hand and shook his head. The one who lost is the East Sovereign. This might be the true reason why Sun Wukong was pitiful. A man's wealth was his own ruin. As an earthly essence stone, he could decipher the mysteries of the humanly essence stone. This was his innate value, and he could not reject the fate that fate had placed on him. Dongwang used humanoid stones to set up the formation, while the Buddhists used earthly stones to break the formation. Therefore, Taoist Jinti, who had transformed into Mount Lingshan's Tathagata Buddha, then transformed into Patriarch Bodhi and secretly accepted Sun Wukong as his disciple. Unfortunately, the great sage equaling heaven had no intention of joining the Buddhist sect. Although Patriarch Subhuti was his master, to break the formation and take the humanly essence stone fragment meant that he would have to fight and kill many of his old friends. Regardless of which side Goku was on, just this point alone was unacceptable to him. According to Yin Zhaoge's knowledge, the legends of a journey to the West era in this world were quite different from what he remembered. Among them, the most eye-catching one was the death of another great demon, who was also one of the 7 great sages. The great sage who pacifies heavens, the Bull Demon King, was already considered lucky to survive. The great sage equaling heavens was suppressed here, isolated from the world. His knowledge of the outside world was limited. However, whenever he thought about what might happen during his journey to the Western Paradise, he would become anxious and furious. Unfortunately, most of his guesses came true. Although not all of the demon race great sages that laid down the formation perished, most of them suffered. According to Yin Zhaoge's guesses, Dongwang should have paid attention to the earthly essence stone. Unfortunately, the Tathagata Buddha was still superior. With Dongwang's defeat, the ancient races other than the human race suffered greatly. As a result, the central blessed lands of Saha flourished, and Buddhism flourished. In the end, the Tathagata Buddha successfully transcended and won the battle. Fortunately, Dongwang was decisive enough. He led the various races and retreated into the Astro Mountain Starry Seas to avoid the world. After many years of recuperation, the demon race gradually recovered. As a result, in recent years, they resurfaced to fight for more fortune. Unfortunately, the great sage equaling heavens was still suppressed here. Great sage, please forgive us. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng both sighed. Under such circumstances, they couldn't think of any way to console Goku. It would be too hypocritical to say that they could empathize with him. The seal here is too strong. It's not something we can break. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment and said, "How about I try to inform Dongwang about your situation?" Although he said so, it was hard to predict the outcome. Yin Zhaoge wasn't sure if Dongwang knew that the great sage equaling heavens was still being suppressed here. If he had a guess, he would most likely know. However, even if he knew, it was still unknown whether he would release the monkey. After all, the seal here was left behind by the Tathagata Buddha, who had already transcended. Although they were opponents in the past, since the Tathagata Buddha had already transcended, the matter had already been resolved. No one would want to provoke him into the world again. Being able to let go of things and look forward to the future was the right thing to do. His current opponent was someone else. It was just like how everyone treated the Supreme Elder Lord. The Supreme Elder Lord's thoughts were hard to predict, and he might not care about it, just like what happened during the Great Calamity. However, unless there was no other choice, or if the benefits outweighed the risks, no one would want to annihilate the entire Taoism lineage. At most, they would only suppress and restrict them. During the Great Calamity, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace and the 3 clear lineage faced a calamity. Taoism's internal strife was the cause of it all. Although Yin Zhaoge suspected that this internal strife was instigated by someone else, With the shadows of other forces standing behind it, there was still a layer of separation between them. Everyone didn't join forces to destroy Taoism. Although it seemed like they were putting in a lot of effort, they were still afraid of the three clear grandmasters who had already transcended, especially when old Lord Taishang was still here. Only, the Elder Lord's thoughts were hard to predict. Similarly, no one knew if releasing the great sage equaling heavens would anger the Tathagata Buddha. No need. The monkey's gaze was burning. After so many years, I already have a way. Only, there are some difficulties. Kiddo, if you really want to help me, you just have to find some helpers for me. You two kiddos can't do it by yourselves. They must be the same race as me. If it's a human, they must possess the yin-yang earthly spirit. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Sun Wukong's thoughts were extremely clever. He sneered. Do you think that I'm looking for a scapegoat? You're underestimating me too much. Please enlighten me, great sage. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands. Indeed, I want to borrow their bodies. However, I'm not asking them to suffer for me. Instead, I'm giving them a huge fortune. The monkey's eyes were blazing with flames. I'm giving up my cultivation and giving it to them. They'll obtain a fortune, and I'll obtain my freedom. The great sage, equaling heavens, raised his head and looked at the sky. The Tathagata Buddha taught me in the past. Now, I'm giving up everything that I learned from him. I'm not afraid of anything. Even if it's 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even 100,000 years, I'll definitely transcend. I'll go look for my teacher and have a good talk with him. Chapter 1371. Countless bigwig experts seek to transcend, and I'm no exception. My objective in the past isn't important anymore. Now I want to transcend. It's not for any other reason, nor is it because of transcendence itself. It's because I want to seek justice from the Tathagata. It doesn't matter if I'm stubborn or furious. I don't care what the world says about me. I just want to live my life to its fullest. The flames within the monkey's eyes seemed to be gushing out, forming a momentum that could burn the heavens. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng looked at the great sage equaling heavens, and their expressions turned solemn. He had to start all over again. Although it sounded simple, the difficulty involved was indescribable. It wasn't just 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer of bitter cultivation. At the same time, it also meant that everything would become uncertain. Even if Sun Wukong was born from the earthly essence stone, who could guarantee that he would attain the grand heavenly realm physique? Who could guarantee that he would have the hope of transcending? In an extreme scenario, it wasn't impossible for him to perish due to natural disasters or man-made disasters. However, the monkey in front of them didn't seem to have any doubts. To him, no matter if he succeeded or failed, it was better than being suppressed here without any chance of liberation. Without freedom, I'd rather die than fight against the heavens and earth without fear. Yin Zhaoge sighed and looked at the great sage equaling heavens. I'll try to find a suitable candidate for you, great sage. The great sage equaling heavens stared at him. After a long while, he said, Brat, aren't you afraid of angering the Tathagata? Although he transcended, it's not impossible for him to return. That's right. However, it doesn't mean that I'll definitely anger the Tathagata Buddha. Yin Zhaoge smiled. To be honest, if I were to anger the Tathagata Buddha, I'd have to think about it. It's not because I'm afraid, but because I'm not alone. One person can eat his fill, and the whole family will not go hungry. He turned around and looked at Feng Yunsheng. I have family, friends, and fellow disciples. I have to think about them. If I'm like you, great sage, even if I might anger the Tathagata Buddha, I'd still do some things. Yin Zhaoge said calmly. It's human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. I'm no exception. However, I don't have to weigh the pros and cons before doing anything. Sometimes, I'm also very willful. What I want is to be happy. Monkey stared at him for a long time before asking, How did you two kids find your way here? Actually, I was entrusted by someone. Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned serious, and he answered honestly. The person who entrusted it to me only said that there was an existence being suppressed here and asked me to see who it was. However, He never expected it to be you, great sage. The monkey asked, "Who asked you to do this?" After pondering for a while, Yin Zhaoge answered, "One of my Taoism's 4 imperials, the southern extremity longevity emperor. That old South Pole immortal old man." The great sage, heaven's equal, raised his head slightly and pondered for a while. After a while, a smile appeared on his hairy face. "I don't care if you're sincere or not. You've helped me this time, so I, old son, have to thank you." Great sage, is there a limit to the cultivation of the person you are looking for? Are there any requirements for quantity? Yin Zhaoge asked. The great sage, heaven's equal, waved his hairy claw. The higher the cultivation, the lesser the quantity. For example, if the girl beside you had her cultivation, she alone would suffice. In other words, if one's cultivation was low, more people would be required to share the burden. All right, I'll remember it. Yin Zhaoge nodded. The monkey asked again. That girl only talked about old man Tathagata's transcendence. What happened after that? Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted. There are many things that can't be explained in a few words. He told the monkey about the important matters after the Middle Era and before the great calamity of the New Era. The more the monkey listened, the more his eyes widened. Although old man Tathagata had transcended, his own orthodoxy had failed as well. The great sage, heaven's equal, laughed. Originally, Mithra only needed to walk on old man Tathagata's path. However, he was tricked by someone, which blocked his original path of the great Tao. As a result, he was forced to walk on another path. As a result, old man Tathagata's orthodoxy underwent a drastic change. Let me think about it. Amitabha doesn't look like it. The person who ruined Mithra's original Tao path is most likely that old fellow Randang. The great sage, heaven's equal, sneered and said, that spineless person had ruined the lives of many people. Most of the humanly essenced stone fragments must have fallen into the central blessed lands of Saha. After old man Tathagata transcended, he must have passed it to Mithra. Now, it has become Mithra's foundation. Currently, the blessed lands of the White Lotus's Buddhist light, imbued with faith power, originates from a humanoid essence stone. Yin Zhaoge came to a realization and continued pondering. However, now that the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race are on the same side, the demon race might still possess some humanly essence stone fragments. After hearing about the existence of the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the monkey stroked the fur behind his ears. What kind of background does this fellow have? He actually obtained a Tianyuan stone. However, there are only a few people who are the most suspicious, and they can't be one of them. Yin Zhaoge truly felt that his trip to the Five Elements Mountain this time had not been in vain. He had learned many secrets from the great sage, heaven's equal. He could feel that the fog between him and history was slowly fading away. Of course, even if Sun Wukong wasn't lying, it was limited to what he knew. It might not be the truth of history. However, to Yin Zhaoge, this information was already extremely precious. After all, he could compare it with the information he possessed. Many pieces of information that were once scattered or seemingly useless were starting to shine brightly. Great sage, my wife and I shall take our leave now. Take care. They had been staying beneath the Five Elements Mountain for quite some time. Even if the Western Pure Lands people were obstructing them, it had already been more than 2 hours. The two of them needed time to leave as well. As such, Yin Zhaoge immediately took his leave. After so many years, it's rare for the two of you to come and chat with me. If you leave, I'll be sad again. The monkey scratched his ears and cheeks. Go. Come back as soon as possible. Yin Zhaoge slapped his head. Right, other than the victorious fighting Buddha, the great sage who pacifies heavens, Bull Demon King, is also outside. Great sage, do you need me to contact him and tell him about your situation? Upon hearing the victorious fighting Buddha's name, the flames of rage surfaced within the great sage, equaling heaven's eyes. To him, that Buddha was like an old scar, an eternal humiliation. However, upon hearing the great sage who pacifies heavens, Bull Demon King's name, the flames within his eyes disappeared, and he let out a sigh. Previously, When Feng Yunxiang was describing the legends of the journey to the west, she had briefly mentioned the Bull Demon King's family. "Don't say it, don't say it," the great sage equaling heavens said in frustration. "I don't have the face to meet him now. If I tell him, he'll think that I'm lying to coax him." The monkey gritted his teeth. "When will I personally kill that spineless bastard? I'll tell him and my old brothers about it." "All right, I won't say it." Yin Zhaoge shrugged and said with a serious expression, "Great sage, take care. The two of us shall take our leave." The great sage, equaling heavens, jumped onto the mountain rock. With his hand covering his eyes, he watched the two leave. "My eyes shouldn't be mistaken, right?" he muttered to himself. Chapter 1372. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxiang walked among the mountains. When they looked back, they could still see the bronze mirror-like gaze flickering. After waving goodbye, the two exited the Five Elements Mountain. "Zhaoge, the great sage equaling heavens, seemed to be examining you. It seems like there's something he's hiding." On the way, Feng Yunxiang frowned and asked with uncertainty. "Yes, you're right." Yin Zhaoge nodded. "He seemed to have noticed something that even I didn't. Although I don't know what he noticed, I can roughly guess what it's related to." "The Elder Lord," Yin Zhaoge let out a long sigh. Unlike the others, who couldn't even meet the Elder Lord. At most, they could only greet him from afar. According to the rumors, this demon race great sage had interacted with the Elder Lord in the past. I wouldn't dare to say that he understood the Elder Lord the most among the grand heavenly immortals. However, he's definitely not an ordinary person. Feng Yinxing pondered and said, "In other words, from the great sage equaling heaven's perspective, you're related to the Elder Lord." Actually, I made some guesses before. Only, I haven't sorted them out yet. The great sage equaling heaven's reaction today is just another piece of evidence. Yin Zhaoge said, "Do you still remember me telling you that I'm more proficient in cultivating the supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear lineage, and that my comprehension is faster and deeper?" Feng Yunxing nodded. "I remember. There's nothing special about this alone." Yin Zhaoge shrugged. "A martial art practitioner's talent and comprehension is hard to predict." His father, Yin Di, had accompanied the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud for 1,000 years, and only nurtured the creation saber intent. To Yin Di, there wasn't much difference between the Jade Clear lineage and the Grand Clear lineage. Cultivating the Grand Clear lineage didn't give him any unique advantages. Among blood relatives, there might be talents related to their physiques. However, when it came to cultivating martial arts, or to a particular martial art, one's talent and comprehension had nothing to do with one's bloodline. Most of it was due to one's soul. For example, most of the Sikong Qings affected by the heavenly essence stone fragments had exceptional talent and comprehension. However, they weren't related by blood. Therefore, assuming that the generation-skipping inheritance of the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud had affected Yin Zhaoge was also not plausible. In terms of comprehension ability, Yin Zhaoge was Yin Zhaoge, and Yin Di was Yin Di. The two were unrelated. From ancient times until now, it was very common for someone to be especially proficient in a certain martial art. This was how many geniuses came to be. This kind of advantage was one of the capital that allowed them to stand out from the masses. For example, Yin Xintong, Di Qinglian, Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, and even Yin Shiyang, Long Xueji, Niet Jingshun, Yu Zhenbei, Yu Yi, He Mian, and the others were all existences with exceptional talent in the way of the sword. Among them, while Long Xueji and Yu Yi were related to Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan by blood, the benefits they received were mostly due to their higher standards of guidance and teachings. Their talent in the comprehension of the sword Tao was mostly due to their own good foundation. Therefore, it was not that inconceivable that Yin Zhaoge would be exceptionally sensitive to supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear Direct lineage. At most, others would only have astonishing comprehension toward a single martial art or a type of martial art. On the other hand, Yin Zhaoge's comprehension towards an entire lineage of martial arts was rather exaggerated. However, while a single incident could be considered as a coincidence, It would be hard to believe that it was all a coincidence when viewed together with other related coincidences. At the very least, Yin Zhaoge wouldn't believe it, let alone us, even the East Sovereign, the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the Mithril Buddha, and other bigwig experts wouldn't be able to see through the Elder Lord's thoughts. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself, "It's still hard to tell if my current situation is related to the Elder Lord." Instead, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor might have noticed something. No wonder he asked me to make a trip down the Five Elements Mountain. Evidently, if there was someone who wasn't worried about offending the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha, it would be the three clear Grand Masters and the goddess Nuwa, who had already transcended. If Yin Zhaoge was really implicated by the Supreme Elder Lord's arrangements, no matter if it was intentional or not, he would be able to move around much more freely compared to the others after reaching the Five Elements Mountain. He wouldn't have to worry about offending the Tathagata Buddha. Of course, this was only relative. It was using the world's human logic to speculate. However, the Tathagata Buddha and the three clear Grand Masters were existences that couldn't be speculated using the world's common sense. As such, there were still risks involved. Moreover, it could be big or small. No one could make an accurate judgment. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor might not know the truth behind the Five Elements Mountain. However, this place was personally suppressed by the Tathagata Buddha. Things definitely aren't simple. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor received the news and wanted to find out the truth. That's why he asked me to come here. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples and said with a bitter smile, "And yet, you still came," said Feng Yinsheng softly. Feng Yinsheng said softly. Furthermore, he took a huge risk and agreed to help the great sage find a way to escape. After a moment of silence, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Previously, what I said to the great sage below the Five Elements Mountain wasn't for show. It wasn't for show. It was my true thoughts." Feng Yinsheng nodded. "I can tell. Honestly speaking, my morals are limited," Yin Zhaoge said softly. "Most of the time, I feel that I'm quite realistic. Of course, it's best to do things that benefit both others and myself. However, other than a few specific people, if I have to choose between benefiting myself and others, I'll most likely choose benefiting myself. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm, calculating the gains and losses. I often do these things as well." Yin Zhaoge first laughed self-mockingly. Then, he retracted his smile and pointed at his heart. "However, sometimes when facing certain matters, a little boy who loves to dream would suddenly jump out from my heart. Today, at this very moment, was the case. The great sage equaling heavens, Sun Wukong. In Yin Zhaoge's past life's memories, he was Yin Zhaoge's childhood idol. Even though he had read many books and understood a lot of information, all of them told him that his childhood idol wasn't perfect. In those stories, the monkey didn't even manage to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace, let alone overshadowing the three realms. He was even stopped by a heavenly general and his men before he could enter the soaring sky palace. After that, in the story of his journey to the west to seek for Buddha scriptures, he suffered many setbacks and had to ask for reinforcements everywhere. Yin Zhaoge knew that in that story, in the original work, it might have been a story that restrained the mind of the monkey and stabilized the horse. It was a story that was meant to satirize the current politics. His impression of Sun Wukong mostly came from the projection and supplementation of his personal feelings. It wasn't even the original image of Sun Wukong in the story anymore. His own emotions continuously erased the flaws and added on the merits. He selectively ignored everything that affected his image and added a lot of scenes that didn't exist in his imagination. However, to Yin Zhaoge, those weren't problems at all. He could be rational about other things, but he couldn't be bothered about this. Even if others said that he was a brainless fan, he couldn't care less. To Yin Zhaoge, he even despised the monkey that came out from the Five Elements Mountain. In his heart, the great sage equaling heavens, Sun Wukong, was the one who wasn't afraid of the heavens or the earth, fought against the heavens, never admitted defeat, never compromised, fought against the heavens with a single stick, crushed the southern heavenly gate, and overturned the soaring sky palace. That was his past life. In this life, Yin Zhaoge, who had read many books in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository, knew that in this world, the great sage equaling heavens, Sun Wukong, was the one who had wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. He was the unparalleled great demon that ran amok among the heavenly immortals. As a result, Yin Zhaoge felt even more disappointed that he had turned into traveling monk's son and became a Buddha. Now that he knew the truth behind the Five Elements Mountain, the relief and joy in Yin Zhaoge's heart wasn't as indifferent as what he displayed on the surface. As a result, just like what Feng Yinsheng had said, he still came to the Five Elements Mountain. Not only did he come, he even wanted to help the monkey. For other things, he might still have moments of willfulness. However, this time, he was especially willful. Chapter 1373. Feng Yunxing's gaze towards Yin Zhaoge became gentler and gentler, and a smile slowly surfaced on the corner of her mouth. She softly said, "Whatever you want to do, I'll just follow you." Yin Zhaoge looked at her, and his gaze became gentler as well. He teased, "If others hear you, they'll say that you don't have a mind of your own. I won't listen to others, but I'll listen to you. This is my decision, and it's my opinion. What does it have to do with others?" Feng Yunsheng glanced at him. "You're allowed to have a little boy in your heart, but I'm not allowed to have a little girl in my heart." Yin Zhaoge shrugged. "Of course I'm allowed to. I want to be cheap." The two looked at each other and laughed. After returning from where they came from, they exited the Five Elements Mountain surface. Feng Yunsheng felt the changes in the obscured way world's spirit chi flow, as well as the cosmic void's transformation outside of the obscured way world. The war seems to be calming down. It's just as we planned. Let's leave during this period of time. Otherwise, something unexpected might happen. The Western Pure Lands experts suddenly invaded the blessed lands of the White Lotus, causing chaos to the blessed lands of the White Lotus original arrangements. Even if they were repelled, the two sides' retreat and pursuit, as well as the aftermath coordination, would result in a vacuum. As time passed, the blessed lands of the White Lotus's situation would stabilize once again. This vacuum would disappear, and it would be difficult for Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng to leave. When that happens, the blessed lands of the White Lotus's experts would regain their control over this place. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng might even be discovered if they hid within the obscured way world. "That's right. Let's hurry up and leave." Yin Zhaoge nodded and flew out of the obscured way world. Feng Yunsheng followed beside him and asked, "Since you promised to help the great sage escape, do you have any ideas?" Yin Zhaoge said, "I already have some ideas. However, I still need to think about how to implement them. My North Ocean clone is a good choice." Feng Yunsheng pondered. "Your North Ocean clone doesn't possess the vigorous fifth earth essence. However, with the power of the Tao Tai and the Kunpeng as a foundation, it has already fused and refined many top-notch demon race bloodlines and cultivated the art of transformation. I've heard from you that your North Ocean clone had sneaked into the demon race's world and transformed into a demon's body. Many demons wouldn't be able to see through. You're thinking of ways to refine the monkey demon bloodline and transform into a monkey." Feng Yunsheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although the great sage has been suppressed, you can't fool him. Other demons might not be able to see through your transformation, but the great sage, heaven's equal, will definitely be able to. Yin Zhaoge said leisurely. "I didn't intend to lie to him. Everything was laid out clearly. Since the great sage, heaven's equal, said that it's not just his own race that can obtain it, even the human race that possesses the Wu Ji land spirit can obtain it. That means that he doesn't care if it's a monkey demon of the same race that obtains this opportunity. To him, the most important thing is for someone to inherit his golden body. As for who it is, he actually doesn't care." Yin Zhaoge shrugged. "Of course, that victorious fighting Buddha is out of the question." Feng Yunxing thought about it and said, "That's right. If it's possible, I'm afraid he would prefer a human or demon who has nothing to do with him to inherit this opportunity. After all, this is related to Taoist Zhuan-Ti, who is also the Tathagata Buddha. The great sage, heaven's equal, is against this and wants to sever his past. He doesn't want anyone related to him to receive any benefits from the Tathagata Buddha. Yin Zhaoga nodded indeed. However, to me, this karma originated from the great sage. There's no need to mind it at all. Just now, the little boy in your heart jumped out, and I was so touched. Feng Yinxing looked at him with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Now, you've suddenly become so realistic. Isn't the difference a little too huge? Yin Zhaoga smiled and said, even if there aren't any benefits, I'll still help the great sage. However, since there might be benefits, there's no need for me to reject it, right? Of course, I have to use my brain. With such a huge opportunity, I can't possibly let a bunch of monkey demons who aren't related to me benefit from it, right? As he walked, he said, even if I want to let other monkeys benefit from it, I'll have to swindle them first and subdue them so that they can be used by me. However, that's too much of a waste of time. I might as well let my North Ocean clone devour and refine the monkey demon's bloodline and transform himself. The only problem is that although my North Ocean clone's cultivation is at the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, it's still too low compared to a great sage. He won't be able to bear it alone. No matter if the North Ocean clone cultivated by himself or found someone else to cultivate the same way as the North Ocean clone, many years would be required to do so. As for that lazy Pan, he might be able to get his hands on some fortune as well. Yin Zhaoga stroked his chin and said unhappily, that fellow is always lazy. Moreover, he even gets benefits from it. He's much more relaxed than us. Feng Yinxing shook her head and laughed. You look more like a kid when you're sulking with Pan. Yin Zhaoga curled his lips and said in a self-deprecating manner, he's a cat slave, while I'm a panda slave. TSK, I still feel unsatisfied. Pan's cultivation is still low. Even if he and your North Ocean clone were to work together, they still wouldn't be able to support the golden body of a great sage, right? As Feng Yinxing said that, she revealed a thoughtful expression and turned to look at Yin Zhaoga. I guess we're thinking of the same thing. Yin Zhaoga met her gaze and nodded. To little Jun and his mother, this might be an opportunity. However, the demonic Tao is unpredictable. We still need to plan carefully and prepare patiently, lest we give them a chance. That would be akin to inviting a wolf into the house. Feng Yunxing nodded silently. That's right. We have to make sure that nothing goes wrong. The two exited the obscured way world and entered the cosmic void outside. They could clearly feel that this place was barren. Although the original universe was empty, there were still various minute changes, and it was silently operating according to its own orbit. However, at this moment, the nearby cosmic void was filled with a sense of desolation. Although the battle didn't affect the obscured way world and the other worlds, a battle between grand heavenly immortals still possessed destructive prowess capable of annihilating the heavens and extinguishing the earth. The blessed lands of the White Lotus were scarred for a very long time. Looking at their surroundings, although Buddha lights imbued with faith power could still be seen in various Buddhist lands, they no longer felt as if they were a single entity. Although they were still densely packed, resembling green lanterns, they vaguely emitted a sense of desolation. However, as time passed, the lanterns gradually formed a connection with one another. Moreover, they were continuously expanding at a speed that could be discerned by the naked eye. The blessed lands of the White Lotus is continuously recovering their control over the various Buddhist lands. Yin Zhaoga said, after working together with the demon race and chasing the victorious fighting Buddha and the other Western Pure Lands bannies out, they would definitely reclaim their territories and regroup. Let's leave before they turn around, said Feng Yinxing. The two continuously traversed through layers of space, heading towards the blessed lands of the White Lotus's outskirts. The cosmos barrier appeared once again. After passing through it, Yin Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng finally stepped into the void's boundless outskirts. Right, I still need to reply to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Yin Zhaoga lightly rubbed his temples. Chapter 1374. There's a beginning and an end. It's only natural, said Feng Yunsheng upon hearing Yin Zhaoga mentioning the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. The trust between the two was still limited. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, was aware of this as well. As such, she didn't ask for Yin Zhaoge and the others' contact details. However, she left a method for them to contact her. While Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng were chatting within the void's boundless outskirts, they were communicating with Ling Qing. After transmitting the time and location of their meeting, the two continued on their way. After arriving at the agreed location, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng concealed their whereabouts and waited for the other party's arrival out of caution. Yin Zhaoge was proficient in concealing his aura. Feng Yunsheng was also proficient in this after mastering some of the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Xunhua's martial arts profundities. In the past, among the new Kunlu 9 luminaries, the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Xunhua, specialized in assassination. Naturally, she was proficient in concealment. Although her saber was incomparably violent, it remained silent and concealed after sheathing it. The two waited patiently. After a long time, a stream of radiance suddenly flickered from afar. Only, this radiance wasn't as cold and serene as Ling Qing's moonlight. Instead, it resembled the rising sun. Upon seeing this, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng looked at each other. Gaohan. The one who came wasn't the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, but the exalted solar luminary, Gaohan. He was the one that Yin Zhaoge had always been on guard against. The sunlight stopped near them, and the golden radiance dissipated. A white-clothed man's silhouette was revealed. It was Gaohan. With a leisurely expression, he placed his hands behind his back and looked around at the empty cosmic void. He wasn't in a hurry, and he patiently waited. Feng Yunsheng turned her head around, and Yin Zhaoge stroked his chin. It wasn't a coincidence that Ling Qing contacted him previously. If Gaohan had any self-awareness, he would know that the impression he left on Yin Zhaoge, Chan Xuanzong, Yu Zhenbei, and the others was terrible. His arrival would naturally cause Yin Zhaoge and the others to be on guard, and they might even refuse to interact with him. That was why he chose to stay out of the matter and let Ling Qing contact Yin Zhaoge and the others. But now, he had taken the initiative to act. A playful expression appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face as he said after a moment, "Let's be a bit more generous. Since the other party has come here, we'll just have to meet them." Saying so, the two of them appeared in the void, appearing in front of Gaohan. Gaohan immediately sensed it and looked over. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, a smile appeared on his face. Seeing is believing. You and your wife are indeed dragons and phoenixes amongst men. Exalted solar luminary is overpraising me. Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, as no abnormalities could be seen in it at all. Speaking of this, I should be the one thanking you. The extreme yang seal that you forged that year helped me overcome many difficulties in the past. This was the first time they had met. But only the heavens knew that their understanding of each other had already surpassed that of many people who had interacted with each other for many years. Gaohan faintly smiled. You are mocking me. Back then, in that lower domain, my act of a cicada shedding its carapace was really laughable. Yin Zhaoge didn't ask Gaohan why he came instead of Ling Qing. He directly said, "The two of us entered the blessed lands of the White Lotus and entered the obscured way world. Coincidentally, the Western Pure Lands Orthodox Buddhism experts invaded the blessed lands of the White Lotus, causing chaos in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. We had more time than we expected, which is why we stayed for a while longer before escaping. Currently, we, in the southern extremity Longevity Emperor, were already aware of it." Gaohan nodded. The invaders were led by the Namo victorious Fighting Buddha. If the blessed lands of the White Lotus Mithrial Buddha didn't make an appearance, no one could stop them. Afterward, the demon race's great sage who pacifies heavens, Bull Demon King, took action and stopped the Namo victorious Fighting Buddha's attack. After that, the blessed lands of the White Lotus continuously mobilized more troops, and other demon race experts arrived as well. The Namo victorious Fighting Buddha and the Western Pure Lands Banties realized that they couldn't gain any advantage and retreated from the blessed lands of the White Lotus. He smiled. This was something that everyone didn't expect. However, the outcome was beneficial to us. Previously, in order to conceal Yin Zhaoge's infiltration into the blessed lands of the White Lotus Obscured Way world, he and the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, had caused some commotion in the blessed lands of the White Lotus in an attempt to attract the Buddhism heretics' attention. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor even revealed some traces of himself in hopes of restraining the other party. Under normal circumstances, if the Western Pure Lands didn't suddenly interfere, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and Gao Han would have to expend quite a bit of effort to escape. However, with the Western Pure Lands' large-scale invasion, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had shifted their attention there, allowing Gao Han and the others to escape with greater ease. Just as the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor predicted, someone was indeed suppressed beneath the Five Elements Mountain. Yin Zhaoge calmly answered, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you and successfully reached the Five Elements Mountain's bottom. The one being suppressed, there was the great sage equaling heavens, Monkey King, Sun Wukong." Upon hearing this answer, Gao Han's gaze flickered. The great sage equaling heavens? There are two great sages equaling heavens. You should know that the Namo victorious fighting Buddha was formed after the great sage equaling heavens attained enlightenment, right? He raised his brows slightly. Or between the two of them, one of them is the legendary six-eared macaque. The one who attained enlightenment was traveling monk Sun, while the six-eared macaque was formed by his heart devil. Yin Zhaoge slowly said, "As for the great sage equaling heavens, ever since he was suppressed beneath the Five Elements Mountain, he had never managed to escape. The great sage equaling heavens is Sun Wukong, and the traveling monk Sun is also Sun Wukong. However, the traveling monk Sun isn't the great sage equaling heavens." Yin Zhaoge's words were profound, but Gao Han immediately understood. When Sanzang helped him escape from the suppression, Sun Wukong split into two. Gao Han was surprised as well. An interested expression appeared on his face. No wonder, he lowered his head and chuckled. The great sage equaling heavens was formed from one of the three wondrous stones left behind by Goddess Nuwa to mend the heavens, the earthly essence stone. It could counter the humanly essence stone's miraculous transformations. In the past, when the demons of the Middle Era laid down a formation to stop Buddhism from spreading to the east, they utilized the humanly essence stone's miraculous effects. In the end, the great sage equaling heavens, who had joined Buddhism, retaliated. The demon race's emotions were stirred up, but they could only watch as an ant's nest was destroyed. In the end, the tiny crack turned into a huge chasm that couldn't be mended, and they suffered a crushing defeat. Gao Han shook his head. The great sage equaling heavens, who had always been hot-tempered, had completely sided with the central blessed lands of Sa. In the past, many felt that this was an unbelievable case. I never expected such an outcome. He looked at Yin Zhaoge and smiled. To be honest, I thought that it was one of the fake and real Monkey Kings. No matter if it was real or fake, one of them was still being suppressed there. This time, there's another mystery that I've yet to solve. I obtained the answer from the great sage equaling heavens as well, said Yin Zhaoge with a smile. Chapter 1375. I would like to hear the details. Gao Han smiled and made a pleased gesture towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge said, the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha, who had already transcended and suppressed the great sage equaling heavens beneath the Five Elements Mountain, was the Western sect's second patriarch, Taoist Juni, along with the Amitabha Buddha. In the primordial epoch, the second sect master of the Western sect, Taoist Zhuan-Ti, the great sage, heavens equals teacher, patriarch Subhuti. Now the Gautama Buddha, facing Gao Han's suddenly brightening gaze, Yin Zhaoge calmly looked at him. These three are the same existence. Taoist Zhuan. Gao Han raised his head slightly lost in thought. This has really given an answer to another case. There were many ancient mysteries in this world, and the most famous ones were basically related to existences above the grand heavenly immortal realm. For example, why did the grand pure lord of Tao and virtue, who should have transcended during the last years of the ancient era, appear in the world as the Taishang Lao Jun in the middle era? Because it was too long ago, the three sovereigns, who were once all-powerful and known as the three pure Taoism patriarchs, the second patriarch of Buddhism in the West, and the primordial heavenly demon who originated from the devil Tao, were still alive? And what was the background of spirited mountains to Tathagata Buddha? These words seemed a little nonsensical. However, this was indeed a question that troubled many people, especially after the ancient era and the middle era, when the central blessed lands of Saha appeared. The reason was simple. In the central blessed lands of Saha, the western mystical mountains' great thunderclap monastery's master, the Gautama Buddha, all the experts above the grand heavenly realm in this world were innately born. They were born in the primordial chaos before the creation of the world. Be it the Taoism's three pure ones, the three primordial sovereigns, the Western Buddhism's second patriarch, or even the fiend's six ancestral fiends, there was no exception. There were many connate life forms in the past, but not all of them were above Grand Luo. However, those above the grand heavenly realm were all connate existences. They ruled over the principles of the world, created the world, and even created and taught all post-celestial beings. Under the immortal realm, everyone was a human. Immortals were divided into 4 stages: leakless true immortal, tranquil profound immortal, grand virtual immortal, and grand heavenly immortal. The realm above the golden immortal realm was the realm above the immortal realm, and it was extremely profound and difficult to describe. There is only one word to describe it: Tao. That was why it was called the Tao realm. That was why the existences above the grand heavenly realm were commonly referred to as Tao Fathers. The Tao ancestors were born in the connate world until the master of the central blessed land of Saha, the spirited mountain Tathagata Buddha, appeared. However, just like the Middle Era's Taishang Lao Jun, there had always been a debate as to whether spirited mountains Tathagata Buddha was the first acquired Tao realm patriarch. Generally speaking, there were 3 most popular theories. The first was that this was a Hotian life form with Buddha nature. Under the guidance of the Buddha of the past, he entered the path of Buddhism and devoted himself to cultivation, gaining enlightenment and seeing Tathagata, achieving the Tao realm and becoming the first Tao ancestor after the world was opened. This was what the central blessed land of Saha proclaimed to the world. The second possibility was that a great overarching heavenly immortal had successfully advanced to become a Tao ancestor. This was how the legend of Duo Bao Rulai came about. The third guess was a bit bolder. It was that the Gautama Buddha was actually another Tao ancestor. To others, Tao realm bigwigs were unfathomable, indescribable, and unfathomable. Other than other Tao ancestor bigwigs, no one could tell what they were up to. Back then, there were indeed some Tao realm bigwigs whose whereabouts were unpredictable, including Buddhism's Western sect's second patriarch, Taoist Jie-in and Taoist Zhuan-Ti. After the ancient era, there weren't any traces of them. This caused many people to have their own guesses. However, at that time, not many people believed in such guesses. From the looks of it, the bolder one is the closer one is to the truth. Gao Han seemed to be praising and sighing. If what the great sage equaling heaven said is true, then it's truly surprising. Yin Zhaoga shrugged. I can't be sure if it's true. Since the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor asked me to investigate the 5 Elements Mountain, I've finally accomplished my mission. Please help me report back to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Exalted Solar Luminary. Gao Han said, the harvest was much greater than expected. Thank you for your hard work. He looked at Yin Zhaoga. After sizing him up for a while, he smiled. After you return, please help me apologize to Daoist Chun and Fu Jinxiu. I'll convey the message, said Yin Zhaoga plainly. As for whether Chan Xuanzong and Fu Yunqi would forgive him, he couldn't guarantee it. Speaking of which, although the great sage equaling heaven situation is different, His symptoms are somewhat similar to Fu Jinxiu's. Gao Han shook his head and smiled. However, regarding Fu Jinxiu's matter, I already have a plan in mind. You don't have to worry about it. Yin Zhaoge looked at it and smiled. The grand clear lineage's severing emotions parasitism technique from before the Great Calamity? Gao Han tilted his head slightly. Oh, it seems like you and Fu Jinxiu have already figured it out? I wouldn't dare to say that I've figured it out. I only have a thought. Yin Zhaoge's tone was calm. You don't have to worry too much about it. Exalted solar luminary. Gao Han's expression remained normal as he smiled. That's good. That's good. He said nonchalantly. As for Daoist Chun, due to the 9 underworld's great devils being involved, it's hard to say for now. However, I've already made some progress in my search for little friend Xie and little friend Chu. When I have any concrete information, I'll naturally inform Daoist Chun. I'll convey the message. Thank you for your concern, exalted solar luminary. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands. Gao Han nodded. Right, there's one more thing. I wonder if the two of you are interested in it? His gaze swept past Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, the 3 brilliances' sacred water. You two should know about it. Of course. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng looked at each other and nodded. The 3 brilliances' sacred water was a type of sacred water possessed by the Jade Clear's primordial heavenly Lord Grandmaster. It was stored within the 8 treasures glazed bottle, and its usage was boundless. It was especially good at concealing and obstructing attacks. However, this treasure had been lost for a long time, and no one had heard anything about it. Now, this treasure has appeared once again. Gao Han said, it's in the hands of a Buddhist Bani from the Western Pure Lands. Previously, when he was fighting against the demon race experts, he revealed it. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows. Exalted solar luminary, you're saying that you're eyeing the other party? Gao Han smiled. If we plan carefully, we might still have a chance. He said, this treasure is good at concealing and protecting other things. With the 3 brilliances' sacred water, it would be even harder for the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the immortal court heretics to find the heavenly essence stone fragments. There was no need to resort to insinuations. Gao Han's words were equivalent to admitting that the Sikong Qing that the fragments of the heavenly Yuan stone had split into had fallen into his hands. I believe that this treasure would be useful to the two of you. Gao Han smiled and said, why don't you consider it together? Chapter 1376. For sky beyond heaven, water was naturally a treasure that was urgently needed. As Gao Han had said, with the concealment of this treasure, it would be even harder for the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly Lord to find the whereabouts of the heavenly Yuan stone fragment. Most importantly, with the help of the triple light sacred water, the threat that Fu Ting, Meng Wan, and He Shixing faced would be reduced. This would reduce the chances of the immeasurable heavenly venerate purifying them. While Yin Zhaoge had his own considerations and arrangements regarding the situation of Fu Ting and the other two, it would still be better if he could make up for it and eliminate the threat. For the awakened sky cosmos formed by the Pill Hall and the sky beyond heavens within it, it was much safer. Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly upon hearing the 3 brilliances' sacred water's name. However, he was not in a hurry to make a decision. Instead, he asked a question. Which Buddhist venerable has it? Have we heard of this name before? When Gao Han heard this, he smiled. I think I've heard of him before. He's usually addressed as traveling monk Hui and Ha. Yin Zhaoge resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Of course I have. Traveler Hui Yin, Mujia, was the second son of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing, and the second brother of the great god of the 3 altar sea meeting, Neza. He had already become an immortal during the ancient era, and his master was the Samantabhadra cultivated deity of the Jade Clear lineage. He was a true 3rd-generation disciple of Taoism. Later on, he followed his master, Samantabhadra, and entered the Western Buddhism. Samantabhadra became the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and Musa became a Buddhist venerable. Along with the Samantabhadra cultivated deity, there were also the Manjushri heavenly lord and the compassionate cultivated deity of the Jade Clear lineage. The former transformed into the Bodhisattva Manjushri, while the latter transformed into the Bodhisattva Guanyin. During the Middle Era, Musa became a disciple of Guanyin Bodhisattva and was known as traveling monk Huiyin. At the turn of the Ancient Era and the Middle Era, there were many similar chaotic situations. Apart from the people involved, very few people knew the truth. From Yin Zhaoga's point of view, traveling monk Huiyin's matter could also be considered as a bad debt. Therefore, dare I ask the exalted solar luminary, are the Samantabhadra cultivated deity and the compassionate cultivated deity still alive? Yin Zhaoga looked towards Gaohan. Upon hearing that the three brilliances sacred water had reappeared in the hands of a Buddhist bandi, Yin Zhaoga couldn't help but think about it. This treasure was something that could only be found in the jade-clear, primordial heavenly lord of primordial, beginning ancestral masters Tao arena, the Jade Void Palace. It was the only one of its kind under the heavens. While it wasn't impossible for a descendant to obtain it by chance, the probability was just too low. As for the Manjushri heavenly lord of vast law, the Samantabhadra cultivated deity and the compassionate cultivated deity, the three bigwigs of the jade, clear lineage, had entered Western Buddhism together after the primordial heavenly lord had transcended. If they were the ones who brought him over, the possibility of it being higher. Sure enough, he was right. I don't know about compassionate spiritual master, but Samantabhadra spiritual master should still be alive, Gaohan replied with a smile. Yin Zhaoga's expression seemed like he was smiling, yet also not. Then, can you tell me about the situation of the three altars sea meeting divinity, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, and the mystical mountains front division protectors? The great god of the three altars sea meeting, Neza, pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing, guardian Jinjia of Spirited Mountain, traveling monk Huiyin Musa. This was one of the more famous families in history. The mystical mountains front division protectors are still in the central blessed lands of Saha, which is now the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Gaohan's expression remained the same, and he said, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king had entered the western Pure Lands. As for the whereabouts of the three altars sea meeting divinity, forgive me for not knowing about it, and I'm still investigating it. However, during the great calamity, during the battle where the heavenly court's divine palace perished, it was rumored that the three altars sea meeting divinity had fought till the end. It's highly possible that he had become a protector. The so-called protector becoming a protector was a euphemistic way of saying that he had perished. Feng Yinxing frowned slightly and looked towards Gaohan. If one were to say that the other party didn't have any good intentions, he didn't hide anything about the dangers and told her everything. However, if one were to say that he had good intentions, no matter how she listened to it, she felt that he was digging a huge pit and was coaxing her to jump into it. Yin Zhaoga pondered. Is the exalted solar luminary trying to probe us? Although the compassionate cultivated deity and the Samantabhadra cultivated deity had joined Buddhism, our three clear lineage still had some relations with them. Gaohan smiled and answered, moreover, we're only after the three brilliances sacred water. We don't have to make things difficult for traveling monk Huiyin. Speaking of which, traveling monk Huiyin is also one of our Taoism seniors. After pondering for a while, Yin Zhaoga asked, what's the latest development of the battle? Where did traveling monk Huiyin appear? Which experts of the Western Pure Lands, the demon race, and even the two heretics are there? Among the immortal court heretics, 3,000 immortal territories, 800 of them perished and fell into the hands of the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Gaohan said, however, compared to this, the biggest blow to the immortal court was the 4 heavenly immortals being killed by Taoists. The number of the immortal court's 12 heavenly lords was already inferior to the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhas. After 4 of them were killed by Taoist Suo, they couldn't be replenished within a short period of time, which led to their current predicament. However, with the Western Pure Lands' assistance, the immortal court heretics had already stabilized their footing. They're continuously trying to reclaim the 800 immortal territories that they occupied. Naturally, the blessed lands of the White Lotus wouldn't allow them to do so. In fact, they're even hoping to take another step forward. Both sides are currently in a stalemate, and no one would give up so easily. Gao Han smiled and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, it'll take a long time for a victor to be determined." Yin Zhaoge said, plainly, "For the current situation, at least half of the credit goes to the exalted solar luminaries plan. I'm impressed. I'm not worthy of such praise." Gao Han shook his head. "My shallow cultivation is merely for the southern extremity longevity Emperor's reference. Moreover, it's all thanks to Daoist Suo that everything could be accomplished." He looked at Yin Zhaoge and said with a smile, "You've also contributed a lot to this. Daoist Xiao and the others had contributed a lot as well. Only by accumulating a few grains of sand could a tower be formed. Did they manage to accomplish such a great feat, I dare not claim any credit for myself." "You're being too polite, exalted solar luminary." Yin Zhaoge's expression remained calm. Gao Han smiled and continued, "Traveling monk Huiyan isn't within the immortal court's territory. Instead, he's fighting against a few great demon immortals within the void's boundless outskirts. There are also other experts from the Western Pure Lands and the demon race nearby. However, there aren't any grand heavenly immortal Buddhas or demon race great sages by his side." "Which great demons did he face directly?" Yin Zhaoge asked without batting an eyelid. Gao Han answered, "According to the latest information I received, the crane race, the monkey race, and the great rock race are among them." "No wonder." Yin Zhaoge's expression remained calm as he said, "In the past, the great rock race's prime, clear bigwig, the feathered wings immortal, had suffered a loss against the Three Brilliances' sacred water." Gao Han nodded. "That's right. In order to restrain the great rock, traveling monk Huiyan brought along the Three Brilliances' sacred water." Chapter 1377. If it's a great rock. Yin Zhaoge suddenly frowned. "I heard that during the war against the Western Pure Lands, the demon race's leader was the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, who was famous during the Middle Era. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, also known as the Golden-Winged Rock Eagle, was a great sage of the demon race who was once famous during the Middle Journey to the West Era. Later on, it was captured and suppressed by Buddha Tathagata and brought back to the Spirited Mountain's Thunder Treasure Temple. Since then, there had been no news of it. After the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha transcended and the Maitreya Buddha was born as the future Buddha, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles was no longer seen in the central blessed lands of Sa. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles only reappeared in front of the world 20 years ago when the demon race re-entered the world and fought against the Western Pure Lands. In the battlefield of the Western Pure Lands, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles was the bigwig that led the other demon race experts. He possessed remarkable abilities that could overturn the heavens and overturn the earth, giving the Buddhist Bantis endless headaches. Moreover, his speed was truly too swift, and it seemed as if time and space were nothing to him. Even the Buddha, who was at the golden immortal realm and had lotuses beneath his feet, couldn't catch up to him. Thus, with his strength alone, he could practically oversee the entire battlefield. It was as if he was everywhere. When the Buddhist Bantis of the Western Pure Lands fought against the other demonic immortals, they had to split some of their attention to prevent the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles from ambushing them. In this way, even if it was an evenly matched battle, it would become extremely passive due to being tied up. What gave the Western Pure Lands a headache was that the difference in their cultivation realms was too great. It was useless even if they were careful. This great rock could casually pass by, and with a flap of its wings, a large number of Buddhists, enlightening Buddhists and Arhats, could be killed or injured. It was only by relying on some arrays and treasures that they were able to stabilize their footing. However, as a result, the overall mobilization lost its rigidity. Later on, more Buddhist cultivators joined the battle and set up ambushes to kill the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. Only then did he restrain himself. However, being able to escape from the encirclement was enough to show his ability. Compared to opponents of the same level, the other great rocks with lower cultivation were also very proficient in speed. They wreaked havoc everywhere and brought a lot of trouble to the Western Pure Lands. That was why traveling monk Hui and brought the triple brilliance sacred water out of the mountain and traveled around the world, helping to subdue the great rocks one after another. Traveling monk Hui and specifically targeted the great rock race. Yin Zhaoge frowned as he looked at Gao Han. If the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles knew about it, why would he ignore it? If I can think of this, the Buddhist experts from the Western Pure Lands should be able to think of it as well. They're already pondering on how to kill the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles again. It's hard to say if traveling monk Hui and is the bait. The Great. The clan was the Dragon Clan, Clan Temple's clan. Clan Sage. Clans long sect Dragon Clans Wu Clan. Dragon Clans. If 1,000 clan rock rows, rock long, clan, rock million row. However, if someone else interfered and made things difficult for traveling monk Huiyin, the Buddhist bigwig might have no choice but to give up on his original plan and deal with the problem in front of him. Yin Zhaoge stared at Gao Han. Gao Han nodded. You're right. Indeed. He smiled. On the other hand, if the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, the group of Buddhas, and the other demon race great sages make their moves, no one would bother traveling monk Huiyin anymore. That would be our chance. As for everyone not making a move, we can only say that none of us are fated to obtain the three brilliances sacred water. Gao Han said calmly, in this world, many things don't go according to one's wishes. You're right. However, there's another possibility. Yin Zhaoge remained expressionless. Exalted solar luminary, you know about the three brilliances sacred water's effects. I know about it as well. What about the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the immortal court's people? Is this fishing trap for the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, or us? He stared straight into Gao Han's eyes. Although the immortal court is currently being suppressed by the blessed lands of the White Lotus, an immeasurable heavenly Lord doesn't seem to be able to split himself up. This matter involves the heavenly essence stone's fragments. No matter if it's them or us, we mustn't ignore it. Gao Han's gaze met Yin Zhaoge's, and his gaze became brighter. This time, he didn't conceal the look of admiration within his eyes. Previously, this was the only thing that worried me. Gao Han clapped his hands and smiled. However, now, we don't have to worry about it anymore. Oh, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows. I'd like to hear the details. Gao Han smiled and said, recently, the Maitreya Buddha personally visited the immortal court's territory. Buddha's radiance shone upon the 800 immortal territories occupied by the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Does that mean that the immeasurable heavenly Lord can't even take care of himself? Yin Zhaoge came to a realization. If the immeasurable heavenly Lord couldn't personally make a move, the immortal court's other grand heavenly immortals, such as the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the other Orthodox Taoism's grand heavenly immortals, could handle the situation. However, they were still wary of the Western Pure Lands experts observing from the sidelines. As such, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others had to remain low profile and hide behind the scenes. This way, they would have more room to maneuver. Please believe me, my actions are no different from Taoist Xiao, Taoist Yin, and the others. We're all trying to revive our Taoism. Only, our methods are slightly different. Gao Han said in a friendly tone, from a certain perspective, Taoist Jiang is the same as well. Of course, he's different from us. Yin Zhaoge said calmly, forgive me for being rude, but you exalted solar luminary have your own unique style as well. The exalted water luminary, Chun Xuanzong, the brocade emperor, Fu Yunxi, and Yin Zhaoge's mother, Xue Chuqing, were probably deeply affected by this. So, what do you think about the three brilliances sacred water? Gao Han didn't mind Yin Zhaoge's evaluation at all. His smile remained warm. Before discussing the three brilliances sacred water, I have something else I'd like to ask the exalted solar luminary about. Yin Zhaoge suddenly asked, in the past, in the Eight Extremities worlds, our Broad Creed Mountains lineage had a legacy treasure. That was the treasure of the Jade, clear lineage's Lord of Broad Accomplishment, Grandmaster. According to the legends, a corner of the cyclic heavenly seal had fallen off. Only, this treasure disappeared without a trace. Senior, you've been to the Eight Extremities worlds before. Do you have any clues about it? Yin Zhaoge looked at Gao Han calmly. Something's missing. Look for Gao Han. Although it might not be accurate, Yin Zhaoge felt that this was the most efficient method. The exalted solar luminary blinked, and the smile on his face turned into laughter. Yin Zhaoge was smiling as well, but his gaze was sharp. Gao Han's smile slowly disappeared, and his expression was filled with emotions. His gaze suddenly lit up to the point of being blinding. In the past, I felt that leaving this treasure in a lower realm was like a pearl covered in dust. As such, I casually took it away. I didn't expect such a fate to happen. The radiance within Gao Han's eyes dissipated, and he regained his calmness. As he lamented, he waved his hand. A clump of light slowly flew in front of Yin Zhaoge and stopped. Chapter 1378. The clump of light flew in front of Yin Zhaoge. Within the radiance, an irregularly shaped rock appeared in front of Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng. Yin Zhaoge extended his hand to receive it. Then he felt his palms sinking. He cultivated supreme martial arts like the cyclic heavenly scripture, which granted him great strength. With his current cultivation, it was as easy as flipping his palm to carry mountains and rivers. However, Yin Zhaoge actually still found it rather strenuous to hold that seemingly inconspicuous piece of broken stone that carried a few sharp edges in it. However, at the same time, he could clearly feel that the rock contained a feeling that was compatible with the martial arts concept that he had cultivated. It came from the same source as the cyclic heavenly scripture, and had even reached an extreme level of charm. Yin Zhaoge cultivated the cyclic heavenly scripture. When he was still a martial saint, his comprehension of the cyclic heavenly scripture had already far surpassed the standard of other true immortals. When he held this rock in his hand, he had a deep feeling about it. Now his mind seemed to have cleared up, and his thoughts reversed. Not only did he come to the time before the great calamity, but he also went back to the ancient past. He went through the Middle Ages and even the ancient era, reaching the ancient era when it was still primitive and desolate. According to the legends, the cyclic heavenly seal was refined using the mountain peak of the ancient era's heavenly mountain after its peak broke off. It's indeed true. Yin Zhaoge calmed his mind. After breathing in and out, his body seemed to be trembling slightly. Seeing this, Gao Han clapped his hands and praised. Such a high talent. Just by touching the cyclic heavenly seal's fragment, your comprehension of the cyclic heavenly scripture seems to have improved a lot. At this point, every little bit of progress is precious. For you to be able to do it so easily, it shows how deep your previous accumulations are. You only need a little bit more to break through the window paper. Now that there was a chance, he immediately achieved it. You flatter me, exalted solar luminary. Yin Zhaoge didn't evade in front of Gao Han. His body trembled for a moment and returned to normal. Then he kept the rock. Seeing his appearance, Feng Yunxing knew that the rock was indeed the cyclic heavenly seal's fragment. As a disciple of the Broad Creed Mountain, she had heard of the legend of this cyclic heavenly seal's fragment. She knew that it was a treasure obtained by the Broad Creed Mountain's founder in the Eight Extremities world. In the Eight Extremities world, the Broad Creed Mountain's martial arts originated partly from this cyclic heavenly seal's fragment. At that time, in a lower realm, the highest cultivation level of a martial artist was only at the merging avatar level. This fragment of the flipping heaven seal was a divine object. The higher one's cultivation, the more they would be able to appreciate its extraordinariness. If one's cultivation was insufficient, the harvest would be relatively limited. However, even so, this treasure had also benefited Broad Creed Mountain greatly, allowing it to distinguish itself amongst the numerous sects in the history of the Eight Extremities world as it flourished. But later on, this treasure was lost. From the looks of it now, it was indeed Gao Han who had stolen something when he had descended to the Eight Extremities world. Regarding the Three Brilliances sacred water, if the exalted solar luminary has any concrete information and is able to grasp the situation, we might as well give it a try. Only, I don't know if we can help you. After keeping the cyclic heavenly seal fragment, Yin Zhaoge looked at Gao Han and said. Gao Han faintly smiled. With you and your wife traveling together, we will definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Exalted solar luminary is too polite. Yin Zhaoge said. If that's the case, I'll have to contact the sky beyond skies and inform my seniors about the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the obscured way world's 5 elements mountain. Please wait for a while, exalted solar luminary. Gao Han made a pleased gesture, of course. I'll have to inform the southern extremity longevity emperor about this as well. After both sides had settled their matters, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng followed Gao Han and headed towards the depths of the boundless void. Both parties traveled together. Naturally, there was no lack of mutual probing along the way. It was practically going on at all times. Needless to say, Yin Zhaoge was wary of Gao Han. Gao Han was similarly tight-lipped, making it hard for Yin Zhaoge to obtain any valuable information. However, Gao Han didn't mind telling Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng about the latest battle between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court heretics. If that's the case, the Immortal Court had a grand heavenly immortal who almost perished? Asked Yin Zhaoge with interest. Not bad, Gao Han answered. Right now, their disadvantage in terms of the number of grand heavenly immortals and grand virtual immortals is obvious. Compared to the heretics, it's easier to replenish true immortals and profound immortals, but it'll be difficult for them to advance further. Of course, in terms of numbers, it's still easier than us. Yin Zhaoge stroked his chin. 8 out of the 3,000 immortal territories were gone, with the blessed lands of the White Lotus occupying the myriad of worlds. However, the Immortal Court had to defend fewer places as a result, which allowed them to maintain their manpower. In other words, they were using space to exchange for time and time to rest. I'm afraid that some places might have been strategically given up. That's the logic, but it'll be very difficult to take it back. Gao Han chuckled. The 800 immortal territories encompassing worlds of various sizes. There are over 10,000 of them, and their population is in the hundreds of millions or even billions. These are the source of faith power and incense that the heretics value the most. They can try to move the people to other places, but they can't take the resources and treasures with them in a hurry. Even if they didn't leave the population for the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the 800 immortal territories population would still be a huge problem for the remaining 2,200 immortal territories. Just the internal coordination alone would be a huge problem for them. Gao Han said slowly, now that 20 years have passed, the initial chaos should have calmed down. The desire to return to their homeland and take revenge grew stronger. Under the guidance of the Immortal Court's higher-ups, it would condense into an even stronger faith power. However, if they couldn't reclaim their homeland after a long time, no matter how much the migrating population believes in the Immortal Court, their faith would be shaken. They would be dissatisfied, and they would also be doubtful. After accumulating to a certain extent, their anger towards the outside world wouldn't be appeased, and the spearhead would be directed towards the internal world. If it were any other place, it wouldn't matter if the people's hearts were shaken. However, for the heretics' worlds, no matter if it was the Immortal Court or the blessed lands of the White Lotus, if they didn't have the people's hearts, it would be a disaster that would shake their foundations. If the impact was small and the number of people was small, it would still be fine. However, the Immortal Court had suffered a huge loss this time. If there were any internal conflicts, they couldn't be underestimated. If they continuously purified and strengthened the effects, they might be able to stop the declining trend. However, the blessed lands of the White Lotus clearly didn't want to give the Immortal Court a chance to rest. Their attacks never stopped, forcing the Immortal Court to fight against the external enemies. They couldn't focus on dealing with their internal problems. Not only the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, even the Immortal Court's experts, starting from the Exalt Martial Saint realm, will be able to benefit from the faith power. Yin Zhaoge lightly clapped his hands. With the faith power declining, the Immortal Court's higher-ups wouldn't experience a drop in their cultivation. However, they would be affected more or less. It would be even harder to replenish the fallen higher-ups. Chapter 1379. Although the specific degree of decline varies from person to person, there are very few who are unaffected. If there is one, he paused for a moment, then continued. That is those who do not walk the path of the outer path, but have the talent and potential to break through to the same realm. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing understood. Someone like the sword devil, Yin Shiyang. Gao Han nodded. That's right, it's precisely so. Speaking of which, I've even met an emperor of the heretic path from the immortal court. She was a woman. While her talent and strength weren't comparable to the sword devil's, she was still extremely outstanding. Yin Zhaoge said. She claimed to have enjoyed the incense of the 5 territories. He really is one of the more outstanding heretic true immortals. Gao Han said. There are 3,000 immortal realms of the external Tao. Normally speaking, every true immortal can enjoy 4 to 5 realms of the power of faith. A slightly mocking smile appeared on his face. The higher you go, the more you can come into contact with the real world. In fact, you've also gradually begun to understand that their path isn't as fair and equal as they claim to be. As long as you're sincere, you'll have a chance. Similarly, there are different grades. The more outstanding true immortals could enjoy 5 realms of faith power, while the more ordinary heretic true immortals could only enjoy 4 realms. Yin Zhaoge stroked his chin with his palm. To be honest, I had once concealed my tracks within the immortal court heretics territory for a few days. Only, I didn't come into contact with many immortal realm heretics experts, and my understanding of them was rather limited. At that time, there was a Han emperor in the immortal realm, but he was killed by the exalted fire luminary. It was said that he enjoyed the incense of the 12 immortal realms. What level is he at? He looked at Gao Han and asked. Han Sovereign was one of the 2 heretic profound immortals whom Yin Zhaoge, the Brocade Emperor, and the Encompassing Emperor had encountered when they first entered the 9 underworlds to search for Feng Yinsheng. Later on, because they injured Mars Halberd, they provoked Suo Mingzhong to wreak havoc in the immortal court. It was also at that time that Suo Mingzhong accidentally caught a powerhouse of the immortal court who had besieged Exalted with luminary, Xiao Junwang. Only then did he know that Xiao Junwang had disappeared in that original nebula. 12 immortal realms is considered small. I reckon he's a duo chi fused aura, Shin immortal. Gao Han answered. Normally speaking, Shin immortals of the heretic path can enjoy the power of faith from incense flames of the 12th to 15th realm. An exalted martial saint would normally only enjoy the power of faith from a few to a dozen worlds in a celestial realm. For example, the vast Yang Exalt Pei Hua, whom Yin Zhaoge had met in the past, could share in the faith power of the Loathing Square immortal realm. Pei Hua included the power of faith that he and all the living beings of the Loathing Square immortal realm offered to the immeasurable heavenly Lord might be taken by some emperor of the immortal court. This emperor of the immortal court could enjoy the power of faith from the worshippers of the 4 to 5 directions immortal realms, including the Loathing Square immortal realm. There were dozens of worlds under his rule, maybe even close to 100. In the same way, about 3 true immortal great emperors of the heretic path and the power of faith that they enjoyed from the dozens of worlds under the jurisdiction of the immortal realm were also shared by a heretic mystic immortal. The reason why he said he was enjoying it and not sharing it was because the power of faith and incense in these worlds mainly belonged to the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Under normal circumstances, a virtual immortal heretic could enjoy anywhere from 36 to 45 celestial realms. Gao Han continued. As for a heavenly immortal heretic, he could enjoy anywhere from 216 celestial realms to 270 celestial realms. The specifics vary from person to person. The immortal court originally had 12 heavenly lords. If we count them all, there should be around 72 virtual immortal heavenly monarchs. Yin Zhaoge stroked his chin. Gao Han said, "That's right. The number of 12 grand heavenly immortals is relatively stable, with very few of them perishing. Due to the difficulty of ascending, it's also rare for someone to be replaced. Due to the conflict with the blessed lands of the White Lotus, starting from the virtual immortal heavenly monarch level, the number of grand heavenly immortals gradually became unstable. Occasionally, there would be a change, or there might be a temporary shortage of people. They would need time to recuperate to make up for it. As for the profound immortals and true immortals, while they have the most numbers, they would change the most as well. During the war against the Buddhism heretics, some would perish from time to time. However, it's relatively easy to replenish their numbers. As he spoke, he scanned the void surroundings. This time, due to Taoist Sua's sudden appearance, the heretics suffered a huge loss. Yin Zhaoga nodded. For heavenly immortals perished. Not only did they suffer a great loss, they even lost more than 20 virtual immortal heavenly monarchs. It's hard to replenish their losses within a short period of time. The blessed lands of the White Lotus immediately attacked the immortal court. It was as if they wanted to take advantage of the immortal court's weakness, forcing the immortal court into a vicious cycle. Due to their lack of combat strength, they lost their territories and urgently needed to replenish their combat strength to salvage the situation. However, after losing their territories, it became difficult for them to replenish their combat strength. As their combat strength couldn't be replenished, they were still being suppressed. Fortunately, the immeasurable heavenly Lord was still around, and the immortal court's foundations were extremely deep. After losing 800 celestial realms, they finally stabilized their footing, preventing the blessed lands of the White Lotus from advancing any further. However, it was too difficult to retaliate. After the blessed lands of the White Lotus occupied 800 celestial realms and myriad worlds, they weren't just sitting around doing nothing. Most of the natives were relocated away by the immortal court, not leaving any for the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, the blessed lands of the White Lotus could still migrate their own territories over, repopulate, and take root there. Now that 20 years had passed, the lifespan of mortals was sufficient for a generation to grow. If they continued expanding, the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the immortal court's strength would only grow. If you're one of the heretics, and you're currently facing the Buddhism heretics' aggressiveness and disadvantage, what would you do to turn the situation around? Yin Zhaoga suddenly asked. Gao Han smiled and answered without hesitation. I'll look for an opportunity to forcefully illuminate our 3 clear lineages virtual immortals, profound immortals, or demon race small saints. Although the difficulty is high, and I'll need to expend a lot of energy to succeed within a short period of time, facing the blessed lands of the White Lotus's pressure, I might not have the time to do such a thing. However, if I want to make up for my shortcomings and turn the situation around, this would be the fastest way to turn the situation around. Not only would he strengthen himself, but he would also attack his opponents or potential opponents. Forcefully illuminating someone would require a huge disparity in strength between the two parties. As such, virtual immortals would have to be enticed to be willing. As for profound immortals, if the immeasurable heavenly Lord were to personally act, there might be a possibility of forcefully illuminating them. Of course, if the immeasurable heavenly Lord wasn't willing, it would be another problem if the immeasurable heavenly Lord could maintain the situation for a long period of time. Yin Zhaoga believed that if he was truly related to the Supreme Elder Lord, Gao Han wouldn't have sold him to the Immortal Court even if he wanted to. However, if he were in the Immortal Court's shoes, he would also consider the feasibility of such a plan and search for an opportunity. No matter if it was him, Feng Yunsheng, Gao Han, or the others, they would have to be wary of the Immortal Court schemes in the future. We're approaching that universe. Gao Han smiled and said, "Let me introduce a few Taoists to you." Chapter 1380. Someone who's coming along with us? Yin Zhaoga's gaze flickered. That's right. Gao Han explained. Traveling monk Hui and is an expert equivalent to our Taoism's grand virtual immortal realm. Other Western Pure Lands and demon race experts are present in the battlefield nearby. If we're going to act, we'll have to make ample preparations. Yin Zhaoga nodded. You're right. Only which expert did the exalted solar luminary invite? Gao Han smiled as he answered. an old senior of the heavenly court's divine palace and his disciple, as well as another senior who had already made a name for himself before the great calamity, having avoided the tribulation of the great calamity afterwards and lived till now. "I'd like to hear the details," said Yin Zhaoge. "I'm sure you've heard of the heavenly court's divine palaces, spirit sky palaces, for sacred marshals, right?" asked Gao Han. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng looked at each other, and both of them nodded. The overseas loose immortal experts of the ancient investitures of the gods' era were collectively known as the Nine Dragons Islands Four Sages. They came out of seclusion together to assist the prime, clear, severing sect. In the end, they suffered a tribulation together and entered the investiture of the gods. They entered the heavenly court's divine palace and were conferred the title of the Spirit Heaven Palace's Four Sage Grand Generals. "If that's the case, it should be Li Xingba," said Yin Zhaoge after thinking for a while. Among the Nine Dragons Island's Four Sages, Li Xingba suffered a calamity and entered the investiture of the gods because of Mujia, otherwise known as Traveling Monk Huiyin. "That's right. It's old Li Xingba." With a smile, Gao Han nodded and answered, "The other three had perished during the great calamity. Only old Li survived until now. He has secluded himself within the void's outskirts, not bothering himself with worldly affairs. If Traveling Monk Huiyin hadn't come out from the Western Pure Lands, I wouldn't have been able to convince old Li to come out. There was also a disciple he had accepted after the great calamity, Gong Sunhui. This time, he had come along with Li Xingba." Yin Zhaoge asked, "The other one isn't from the heavenly court's divine palace?" "Yes. The other one is Taoist Crimson Mist. He was originally an overseas, scattered immortal before the great calamity. He survived during the great calamity and lived by the void's boundless outskirts. He's a good friend of old Li's, and he's here to assist you." As an overseas sea-wandering immortal, Li Xingba got along well with Taoist Crimson Mist, and they often visited each other. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "This person isn't of our three clear direct lineage, right? But it doesn't matter. Everyone here can be considered Orthodox Taoism now. Before the appearance of the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the immortal court heretics, the three clear lineages' Orthodox lineage was a clear lineage of inheritance. Tracing back to their origins, they were all the legitimate disciples of the three clear lineages' founding masters. If they didn't have the explicit permission of the sect's masters, they could only be considered as a side branch of the Tao sect. Or perhaps he inherited the virtue of the grand, pure, heavenly Lord of Tao and virtue to spread the Tao and was considered to be part of the grand, pure one sect. Even so, the difference between the three clear lineage and the three clear lineage of Taoism was still very clear. For example, in the world beyond worlds, the lineage of the southern blazing heaven territories Phoenix, Ritual Mountains, Wudong Slope, and the northern profound heaven territories Cloud, Pavilion Mountain, profound remnant locale were, strictly speaking, side branches of the three purities rather than direct lineage. The side branches were not necessarily weaker than the direct descendants. During the era before the great calamity, martial arts flourished and 100 flowers blossomed. Many side branches of Taoism were passed down, and their development was extremely prosperous. Of course, they couldn't compare to existences like the Jade Illusory Palace, Tushita Palace, and Roving Jade Palace. What Yin Zhaoge was more concerned about was the fact that most of the martial arts circulating within the immortal court were passed down by the once powerful side branches of the three clear lineage. During the great calamity, the side branches of the three clear lineage might have been absorbed by the heretics and became the initial foundation of the immortal court. Some joined the immortal court, while some didn't. Some of the side branches of the three clear lineage were recruited by the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the others. They entered the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens. However, there were also some who lived in seclusion. This Taoist Crimson Mist was one of them. No matter if it was him or Li Xingba, they were both hiding within the boundless void's outskirts. They lived in seclusion and didn't care about the worldly affairs. Whether the immortal court heretics were powerful or not, or the orthodox Taoism situation, they didn't care about them. They only wished to remain independent. Under normal circumstances, the immortal court wouldn't spend too much effort on existences like them that didn't seem to be of any importance. After all, it was too difficult to find someone who rarely showed himself within the boundless void's outskirts. Actually, strictly speaking, Li Xingba isn't of the prime clear severing sect's direct lineage. Only, I've heard about him from the severing sect, and he had some ties with them. After leaving the heavenly court's divine palace and the investiture of gods, he immediately returned to the deep mountains, like a dragon returning to the ocean, said Yin Zhaoge with a smile. Gao Han's smile was as bright as the spring breeze. Just like what you've said, we're still considered the same now. Indeed, Yin Zhaoge's smile was similarly as bright as the sun. If he were to have a huge conflict with traveling monk Huiyin, and the Samantabhadra enlightened, or the compassionate enlightened, came to settle the score, and everyone still cared about their relationship, elderly Xingba would be a natural shield. Zhaoge, your smiles are so similar. Feng Yinsheng secretly transmitted her voice to Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's expression remained calm as he replied, I really want to give this guy a thumbs up. It must have been tough for him to find a helper like Li Xingba. Forget about Li Xingba's enmity with traveling monk Huiyin. A loose immortal like Taoist Crimson Mist found a cave manor within the boundless void's outskirts to live in seclusion. He didn't occupy any population, nor did he occupy any treasures or resources. Although it's hard for him to develop, he would still be able to avoid the heretic's attention under most circumstances. Why did he suddenly come here? Feng Yinsheng asked. Is he here to help Li Xingba? After thinking for a while, Yin Zhaoge answered, he should be here for the three brilliances' sacred water. As they were talking, a radiance shone from afar. We're here. Gao Han smiled and went forward. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng walked together with him. When they got closer, three streams of lights flashed by. Three people were already standing in front of them. The one in the lead wore a fishtail golden crown and a pale, yellow Taoist robe. His face was as red as a date, and he had a long beard. Yin Zhaoge recognized him as one of the four sage great generals of the Soaring Sky Palace, Li Xingba, who was established by the Heavenly Court's divine palace in the past. On his left was a middle-aged man who wore the same pale yellow Taoist robe as him. He should be his disciple, Gong Sunhui. On Li Xingba's right stood an old Taoist who wore a crimson-red Taoist robe. His robe had patterns of wind and clouds embroidered on it. Old man Li, Taoist Crimson Mist, Taoist Gong Sunhui, I'm sorry for making you wait for so long. Gao Han smiled and greeted the three. You're being too polite, Taoist Gao. We've just arrived as well, said Taoist Crimson Mist politely. After Li Xingba and Gong Sunhui greeted him, they looked towards Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng. Taoist Gao, may I know which famed mountain these two are from? Which cave manor? I was just about to introduce you to them. Gao Han smiled and turned his head. He first looked at Yin Zhaoge. This is Taoist Yin Zhaoge. He's known as the #1 genius of our Taoism after the Great Calamity. Even before the Great Calamity, there weren't many who could match up to him. In the past, he was known as the fallen deity. Now that he has pushed open the immortal door and returned to the 9 heavens, the title of fallen deity is no longer appropriate. When Taoist Ling and I talk about him, we're used to calling him Young Heavenly Lord. Chapter 1381. Young Celestial Master? The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. Why have I never known that I have such a title? Most of the names of immortal realm martial artists were particular. There had never been a true immortal with the monarch title of Immortal Emperor, and there had never been a profound immortal with the monarch title of Immortal Sovereign. Otherwise, how would the higher-level virtual immortals and heaven immortals view him? Being arrogant and conceited in one's title would definitely attract others to measure one's true level. If one had the ability to make all those who were dissatisfied return empty-handed, then one would naturally be recognized and praised by everyone. Otherwise, even if they were beaten to death, no one would be there to complain about it. No matter how powerful an exalt martial saint was, he wouldn't directly use the title Heavenly Exalt. Otherwise, he would definitely be watched by all the heavenly exalts in the world, regardless of which camp he belonged to. At most, if a supreme of the 9 heavens like Himion came to play the game, the group of grand heavenly immortals might not bother with a martial saint. Generally speaking, the origin of an honorific title would be chosen by the person themselves. Then, it would be acknowledged by others and gradually spread. There were also those who were given the name by others, and the name itself was accepted by more people, and from there it spread. Yin Zhaoge had just ascended to the immortal realm not long ago. He had yet to think about the emperor title. As someone who loved to show off, of course, he had to consider it carefully. However, the title of fallen deity and the title of supreme sovereign were indeed not suitable. It was just that he did not expect that Gao Han would give him the title of young heavenly lord. According to common customs, the word Shao was added to a person's title. Its meaning was roughly equivalent to Shao, but it was more respectful, and at the same time, it expressed high hopes and expectations. It was just like how someone had addressed Yin Zhaoge as the solar luminary young master back when his cultivation base had still been low, and he had just arrived in the world beyond worlds due to the extreme Yang seal. Out of kindness, the so-called young heavenly lord could be understood as someone who was not a heavenly lord yet, but would definitely ascend to the grand heavenly realm in the future. This was an expression of their high opinion of Yin Zhaoge's potential, a kind of expectation. However, if it was malicious, there was another explanation. He was invincible beneath the grand heavenly immortal realm, an existence closest to the heavenly lord level. It was fine to directly explain it as a trainee, celestial venerable. Grand heavenly immortals would definitely not feel offended by such a title. However, it was hard to say what the virtual immortals and Xian immortals would think of a perfected immortal. This situation, this scene coming from Gao Han's mouth, no matter how I look at it, it seems like he's trying to stir up trouble. Yin Zhaoge criticized in his heart, but his expression did not change in the slightest. He smiled and cupped his hands towards Li Xingba and the others. Greetings, Yin Zhaoge. Li Xingba, Daoist Crimson Mist, and Gong Suan Hui's eyes turned cold. He had originally thought that Yin Zhaoge would be panicking and uneasy, hurriedly saying a few words of modesty. Who would have thought that he would openly accept the title of young Empyrean? Li Xingba and the others would rather believe that Yin Zhaoge didn't understand the meaning behind this title. Otherwise, how arrogant would he have to be to dare to do such a thing? Don't you know that even many essence immortal heavenly lords don't deserve this title? Gao Han's eyes lit up, feeling slightly surprised. He looked at Yin Zhaoge with a playful look in his eyes. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's calm expression, Li Xingba's expression suddenly darkened. However, he did not get angry. Instead, he turned to look at Feng Yunsheng. May I know how to address you? This is Taoist Feng Yunsheng. She's Taoist Yan's junior apprentice sister, as well as his wife. Gao Han smiled and introduced. Li Xingba and the others were slightly startled. They looked at Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng again, and their gazes were filled with doubt. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng could tell what they were doubting. Feng Yunsheng frowned, while Yin Zhaoge chuckled. After Li Xingba glanced at Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, he turned his head towards Gao Han and said in a deep voice, based on what Taoist Gao said, the environment we're in is extremely dangerous. Other than that Mujia, there's no lack of demon race and Buddhist experts around. I'm fine with this Taoist Feng traveling with us. However, this Taoist Yin, he's in the true immortal realm. I'm afraid that we'll have to take care of him. Otherwise, we'll have to stop at the outskirts. He faced Feng Yunsheng's intense gaze and said, I'm a boorish person, and I like to be direct with my words. Even if Taoist Feng can take care of your husband, you'll still have to be distracted. We aren't just going there to take a look. This old man wants to find trouble with that Mujia, while you guys want to obtain the 3 brilliances sacred water. Both of them aren't easy to accomplish. Li Xingba said slowly, even going all out isn't enough, let alone multitasking. Old man Li, you're overthinking it. Gao Han smiled. I'm not exaggerating. The young heavenly lord's capabilities can't be judged by his cultivation alone. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had many praises for Taoist Yin as well. After hearing the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's name, Li Xingba and the others' expressions turned solemn. Yin Zhaoge looked at them coldly. However, he felt that Gao Han was up to no good. Although Taoist Yin is young and had just ascended to the immortal realm, he had once created an upper world. He's already the ancestor of a world. Gao Han praised. In the past, even if the 9 of us worked together, we wouldn't amount to much. Created an upper world? Li Xingba and the others were shocked. They revealed expressions of disbelief and looked at Yin Zhaoge again. Are you serious? Even Taoist Crimson Mist, who was the calmest among them, was astonished. Not a lower world, but an upper world similar to the world beyond worlds that you guys created. This isn't something a true immortal can do, right? Even if he possesses the Jade, Clear Heaven Opening Scripture, Prime, Clear Dragon Han Tribulation Scripture, and Grand Clear Grand Commencement Divine Finger, it's still impossible. Could it be that the 3 of them had misjudged Yin Zhaoge? Was his cultivation not only in the true immortal realm? However, Gao Han had clearly said that Yin Zhaoge had just ascended to the immortal realm. What treasure did he borrow? After all, Li Xingba was a veteran expert that roamed the world during the ancient investitures of the Gods' era. He was the first to calm down. Yin Zhaoge looked at Gao Han with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. As expected, Gao Han smiled and said, "Old man Li, you should still remember the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Awakened Sky Hall, right? Of course, I know about the Pill Hall." Li Xingba's expression came to a realization. You're saying that the Awakened Sky Hall wasn't destroyed and it fell into his hands. Gao Han smiled and nodded. Not only does Taoist Yin possess extraordinary talents, but he's also someone blessed with great fortune. How could a golden fish in a pond be compared to him? Naturally, he would transform into a dragon after encountering a storm. Li Xingba went into deep thought. His gaze towards Yin Zhaoge became more judgmental. His disciple, Gong Suinhui's face revealed an unconcealable envy. Taoist Gao has always been reliable. Naturally, we could trust him. Taoist Crimson Mist came out to mediate the situation. However, this matter is of utmost importance. Naturally, Taoist Li would be more cautious. He looked towards Yin Zhaoge and smiled. If you were already known as the fallen deity before ascending to the immortal realm, your talents and strength would be more outstanding than others. Now that you've ascended to the 9 heavens, it wouldn't be wrong to call you the young heavenly lord. I hope that you'll be able to reach the grand heavenly realm in the future. Chapter 1382. Yin Zhaoge first cupped his hands towards Taoist Crimson Mist. Thank you for your auspicious words, Taoist. This Yin is eternally grateful. Not at all, not at all. Taoist Crimson Mist smiled and shook his head. Even if he's a fallen deity or a young heavenly lord, it doesn't change the fact that he's still in the true immortal realm. Li Xingba stared at Yin Zhaoge and said coldly, even if the individual's cultivation level is astonishing and far surpasses martial artists of the same realm, a perfected immortal is not worth a finger from us essence immortals. His red face was calm. Don't think that my words are unpleasant. Let's not talk about our celestial essence, which treats true immortals' celestial chi as nothing. Just the sonorous voice of the great Tao. How can he, a true immortal, deal with it? When the time comes, I'll be frozen like a puppet. What's the difference between going and not going? Taoist Crimson Mist fell silent. What they were going to do now was only useful in terms of their current realm of strength. No matter how great his future potential was, it was useless if he couldn't fulfill it now. Although Li Xingba's words weren't pleasant to hear, they were on point. Actually, I quite agree with Taoist Li's words. Indeed, some people might as well not go. Yin Zhaoge suddenly smiled. Li Xingba and the others were stunned. Then, they saw Yin Zhaoge staring at one of them. Gong Sunhui, Li Xingba's disciple. Are you talking about me? Gong Sunhui was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. He was so angry that he laughed. You're a martial artist who has just ascended to the immortal realm. Don't you think it's ridiculous to criticize me, who has already achieved duo, chi, fused aura? Yin Zhaoga chuckled and said, a rather cruel truth to you, but to me, it is indeed something to be happy about. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and directly struck a palm towards Gong Sunhui's head. It was so fast that Gong Sunhui could barely react. Gong Sunhui couldn't react in time, but his masterly Xingba could. The red-faced old man snorted coldly. How dare you? When he said that, the red-faced elder did not raise his voice, but the feeling he gave off suddenly changed. His voice became grand and profound, as if an immortal's voice had descended from the nine heavens. At this moment, although Li Xingba hadn't made his move yet, the shapeless, sonorous voice of the great Tao had already blotted out the skies and covered the earth as it assaulted Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga instantly felt as if his soul and body were being suppressed together, as if he was about to fall into an unconscious state where he was unable to speak, unable to move, and unable to think. Gao Han, Daoist Crimson Mist, Gong Sunhui, and Feng Yunsheng seemed to have disappeared from his vision. Only Li Xingba's body remained in the world. His figure presented two completely contradictory extremes. As the sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded, its figure seemed to have become infinitely huge, filling up Yin Zhaoga's field of vision. It was everywhere, shocking one's mind. However, it also seemed to be rapidly getting further and further away from Yin Zhaoga, becoming extremely small and insignificant, extremely far away. In the next moment, the scene before Yin Zhaoga's eyes gradually disappeared. It was as if even his vision had been taken away. He could neither think nor see. His entire person seemed to have become a clay puppet that had lost its intelligence and senses and could only stand there blankly. In the eyes of others, they saw the light within Yin Zhaoga's eyes suddenly dim and vanish. Gong Sunhui sneered with a look of disdain on his face. Daoist Crimson Mist shook his head helplessly, sighing in silence. Gao Han looked towards Feng Yunsheng with a curious expression. Feng Yunsheng, who came together with Yin Zhaoga, remained silent. At this moment, her expression didn't change at all. She merely stood there quietly, as if she wasn't aware of what was happening in front of her. However, it would be ridiculous to say that she wasn't aware of what was happening. If that was the case, there could only be two explanations for her reaction. Firstly, she wasn't concerned about Yin Zhaoga. Secondly, she didn't think that what was happening in front of her would affect Yin Zhaoga, as Gao Han was thinking about it. Yin Zhaoga's eyes, which had remained blank for a moment, suddenly moved. For a moment, this body seemed to have lost its life and turned into a statue. However, now it regained its vitality and spirituality. Don't be so loud, Daoistly. I can hear you. Not only did Yin Zhaoga's eyes regain their vigor, but he even moved his neck with a relaxed expression. His palm wasn't obstructed at all, and it continued descending towards Gong Sunhui. Li Xingba's pupils shrank. The sonorous voice of the great Tao doesn't affect him at all. His disciple, Gong Sunhui's smile froze on his face. His expression was as if someone had forcefully stuffed a dead rat into his mouth. Even I find it difficult. How could someone who had just ascended to the immortal realm do it? One had to know that Li Xingba had restrained his sonorous voice and only targeted Yin Zhaoga. It didn't spread towards other directions. Otherwise, Gong Sunhui, who was in the profound immortal realm, would have a hard time resisting against his master's sonorous voice of the great Tao. Although he wouldn't be frozen like a true immortal or even a martial saint, his movements would still be obstructed, and his thoughts would definitely slow down. Daoist Crimson Mist also revealed a shocked expression as he examined Yin Zhaoga. This youngster with the surname, Yin, isn't simple at all. If he was still trying to mediate the situation earlier, he was now starting to believe Gao Han's words. A smile appeared on Gao Han's face, and his gaze brightened. Does he possess some sort of treasure, or is it because he cultivated in some sort of supreme martial art? Both. Seeing that the sonorous voice of the great Tao couldn't stop Yin Zhaoga, Li Xingba hurriedly raised his hand, and layers of yellow dust permeated the entire heaven and earth, descending towards Yin Zhaoge. But at the same time, black flames and demonic qi that glowed with a dark blue radiance immediately rose up. With a flash of the saber, the yellow dust was immediately blocked. Li Xingba focused his gaze and saw that it was Feng Yunsheng, who had been quietly standing by Yin Zhaoge's side. The terrifying pitch-black saber light actually cut through the yellow dust. On the other side, Yin Zhaoge raised his hand, flipped his palm, and struck towards Gong Sun Hui with the momentum of collapsing the heavens. As soon as an expert made a move, one would be able to tell whether one was an expert or not. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's palm descending, Gong Sun Hui immediately felt that something was wrong, and all of his previous arrogance and disdain were completely retracted. Unable to evade in time, he barely managed to raise his hand to block Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal. In a split second, he felt as if the layers of formless void around him had transformed into a tangible world. Then, from all directions, it collapsed towards the center. And he, Gong Sun Hui, was at this point. At this point, it was like the boundary between heaven and earth, the point where yin and yang met. Everything in the world belonged to the image of two polarities. Then, with his current position as the point of intersection, it started twisting. Being within it, Gong Sun Hui could only feel an unstoppable, horrifying force crazily suppressing his figure. Jade clear, cyclic heavenly seal. Is this the cyclic heavenly seal that a true immortal can execute? Gong Sun Hui was dumbfounded. With the duo Qi's fused aura and the immortal aura, a true immortal wouldn't be able to harm him. If not, Gong Sun Hui would feel as if he was within the center of a millstone formed by the heavens and earth, and he would be crushed into powder. However, even if he wasn't in any danger, he couldn't move at all. He was being suppressed by Yin Zhaoge's strength and was trapped on the spot. Chapter 1383. Suppressed by Yin Zhaoge's palm force, Gong Sun Hui was unable to move. On the other side, Li Xingba was infuriated. Facing Feng Yunxing's jet-black saber edge, a square-edged golden sword-breaker appeared in his hand, and he immediately swung it over. But where Feng Yunxing's blade pointed, a terrifying black light soared into the sky, its momentum as if it was going to break the square-edged golden sword-breaker. When the two weapons clashed, Li Xingba's hand trembled. He could feel his opponent's saber intent passing through. It was extremely horrifying, capable of destroying everything and ending everything. The black blade struck the square-edged golden swordbreaker, instantly creating a gap. The blade continued to advance. It was as if it was cutting through tofu, and it was about to cut through the golden truncheon. Li Xingba was astonished. He quickly kept his weapon and retreated. At the same time, he yelled out, "Take this!" A dark yellow ball of light shot toward Feng Yunsheng. Within that ball of light was clearly a dark yellow pearl. As it flickered, it seemed as if it could split the earth. It was Li Xingba's personal treasure, the earth-splitting pearl. This treasure was born from the earth, and it specialized in breaking through the image of earth element. It could bear the weight of the heavens, and even the thick earth would crack apart in front of it. Feng Yunxing's saber aura didn't stop as it slashed down on the splitting earth pearl. Immediately, a terrifying tremor came from the pearl, triggering earthquakes, using the earth's own tremors and distortions to tear the earth apart, using the earth to break through the earth. This was the profoundness of the earth-splitting pearl. However, wherever Feng Yunxing's blade passed by, it directly cut off the power of the earthquake, causing the earthquake to stop abruptly and disappear into nothingness. Radiance appeared on top of Li Xingba's head. With his full strength, he managed to retrieve the pearl by a hair's breadth. He was anxious and angry, and his red face turned purple. Seeing that his master was unable to save him, Gong Sun Hui's heart was heavy, but at the same time, he became calmer. Although he had spent most of his life living in seclusion with his master, Li Xingba, he had gone through many hardships to reach his current cultivation realm. At this moment, facing Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal, Gong Sun Hui clenched his right fist and punched toward his feet, as if he was waving an indestructible golden mace. A powerful, shaking force emanated, landing within the illusory heavens and earth formed of Yin Zhaoge's palm force, affecting the great earth. The cyclic sky seal overturned the heavens and overturned the earth, and the vigorous and enormous force that overturned yin and yang was difficult to resist. Gong Sun Hui, on the other hand, wanted to attack from the inside. He wanted to destroy the earth, causing one of the two poles to lose its balance. In this way, the terrifying power would lose balance, and it would be defeated without a fight. Unfortunately, dreams were plentiful, but reality was harsh. Yin Zhaoge's other hand struck upward from below, his palm containing the momentum of Taiji. As yin and yang rotated, it shook, instantly causing Gong Sunhui's fist to slide to the side, landing on thin air. Gong Sunhui's heart tightened. Currently, the space he was in was being compressed unceasingly, as if he was a toy in Yin Zhaoge's palm. In Gong Sunhui's eyes, Yin Zhaoge's figure resembled a giant that could support the heavens and earth. Yin Zhaoge clasped his palms together and executed the cyclic heavenly seal. Gong Sunhui could no longer move. After Feng Yinsheng repelled Li Xingba's earth-splitting pearl, she immediately took another step forward. The horrifying blade in her hand slashed towards Li Xingba. Li Xingba didn't dare to parry the attack. All he could do was retreat. However, time and space didn't seem to exist in front of Feng Yinsheng. The pitch-black saber light instantly caught up to him. "Fellow Taoist, please show mercy." Daoist crimson mist hurriedly helped. Rays of red mist surged, blocking off Feng Yinsheng's saber. The pitch-black saber light continued slashing through the red mist like a hot knife through butter. Could it be the prime, clear, chaos, extinguishing origin scripture? Daoist crimson mist's expression changed, while Li Xingba's expression changed. It shouldn't be. However, it's still terrifying. It's like the devil Dao's final ancestral devil that possesses a similar authority as the Lord of Numinous Treasure Grandmaster. With her saber in hand, blue-black flames flickered within Feng Yunxing's eyes, and her evil chi filled the skies. "Old man Li, you're worrying too much. Taoist Yin naturally has his own strengths. Even if you don't believe in my judgment, you should believe in the southern extremity longevity emperor, right?" Gao Han smiled and shook his head. He said, "As for the true immortal's immortal chi being unable to fend off a virtual immortal's immortal essence, it's fine. I invited Taoist Yin along, not because I wanted him to personally take action. I've always admired Taoist Yin's attainments and formations. Not to mention, fellow Taoist Feng is also an astonishing genius. Speaking of which, she has actually already been lenient." Gao Han smiled and cupped his hands. "Please trust me this time, old man Li." Li Xingba's face had already darkened. He panted heavily and stared at Feng Yinsheng for a while. In the end, he could only helplessly say, "It's my fault for underestimating the heroes of the world. Young Heavenly Lord, please calm down as well." Gao Han turned to look at Yin Zhaoge and said in a friendly tone, "Traveling monk Hui and situation isn't clear. The opportunity might be fleeting. Let's hurry over and make preparations. Only then would our chances of success be higher, right?" The space within Yin Zhaoge's body seemed to have condensed into a tiny foreign dimension. However, it forcefully suppressed a profound immortal like Gong Sun Hui, causing him to shrink into a ball. He couldn't even stretch his legs. "You're exaggerating. What's there to be angry about?" Yin Zhaoge chuckled. "I'm not the one who's going to be a burden." Li Xingba's domineering expression started turning pale. "Hurry up and release him." Yin Zhaoge glanced at him. "I've always respected the elderly. However, the prerequisite is that the other party isn't disrespectful. Elder Priestley, you seem to have forgotten that only you and your useless disciple have a personal grudge against traveling monk Huiyan. The rest of us are only here for the triple brilliance sacred water. It's fate that we obtain it, but it doesn't matter if we lose it. As for you, if you can't avenge your past grudge, will you be as magnanimous as us?" A true immortal said that a profound immortal was useless. If it were any other time, it would undoubtedly be a joke. But now, when this Xian immortal was easily suppressed by that true immortal, the scene was enough to make everyone speechless. Currently, Yin Zhaoge was just like a heavenly god descending upon the mortal world. He easily captured Gong Sunhui, turning him into a tiny person and held him between his hands. Although he was only in the true immortal realm, everyone present was still shocked. His figure seemed to have become unimaginably tall and majestic. Before Taoist Li speaks, you have to clarify something. Yin Zhaoge said plainly, "You're not the one making the decisions here. The exalted solar luminary only gave in to you out of respect. It doesn't mean that you have the final say. Don't act like a leader here." Li Xingba's face alternated between red and white. He wanted to flip his sleeves and leave, but his disciple was still in the enemy's hands. Moreover, Yin Zhaoge's words had spoken his mind. In the past, he was sent onto the investiture god board by Mujia. This grudge was still etched in his mind until now. Taoist, Li doesn't have any ill intentions. You're just too concerned about your grudge against traveling monk Huiyan. As a result, you became overly anxious, causing your emotions to be a little rash. Please forgive me, young heavenly lord. Taoist Crimson Mist pulled on Li Xingba's sleeve and secretly transmitted his voice to persuade him. At the same time, he looked at Feng Yunsheng and Yin Zhaoge, trying to mediate the situation. Chapter 1384. With Yin Zhaoge's true immortal realm cultivation, he suppressed Gong Sunhui, who was already a profound immortal. Taoist Crimson Mist and Li Xingba were both shocked. It was only at this moment that they truly understood what the titles of exiled immortal and young Empyrean meant. Although Gong Sunhui was only a duo cheese fused aura cultivator, he had been learning from Li Xingba for many years. His skills were far superior to ordinary people. Although they were not from the orthodox lineage of Taoism, they had climbed up step by step. They could not be compared to the heretics. However, such a tranquil, profound immortal was easily captured by a leakless true immortal. The gap between the two was clear at a glance. With such an ugly scene, Taoist Crimson Mist didn't doubt that if Gong Sunhui hadn't achieved the duo cheese fused aura realm and had the immortal aura protecting his body, he might have died in Yin Zhaoge's hands at any time. On the other hand, Feng Yunxing's strength caused them to raise their eyebrows. Compared to Yin Zhaoge, Li Xingba and Taoist Crimson Mist had never underestimated Feng Yunxing. This was because they could vaguely sense that this was a powerhouse like them, who had at least reached the 5-cheese unification level. However, when they truly started fighting, Li Xingba realized that he had underestimated Feng Yunxing. Even though he had attained the Tao in the ancient epoch and experienced the vicissitudes of the world, when it came to actual combat, he was completely not a match for Feng Yunxing. He had almost lost both his treasures and his life. When Gao Han said that Feng Yunxing had already shown mercy, Li Xingba and Taoist Crimson Mist didn't have any objections. They could all feel that when Feng Yunxing attacked, just now, she seemed to be restraining herself. Under such circumstances, the outcome of the battle was even more embarrassing for Li Xingba. The red-faced old man stood rooted to the ground, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. Taoist Crimson Mist, you've put in a lot of effort. Unfortunately, you made a bad friend. You've tried so hard to mediate the situation, but I'm afraid that this Taoist Li doesn't appreciate your kindness. Instead, he might even hate you. Yin Zhaoge looked at Taoist Crimson Mist and said with a smile. His hands were still suppressing Gong Sunhui, as if he was playing with an insignificant object. He looked at Taoist Crimson Mist with a smile. Seeing this, Taoist Crimson Mist smiled helplessly. What are you saying, young heavenly venerable? Just as they were feeling helpless, a cold and bright moonlight streaked across the dark void in the distance and arrived in front of them. The moonlight dispersed, revealing the figure of a woman. It was the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. Seeing that the situation was strange, she turned to look at Gao Han. Gao Han faintly smiled and transmitted a message to her, telling her what had happened. You're the one who contacted them, but now there's a conflict. First of all, you're the one who failed to mediate. After listening to him, Ling Qing didn't reply to Gao Han secretly. Instead, she spoke openly. If this matter fails on the verge of success, it's all because of you. Gao Han sighed. I'm doing my best to resolve the conflict between the two sides. He cupped his hands towards Yin Zhaoge and Li Xingba. Please forgive me. Taoist Ling had already brought back some news. The universe where traveling monk Hui and is located seems to have some abnormalities. Let's go and take a look first. All right, as husband and wife can set off at any time, Yin Zhaoge nodded, smiling. That being said, Gong Sun Hui was still being held down. Li Xingba's face darkened, while Taoist Crimson Mist's face was filled with helplessness. Gao Han smiled and shook his head. Please release Taoist Gong Sun first, Taoist Yin. Everyone here should know what kind of person you are, and they wouldn't dare to offend you. Old Man Li and the others have weighed you and your wife, and so have you. Everyone should be aware of the results. Naturally, you know who should leave and who should stay. As he spoke, he looked towards Li Xingba. What do you think, Old Man Li? Li Xingba stood where he was and remained silent for a long time. Seeing this, Gao Han smiled and looked towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge smiled as well and spread his hand apart. The folded and compressed void instantly collapsed. Previously, it was as tiny as a grain of rice. However, it immediately returned to its original state. The foreign dimension created for Yin Zhaoge just now started spreading outwards and finally dissipated. Gong Sun Hui quickly rushed out and returned to his master, Li Xingba's side. His face was burning up. Wait here by yourself. Li Xingba took out a small flag and threw it to Gong Sun Hui. Gong Sun Hui quickly caught it and didn't dare to say anything else. If that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Let's move, said Gao Han with a smile. Ling Qing's expression remained indifferent. Everyone, follow me. After saying that, she took the lead and transformed into moonlight, which quickly flew far away. Yin Zhaoge's gaze swept past Li Xingba and Gong Sun Hui. Then, he retracted his gaze and followed behind Ling Qing with Feng Yunsheng without saying anything else. They instantly left far away. Li Xingba's expression was heavy. Together with Taoist Crimson Mist, they followed along. As for Gao Han, he stayed at the back and paid attention to their surroundings. At the same time, he also helped to clean up any traces that might be left behind. You mentioned that this Taoist Crimson Mist also came for the Three Brilliances Sacred Water, and not just to assist Li Xingba. Along the way, Feng Yunsheng sent a voice transmission to Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge replied, That's right. If we were to obtain the Three Brilliances Sacred Water later, he would be more useful compared to Li Xingba. Although he wasn't Feng Yunsheng's match, Li Xingba was still a grand virtual realm expert with extraordinary strength. However, in Yin Zhaoge's eyes, Li Xingba's greatest value was when traveling monk Huiyan's master, the Samantabhadra cultivated deity or the compassionate cultivated deity, came looking for trouble. He was the perfect scapegoat. But Taoist Crimson Mist was different. Taoist Crimson Mist. Mist Sovereign. However, I can't call him by that name anymore. I should call him Crimson Mist True Monarch or Crimson Mist Heavenly Monarch. Yin Zhaoge looked at the old Taoist and thought. He had actually heard of the other party's name in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace before the Great Calamity that year. Still, it had only been recorded as an insignificant name at that time. The Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Divine Palace had recorded all the loose immortals who were known to be outside the sea. At that time, the Mist Emperor, Taoist Crimson Mist, belonged to the category of loose immortals who had relatively more detailed information. He was also the type of loose immortal who had more contact with the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. The most essential part of his lineage's legacy was called the Scarlet Mist 10 Writings. There is even a relatively complete record of this supreme art in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's library. Such an absolute art was close to water techniques, and its subtlety was able to restrain many water techniques. Therefore, Taoist Crimson Mist would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort against the Triple Lights Sacred Water. He was a powerful weapon. The Triple Lights Sacred Water was extremely beneficial for his cultivation as well. As such, Taoist Crimson Mist immediately rushed over when an opportunity presented itself. Yin Zhaoge was also familiar with the Scarlet Mist 10 writings. However, he had never cultivated it before. He could make a last-minute effort with the peerless heavenly scripture. However, since Taoist Crimson Mist was already in front of him, Yin Zhaoge was more than happy to do so. As for who would obtain the triple light sacred water in the end, everyone would only know after trying it out. "We're here." Ling Qing, who was leading the way, suddenly slowed down. "P.S. Don't stay up all night waiting for me. Currently, I owe you 3 nights. It's not my wish to owe you more and more. I'll try to clear my debt within this month." Chapter 1385. As Ling Qing's speed slowed down, the chilly moonlight on her body slowly dissipated and was replaced by a layer of darkness. When the Kata dim encompassing mantra appeared, it had the effect of protecting one's body, concealing one's whereabouts, and concealing one's aura. Following behind her, Yin Zhaoge and the others copied her as they made the same arrangements. Li Xingba and Taoist Crimson Mist glanced at Yin Zhaoge. Without Feng Yunxing's assistance, Yin Zhaoge's aura was already concealed to an undetectable state. Their hearts trembled slightly. In terms of concealing his aura, Yin Zhaoge seemed to be even more proficient than the two of them. No wonder he dared to come here as a true immortal. "Let's slow down for now. There must be grand heavenly realm existences around here." Ling Qing said, "Let's wait patiently and observe the situation." Yin Zhaoge and the others nodded. The group quietly concealed themselves within the dark void and looked into the distance. Over there, as streaks of lights flickered, ripples of experts' auras continuously spread out. The region where traveling monk Hui and the other experts were fighting should be there. The distance between the two sides was too great. Even with Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and the others' eyesight, they couldn't see the situation clearly. However, they weren't worried. If a grand heavenly realm expert interfered, no matter how far away they were, the commotion created would be sufficient to alert them. That would be Yin Zhaoge's and the others' opportunity. Before that, no matter how suitable the situation was for them to make a move, it would merely be an illusion. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait for too long. All of a sudden, a frenzied hurricane arose in the void of the universe that everyone was in. Streams of lights enveloped the entire universe. Like a hurricane, they instantly swept past and arrived at this place at a speed that no one could react to. The streams of lights suddenly arrived and instantly stopped. As the radiance flickered, it transformed into a huge, illusory figure. Its wings spread open, and it enveloped the entire universe. Rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Yin Zhaoge and the others understood. Unsurprisingly, when this terrifying golden storm appeared, there were also great Buddhist seals and chanting coming from all directions. Rays of clear, glazed radiance enveloped the entire world. They were about to trap the peerless great demon in front of them. The area covered by the Buddha light was extremely vast. The place where Yin Zhaoge and the others were was also enveloped by it. Li Xingba and Taoist Crimson Mist both looked at Gao Han and Ling Qing. Gao Han shook his head at them, indicating for them to remain calm and not act recklessly. Sure enough, in the next moment, the majestic demonic aura of other great demons rose from further away and surrounded the center, sandwiching the Buddhist Bantis in the Buddhist light boundary in the middle. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, who was in the innermost core, suddenly flapped its wings and began to charge outward. He and the group of great demons at the periphery formed a situation where they worked together from the inside and outside. They wanted to use this opportunity to tear apart the ambush and encirclement set up by the Buddhist sections. As expected, traveling monk Huiyin, who was targeting the other great rocks, was just a bait. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and the other demon race clearly saw through this as well. Hence, they decided to fight against the Buddhists here. Yin Zhaoge and the others didn't look at the two parties who were fighting each other. However, at such a close distance, Just by sensing the collision of spirit chi and demonic chi from both sides, they already had a general understanding of the changes in the battle. The two parties clashed intensely right from the start, causing the heavens and the earth to overturn. Under the combined attacks of the great demons from both inside and outside, the Buddhist sect's grand formation was still under immense pressure, even though it wasn't destroyed immediately. In order to neutralize the pressure brought about by the enemy's attacks, the Buddhist light formation kept on changing and even shifted within the void. The gaps revealed during the shifting allowed Yin Zhaoge and the others to silently escape from the grand formation's area of effect. Even if the Buddhist experts became suspicious, they wouldn't be able to care about them anymore. Despite being attacked from both inside and outside, and despite the transformation of the grand formation, the group of Buddhist experts still managed to trap the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles within the grand formation. What a fella! Could it be that they're willing to sacrifice their own manpower to kill this golden-winged great rock here? Yin Zhaoge clicked his tongue and praised. It's no wonder. The great rock's advantage in speed is too obvious. Under certain circumstances, a single great rock can be used as many times as him. The space in front of them kept on distorting. A clump of rumbling, demonic chi transformed into a dark cloud, which swept up the golden Buddhist grand formation and gradually went further away. Within the grand formation, streams of light storms were still continuously attacking. As the group of grand heavenly realm experts left, the suffocating and numbing pressure gradually disappeared. Everyone present let out a sigh of relief. Then they looked towards the direction of the previous battlefield, and their gazes became heated. Now is the best time for us to make our move. Gao Han chuckled. After saying that, he took a step forward and was the first to accelerate forward. Yin Zhaoge and the others did the same. They traversed through the void and approached the battlefield. From another direction, they saw many Buddhist Bantis appearing as well. This place was originally an ambush. While the grand heavenly realm Buddhist experts were fighting against the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and the other demon race great sages, the Buddhist Bantis beneath the grand heavenly realm were also lying in ambush to prevent the demon race's possible reinforcements. Yin Zhaoge focused his gaze and saw a Buddhist Banti with the appearance of a young man standing within the void. He held an iron rod in his hand and 2 swords on his back. He also held a crimson red gourd in his hand. His appearance was different from the other Buddhist Bantis, to the point that he seemed a little out of place. However, his entire body was filled with vitality, and Buddha radiance shone. No one dared to underestimate him. Looking at his appearance, he was the legendary traveling monk Hui in Mujia. Without a doubt, the 2 swords on his back should be the famous curved Wu dual swords. The thing contained within the red gourd was highly likely to be the 3 Brilliances' sacred water. In front of them, a group of demon race was slowly gathering together. Yin Zhaoge swept his gaze over and first saw 2 great rocks, a white crane, and 2 monkey demons, 1 green and 1 gray. Although they were monkeys, their figures were even larger than the mountains. When they stood up, they resembled a gigantic spiritual god. Upon seeing them, Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. He exchanged glances with Feng Yinsheng. Without any further words, they already understood what was going on. Traveling monk Hui and the others also noticed Yin Zhaoge's and Gao Han's arrival. As a result, the 2 sides slowed down their battle. So it's Taoist Li? Traveling monk Hui and's gaze swept past Li Xingba and smiled. How have you been, Taoist? Li Xingba snorted coldly and stared at traveling monk Huiyin and the curved Wu dual swords behind his back. During the ancient era, he was beheaded because of the curved Wu dual swords, which resulted in him being placed on the investiture godboard. Gao Han, Ling Qing, Yin Zhaoge, and Feng Yinsheng, right? Traveling monk Hui and's gaze swept past everyone. There's one more that I don't recognize. Are you guys here to assist Li Xingba, or are you here for the 3 Brilliances' sacred water? Chapter 1386. There's news from the Immortal Court. The successor of the 3 clear lineage might be here for the triple Brilliance sacred water. Is it you guys? Asked traveling monk Huyen Gao Han said with a slight smile, "For elder to know my name, I am truly fortunate. The new generation will replace the old. Why are you being so modest?" Traveling monk Huyen smiled and said, "Even though we haven't ventured in the world for a long time, we aren't people who are ill-informed. How could we not have heard of the few of you? All of them were the most outstanding talents of Taoism in post-Great Calamity times. Compared to the four of you, we have only lived for a few more years." Traveling monk Hui and lowered his head and looked at the crimson-red gourd in his hand. "I've already entered Buddhism. Everything that happened yesterday has vanished into thin air. If it was an ordinary matter, I wouldn't mind doing a favor for you. However, the Immortal Court is very concerned about the triple brilliance sacred water. It wouldn't be good for me to undermine my ally, so I can't let you have it." Yin Zhaoga cupped his hands. "We're also interested in the three brilliances sacred water. If that's the case, we have no choice but to offend traveling monk Huyen. However, we're only fighting for a short period of time. I hope that our long-term relationship won't be affected. You're an interesting person. You're only a leakless, true immortal, yet you have such arrogant words. Although I've heard of your name, I'll have to test you to know if you're worthy of your reputation." Traveling monk Huyen smiled and said, "As for whether I've offended you or not, it'll depend on how capable you are." Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly. "Please guide me along later." Li Xingba said hatefully, "Just do it. What's the point of saying so much?" Before he finished his sentence, he waved his hand and a stream of dark yellow light flew out. It caused countless cracks in the void and struck toward traveling monk Huyen's head. "The amount of my triple brilliant sacred water is limited. If not for that, my seniors would have taken it to subdue the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles." Traveling monk Hui and removed the lid of his gourd. "However, it's more than enough to deal with you guys. Speaking of which, even if you manage to snatch it away, it's not certain whether it'll be enough for you to split it among yourselves." Amidst his laughter, a stream of water flew out from the crimson gourd, flashing with green, yellow, and white radiance, instantly filling the air like a curtain of water. Li Xingba's earth-splitting pearl landed on the water screen, causing it to tremble. The water curtain seemed to shatter into countless small water droplets at this moment, and all the water droplets shook and jumped together. But in the next moment, all the water droplets returned to normal and reformed into a complete water screen. The transformation was too quick, to the point where Li Xingba couldn't make use of the gap to execute his second move. On the contrary, his own earth-splitting pearl was stuck to the water screen and could not fall down. Although the dark yellow orb was constantly vibrating, it was dispelled within the water and could not be of any use. "You're pretty lucky. You didn't join the Immortal Court or the White Lotus sect after coming down from the investiture of the gods, but you're still alive." Traveling monk Huyen looked at Li Xingba and said, "You didn't cherish this rare opportunity and instead chose to die under my sword. Aren't you extremely foolish?" Li Xingba's reddened face turned purple. "Vile spawn, this old man shall take revenge for the past. You're really stupid." Traveling monk Huyen smiled and said, "Back then, if you didn't enter the investiture of the gods, your soul would have dissipated. Even if you survived, your vitality would be greatly damaged. Investiture of the gods can't cultivate, but the flow of time is abnormal, which allowed you to gain a lot of lifespan. Now that I've finally left the investiture of the gods, I should properly recuperate and recover my vitality. Otherwise, if I don't improve, wouldn't I return to the earth soon? You want to seek revenge for me. However, with your current cultivation, isn't it the same as sending your head under my sword again?" As traveling monk Huyen spoke, he raised his hand and used his chaotic metal rod to knock Li Xingba's square-edged golden sword breaker to the side. Li Xingba said furiously, "Vile spawn, stop talking nonsense. This old man suffered a calamity and entered the investiture of the gods because of you, wasting so much time. How much stronger are you compared to this old man? From the ancient era to the middle era, and now you're still stuck at the grand virtual immortal realm. However, I still have the chance to see the Tathagata or to ascend to the grand heavenly realm. It doesn't matter if the chances are high or low." Traveling monk Hui and wasn't angered by Li Xingba's words. He said calmly, "Do you still have a chance? I'm afraid that you don't even have the confidence to do so, right? Unless you join the heretic path." Li Xingba was infuriated. He waved his golden sword breaker towards traveling monk Hui, and traveling monk Hui sneered and used his metal rod to parry his opponent's square-edged golden sword breaker. Then, two sword lights flickered on his back. The curved twin swords of Wu were suddenly unsheathed. The sword lights arrived in front of Li Xingba in an unpredictable manner. "Slow down," Daoist Crimson Mist shouted. He extended both his palms and executed the Crimson Mist 10 chapters technique. The Crimson Mist landed on the water screen formed by the three brilliances sacred water. The water screen trembled. Although it didn't disperse, it couldn't touch the earth-splitting pearl anymore. The dark yellow pearl flew back and blocked traveling monk Hui and swordlight by a hair's breadth. Unfortunately, the curved twin swords of Wu were dual swords. Even after blocking one swordlight, the other was still slashing towards Li Xingba. I've long heard of the great name of the curved twin swords of Wu. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's truly extraordinary. Gao Han seemed to be praising and sighing. He extended his hand, and a radiant long banner appeared in his hand. It was as if countless great suns and stars were gathered together. The Holy Radiance banner helped Li Xingba to block the second sword light. The sword light was repelled, and the curved twin swords of Wu returned to the sheath on traveling monk Huiyan's back. Traveling monk Huiyan looked at Daoist Crimson Mist with slight astonishment. It can suppress the effects of the three brilliances, sacred water. Daoist Crimson Mist didn't answer. He pressed both his palms against the water screen and retracted his hands. Under the guidance, the Crimson Mist seemed to have a tangible form, and the water screen gradually changed its shape. On the other side, the other Buddhist Bantis had also surrounded them. As for the group of demon race experts, they didn't act recklessly. They seemed to be observing the situation. When they saw Yin Zhaoga and the others fighting against the Western Pure Lands, traveling monk Hui, and because of the three brilliances sacred water, a few demon race experts looked at each other and finally nodded, joining the battle. Especially the two great rocks. Their target was also traveling monk Huiyan previously. Traveling monk Huiyan borrowed the three brilliances sacred water's power to cause trouble for them. Now that their troubles were resolved, the two great rocks didn't plan on escaping. If they left now, they would only be safe for a moment. However, if they could completely eliminate the three brilliances sacred water's threat towards the great rocks, they would be safe for a long time. Upon seeing this, traveling monk Huiyan raised his curved twin swords of Wu again, forcing Li Xingba and Daoist Crimson Mist to retreat. Then, he controlled the three brilliances sacred water's water screen to rise, blocking the two great rocks. Strangely enough, as the great rocks flapped their wings, they traversed billions of miles. Even if they didn't come into contact with the great rocks, their speed still slowed down. As the great rocks slowed down, traveling monk Huiyan immediately lifted his metal rod and slammed it down. Chapter 1387. Although the speed of the two great rocks had slowed down, they created a storm of lights as they flapped their wings. They tore through the void, preventing traveling monk Huiyan's metal rod from descending. Their claws immediately descended, grabbing towards traveling monk Huiyan's limbs with the momentum of plucking the stars and moon. If Wu Yu was caught, even the invincible Vajrabody of the Buddhist sect would be torn to shreds by the combined force of the four attacks. A golden lamp lit up above traveling monk Huiyan's head, and a sarira appeared on the golden lamp. As the sarira's treasured light shone, the surrounding space became blurry. He made use of this opportunity to turn his body and evade the two great rocks' attack. However, at this moment, sunlight illuminated the entire world. A figure suddenly appeared beside traveling monk Huiyan. It was Gao Han. Gao Han waved the Holy Radiance banner in his right hand, pushing away the chaotic metal rod in traveling monk Huiyan's hand. Then, his empty left hand grabbed towards the crimson red gourd. Traveling monk Huiyan retracted the curved twin swords of Wu behind his back and slashed towards Gao Han. Brilliance gathered above Gao Han's head, and his entire body's vitality surged. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng looked over, and their hearts trembled. It was obvious that Gao Han had the duo flower's converged crown above his head. After Saw Mingzhong sliced off one of his flowers, Gao Han had already cultivated it back. His speed was so fast that it exceeded everyone's expectations. However, after paying attention to it for a while, they had to retract their attention. The other Buddhist banis that came together with traveling monk Huiyan all started attacking. Yin Zhaoge and the others had to deal with them carefully. All of a sudden, more than one virtual immortal realm expert attacked. The sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded. Even if Yin Zhaoge was proficient in the peerless heavenly scripture and had a deep foundation in cultivating the three clear lineages, he still felt like he was seeing stars. He took a deep breath and calmed his mind. He ignored the battle in front of him and took out some treasures and materials that he had prepared previously. Then, he started waving them in the void. Feng Yinsheng stood by his side. With a long saber in her hand, she circled around her body and slashed. The black saber's edge left an indelible mark in the void, as if it had separated this space from the boundless void's outskirts. Black lights shot up from the saber mark and transformed into a formless barrier, isolating Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng from the outside world. That pitch-black saber light seemed to be the end of all things. Everything had to stop before it. The majestic, sonorous voice of the Great Path was also directly cut off. The formless, celestial voice and Buddhist chant collided with the black screen and then collapsed, forming circles of helpless ripples. A Buddhist bani approached them and stared at Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng. He chanted the name of Buddha and extended both his palms. He strode forward, attempting to pass through the saber mark left behind by Feng Yinsheng. The direct lineage of Buddhism had its own style. It was perfected and developed by the former master of the central blessed land of Saha, the spirited mountain Tathagata Buddha, who had already transcended. Before the central Pure Land of Saha, when the Western Pure Land of Pure Land appeared, the second ancestor of the Western sect had already explored another path before the Grand Pure Tao sect spread the Dharma. It was the predecessor of the Buddhist direct lineage martial arts. The former and the latter were juxtaposed, verifying and merging with each other, gradually establishing a Buddhist martial art that was independent of the Taoist martial art. Although there were references and interconnections, there were many areas that were different. The Buddhist martial arts used the three leakless arts as their foundation, with the Four Noble Truths as their essence. The 37 Tao grades were the main branch, which was the direct lineage. Through this, the martial arts were further divided and developed into various branches. Similar to Taoism's direct lineage and miscellaneous lineage, the Buddhist branch martial arts might not be inferior to the Buddhist direct lineage martial arts in terms of combat prowess. In fact, they might even surpass it. However, when it came to cultivating oneself internally, most of them would return to the same path in the end. Going upwards, breaking through karma, seeing the Tathagata, emptiness of non-self, and enlightenment of wisdom. In this aspect, the Western Pure Land wasn't much different from the central blessed lands of Saha. As for the blessed lands of the White Lotus, due to the future Buddha's re-establishment of the scriptures, the Zen martial arts and Zen martial arts still existed. However, Zen didn't cultivate one's self, awaken one's wisdom, fulfill one's aspirations, and redeem all living beings. However, the Buddhist bani that Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng were facing was of the Western Pure Land's direct lineage. He raised his hands. It was the final seal of the Four Thoughts, initial seal of the Buddhist direct lineage's 37 Tao grades, observing the art of non-self. The art was the myriad of arts. All sentient and emotionless life forms in the world were collectively known as the myriad of arts. All of them were born from the combination of karma and falsehood. The separation of karma and falsehood were all falsehood. Life and death were impermanent. Among the myriad of arts, there wasn't a self that could be obtained. While executing the art of non-self-observation seal, the Buddhist Bani was also circulating the third of the Four Noble Truths, the truth of annihilation. Annihilation meant nirvana, extinguishing the intent of annihilation, annihilating all the troubles within the three realms, as well as the karmic retribution of life and death. After transcending life and death, one would no longer have to suffer the troubles of life and death within the three realms. Attaining the nirvana realm would be considered liberation. The two arts fused internally and externally, transforming into the art of annihilation. It broke through all obstructions and ascended to the true meaning of liberation. In actual combat, it was similar to the prime, clear numinous treasure Four Swords, the immortal exterminating sword manual. Although the Buddhist Bani had been residing in the Buddhist lands for a long time and rarely entered the secular world, he could tell that Feng Yunxing's saber intent was extraordinary. As such, he didn't dare to be careless. In his first move, he infused all the essence of his cultivation into it. Blue-black, devilish flames flickered within Feng Yunxing's eyes. She stood still on the spot, and the saber in her hand was as steady as a mountain. She held it horizontally in front of her chest, showing no signs of moving. When the Buddhist Bani's attack landed on the black light barrier, the black light barrier remained as calm as a lake, with no ripples at all. As for the Buddha light that was as clear as a glaze, it seemed like scattered sunlight, disappearing into nothingness. She's only defending and not attacking, yet she has such prowess? Everyone present was shocked. From the looks of it, she should be the type that strengthens her defense more than her offense. Seeing this, traveling monk Huiyan frowned. No wonder this woman was listed as the main target of attention. The Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority is one aspect, and her talent is also extremely outstanding. With the two combined, how many virtual immortals could be her opponent? I feel like this is even under the situation where she's intentionally restraining herself. He looked at Yin Zhaoge, who seemed to be very quiet beside Feng Yunxing. His frown deepened. With this person's great reputation, I'm afraid that he's also not someone that's easy to deal with, as he was pondering. Traveling monk Huiyan's figure flashed to the side. A blazing sun broke through the void and transformed into boundless radiances, which brushed past him. Gao Han smiled and deflected the curved sword of Wu. Then, he attacked traveling monk Huiyan again. He's much stronger than that old scoundrel, Li Xingba. Traveling monk Huiyan parried Gao Han's attack and sighed in his heart. Truly, a new generation replacing the old. Currently, on the battlefield, everyone was gathered together and chaos ensued. Other than Feng Yunxing and Yin Zhaoge, who were as steady as a mountain, everyone else was caught in the middle of a battle. "It's done," said Yin Zhaoge suddenly. He clasped his palms together, and rays of radiances danced in front of him. Finally, they returned to silence and transformed into a dim clump of radiances. Chapter 1388. As Yin Zhaoge pressed his hands downwards, the clump of light landed beneath his feet. Then, it quickly spread out and transformed into a huge sigil. Rays of dim light spread out in all directions and enveloped the entire area. The faraway void was filled up. Distance seemed to have lost all meaning at this moment. At this moment, the heavy feeling filled the hearts of everyone present. The Earth Goddess's true inheritance. Daoist Crimson Mist seemed to have understood something. It's not a supreme martial inheritance, but the Earth Goddess's handwriting. The power that Yin Zhaoge was currently activating originated from the later Earth text buried beneath the world beyond worlds, southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's royal reed seabed. In the past, the Grand Xian dynasty had crossed the river ferociously under the Heaven Emperor's orders and entered the royal reed sea in hopes of retrieving the later Earth text. They had spent more than 100 years. In the end, the Grand Xian dynasty was annihilated by Yin Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain. The Heaven Emperor came personally and returned in disappointment. At that time, Yin Zhaoge's cultivation was still too low. He couldn't retrieve the later Earth text and could only leave it in the royal reed sea. The Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng had roped in the Heaven Emperor to help him in the battle against Xue Chuqing. It was because the Heaven Emperor wanted to retrieve the later Earth text from the Royal Reed Sea. However, he still returned in failure. When Yin Zhaoge made a huge move and moved the world beyond worlds 5 territories into the Pill Hall, completely separating them from the world beyond worlds, the Heaven Emperor no longer had to worry about the Royal Reed Sea and the treasures buried within. Now that Yin Zhaoge had successfully pushed open the immortal door and ascended to the true immortal realm, he could retrieve the later Earth text with the Earth Mother Dao ritual. The Pill Hall had already transformed into the awakened sky cosmos. Naturally, Yin Zhaoge couldn't bring the Pill Hall along with him. As such, he couldn't summon the Overseer of Heaven's vast, benevolent guardian divinity to fight against his enemies. However, since he had taken a risk to come out, he had to make some preparations. The later Earth text's power surged, and rays of radiance spread outwards. As the radiance converged, an illusory silhouette gradually appeared above Yin Zhaoge's head. In the illusory light and shadow, there seemed to be a majestic existence that could bear the weight of the heavens. It was in control of the birth of all things and the mysteries of the cycle of yin and yang. Combined, accompanied by Yin Zhaoge's roar, above the spirit patterns that surged with radiance beneath his feet, 9 thick pillars of light, resembling pillars, shot straight up from the ground. The radiance of the 9 heavenly pillars stood tall in the void, as if they were holding up the sky, and also as if they were holding up an immortal palace. Order! Yin Zhaoge's hand seals changed unceasingly as another 7 clumps of light that were neither bright nor dark immediately surfaced amidst the grand formation. In the outer realm, the 7 balls of light were like 7 nebulas that revolved slowly on their own. They seemed to contain an extremely heavy and condensed energy and an incomparably abundant vitality. As the formation operated, the formation runes connected and became one. This Yin-Yang 9 Splendor, 7 Treasures formation. All the Buddhist Bantis who were on it felt their bodies sink. Not only did he feel as if the world was pressing down on him with every move he made, but he also felt as if the circulation of his Buddhist energy had become sluggish. However, Feng Yinxin was not affected at all. Her previously stable and unmoving saber momentum suddenly changed, and the terrifying and destructive saber light began to spread in all directions. Her opponents were helpless and could only evade. Even without the later Earth tech's influence, they would still have to evade Feng Yunxing's attacks. Now that they were affected by the later Earth text, they were in an even more dangerous situation. If they were careless, they would perish on the spot. Upon seeing this, Li Xingba and Daoist Crimson Mist let out a sigh of relief. Without thinking too much, they attacked traveling monk Huiyan together. Gao Han lowered his head and looked at the illusory land formed by the streams of lights. He revealed a bitter smile, so cautious. Ling Qing turned her head and looked at him. She didn't say anything and continued attacking traveling monk Huiyan. The group of Buddhist Bantis no longer took the initiative to attack. Instead, they tried their best to approach traveling monk Huiyan and defend against the enemy together with him. Originally, they had the advantage in numbers. They wouldn't be at a disadvantage even if they were to fight against 2 Buddhist Bantis alone. However, now that they were enveloped by Yin Zhaoge's later Earth text, the situation became disadvantageous to them. Let's go. Let's leave this place first and regroup. Traveling monk Huiyan was someone who knew when to let go. He didn't insist on keeping the 3 brilliances sacred water. Then, he rushed forward together with the other Buddhist Bantis. Upon seeing this, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Then, he strode forward as well. Upon seeing this, traveling monk Huiyan and the others felt a chill run down their spines. With the later Earth text, Yin Zhaoge's formation could move freely. It didn't have to be fixed to a certain spot. Under the influence of the later Earth text, even with the lotus blossoming step by step, their speed couldn't increase. They were trapped by Yin Zhaoge and couldn't escape. The group of Buddhist Bantis inhaled a breath of cold air. Let's break through this formation first. Only then can we escape unscathed, said a Buddhist Banti. He sat on a lotus with a golden lamp above his head. His left hand held onto a glazed green lamp, while his right hand held onto an Adumbara flower. Adumbara Bodhisattva is right. Traveling monk Hui and the other Buddhist experts nodded in unison. Then, they rushed towards Yin Zhaoge together. Feng Yunsheng raised her brows and took a step forward. She raised the pitch-black saber in her hand and slashed it downwards. Namo Amitabha. Traveling monk Huiyin, Adumbara Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhist Bantis chanted the name of Buddha. Then, each of them took out a Buddhist treasure. Hooked Wu's sword, glazed lamp, treasured pestle, alms bowl. Under the support of their Buddhist powers, the various Buddhist treasures quickly transformed into a Buddha formation that flickered with boundless radiance. Feng Yunxing's pitch-black saber slashed upon the Buddha formation, and the boundless radiance was instantly extinguished. The Buddhist treasures started falling down one after another. However, making use of this opportunity, the flower petal held by Adumbara Bodhisattva immediately transformed into a stream of light and shot towards Yin Zhaoge. The radiance instantly traversed through space and arrived in front of Yin Zhaoge, as if it had always existed there. Facing this flying flower, Yin Zhaoge vaguely felt his mind going blank. Without hearing the sonorous voice of the great Tao, his mind seemed to be completely blank. It wasn't accurate to say that his mind was blank. It was more like he had seen through the mortal world and felt that everything in the world was an illusion. Everything was empty, and he was unable to be without thoughts. From the perspective of others, a smile seemed to appear on Adumbara Bodhisattva's and Yin Zhaoge's faces. However, the smile on Yin Zhaoge's face quickly disappeared, and he regained his calmness. He remained calm and stopped his footsteps. His gaze was stern. In an instant, within this Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures Grand Formation, the 9 pillars of light that supported the heavens started sinking at the same time. It was as if they were no longer supporting the sky and were about to be buried into the ground once again. The 7 clusters of nebulas rose together, as if they had returned to the skies from the mortal realm. Along with this transformation, within the grand formation, the heavens and earth rotated and yin and yang circulated. A huge yin-yang diagram that enveloped the entire formation appeared within the formation and hovered above Yin Zhaoge's head. The radiance formed by the Adumbara flower landed on the yin-yang diagram and continuously rotated within the yin and yang qi that were intertwining. Chapter 1389. Flower Pinching Smile. The central blessed lands of Sahas Mahakasyapa lineage's successor. Yin Zhaoge held a scroll in one hand and formed a hand seal with his other hand. The radiance revolved within the yin and yang vortex and finally transformed back into flower petals, unable to harm Yin Zhaoge. However, the yin and yang diagram produced by the formation's power was also disintegrated. With his attack missing, the Adumbara Bodhisattva could only sigh. Feng Yunxing instantly arrived in front of him. Her jet-black saber light swept through the void, causing the glazed radiance on the Buddhist Bantis to dim down. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge's palms joined together, sandwiching the scroll between them as the Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures Grand Formation circulated mightily. As the spirit patterns changed, 9 heaven-supporting pillars of light and 7 bright clusters of stars rose and fell simultaneously. The pressure on Banti's Huiyin and the others grew heavier. The group of Buddhist Bantis tried their best to hold on. Gao Han, Ling Qing, Daoist Crimson Mist, Li Xingba, and the others also unleashed endless attacks. Although the few great demons were wary of Gao Han and the others, their main target was still the Western Pure Lands Buddhist Bantis. Both sides fought until the entire universe was overturned, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. It was only in the outer realms that experts of their cultivation could fight without restraint. Otherwise, even upper worlds like the world beyond worlds, the sky beyond skies, and the roving jade heavens would be destroyed by the shockwaves unless both sides had the intention to restrain themselves. Traveling monk Huiyin, who possessed the 3 brilliances sacred water, was the main target of the others. The Li family's second prince was quite impressive as well. He controlled the curved twin swords of Wu and blocked Gao Han's attack once again. Then he swung his chaotic iron rod and shattered Li Xingba's square-edged golden swordbreaker. On the other side, other Buddhist bandies helped him block the others. However, Li Xingba had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. With one hand holding onto the square-edged golden swordbreaker to distract traveling monk Huiyin, his other hand clenched into a fist at lightning speed. The attack seemed soft and unarmed, yet struck toward traveling monk Huiyin at lightning speed. The punch landed right on his right chest. Traveling monk Huiyin's body shook slightly. He immediately felt the continuous and gradually strengthening tremors, as if his body was about to crumble like a sand mountain. Namo Amipa. Traveling monk Hui enchanted the name of Buddha and suddenly retracted his figure. When he withdrew, it was as if the entire void had turned into dust along with him, disappearing from this world. The four truths of Buddhism were suffering, accumulation, destruction, and Tao. Among them, the pure truth was the cause of suffering in the three realms. The pure truth meant gathering. It gathered the 88 envoys of bewilderment and the 81 tribulations of bewilderment to form the cause of karma. Following the karma, it caused the three sufferings, 8 sufferings, and the boundless sufferings of the pure truth. When it was used, the bitter fruit was hidden deeply. With the truth collection as the core, traveling monk Huiyin executed 2 of the 37 Tao grades at the same time. The second seal of the 5-strength seal was the seal of advancing strength. It implied that there was no need for one's self to be present, to be able to endure hardships, to break through the body's laziness, to prevent one's heart from being muddle-headed, to break through the laziness of one's heart. The 4th seal of the 7 separate Bodhi seals, the separate seal of dispelling awareness, cuts off the vexations of the 5 facilitators and the 5 blunt facilitators. Wisdom illuminates clearly, goodness is awakened, and true wisdom is used to break through the dark troubles. The 2 techniques fused into one, fusing with the profound truths collection. Traveling monk Huiyin forcefully received Li Xingba's iron fist. The surging power vibrated simultaneously. Because of that, it seemed to have been gathered, endured, and broken through. It was as if it didn't affect traveling monk Huiyin at all. His movements didn't slow down at all. Instead, he borrowed the momentum of Li Xingba's fist to retreat rapidly. However, before he could move far, Taoist crimson mist obstructed him. Before traveling monk Huiyin could think about it, the groan of another Buddhist banty resounded in his ears. Under the envelopment of the horrifying saber light, a Buddhist bigwig that was equivalent to a Taoism virtual immortal was almost slashed into 2 by Feng Yunxing's saber. The horrifying saber light slashed down from his shoulder, slashing half of his golden body apart. His left arm and leg were also gone. Feng Yunxing was like a ferocious tiger that descended from the mountain. She didn't care about the outcome of her enemy. With a kick, she continued advancing forward. Gao Han and the Adumbra Bodhisattva exchanged another blow, forcing the Adumbra Bodhisattva to use the profound truths and Buddhist martial arts to help him dispel the powerful destructive force that invaded his golden body. Gao Han's left hand and Adumbra Bodhisattva's right hand clashed together. Both of their powers were in a deadlock. For a moment, they were sucked together and no one could retreat. On the other side, Gao Han raised the holy radiance banner in his hand. Countless golden suns descended, transforming into endless rays of light. The glazed green lamp in Adumbra Bodhisattva's left hand flickered with circles of light that represented the realization of wisdom. It kept blocking the golden sun from crashing down and was also in a stalemate with the holy light banner. Gao Han smiled faintly. 2 rays of light gathered above his head, and powerful celestial chi poured down. It was like a flood splashing onto a flame, causing the Adumbra Bodhisattva to be like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. At the same time, the other Buddhist banty's limbs were grabbed by the 2 rocks. The two rocks pulled together and directly tore the Buddhist supremacy's golden body apart. A Buddhist venerable who could be called a bodhisattva had fallen in the void. Let's go. Upon seeing this, traveling monk Huiyan knew that he had to bleed today. He raised his hand, and the crimson-red gourd that contained the three brilliances sacred water reappeared within his hand. Then he tossed it into the air. A wise man knows when to retreat. Other than Li Xingba, no one else would be willing to fight him to the death. However, if they were to continue fighting, the other great demons would take advantage of the situation. As expected, as soon as the crimson-red gourd flew into the sky, Ling Qing, Taoist crimson mist, and even the two rocks changed their direction and rushed towards the gourd. Although Feng Yinsheng was still blocking between Yin Zhaoge and the others, she no longer pressed forward. Instead, she raised her head and looked towards the crimson-red gourd. Yin Zhaoge controlled the formation. The formation's power no longer continued, suppressing traveling monk Huiyan and the others. Instead, it gathered towards the crimson-red gourd. Under the guidance of the formation's power, the crimson-red gourd suddenly changed its flying direction. Space seemed to be distorted, and it returned to where it came from. It avoided Ling Qing, Taoist crimson mist, and the others, and was about to fall into Feng Yunxing's embrace. The two rocks were the fastest to begin with. However, they were now the furthest away from the gourd. The group of Buddhist Bantis instantly felt their bodies becoming lighter. Banti Huiyan repelled Li Xingba once again, while the others attacked Gao Han in an attempt to help the Adumbra Bodhisattva out of his predicament. Gao Han's gaze flickered slightly. The Holy Radiance banner was the first to unleash its power and repel the Adumbra Bodhisattva. Then, as he waved the banner seemed to have transformed into the first ray of radiance that split the heavens and earth apart. It illuminated the world and opened up all creations. As the Buddhist Bantis were forced to retreat, he struck out with his palm, which landed on the Adumbra Bodhisattva's chest. The Adumbra Bodhisattva didn't have the time to use the gathered profundities to dispel his attack. As a result, the corner of the Buddhist Banti's golden body's mouth started leaking blood. Then, the banner curled back and successfully seized the glazed green lamp from the Adumbra Bodhisattva's hands. The Adumbra Bodhisattva glared furiously. As he roared, the glazed green lamp flew out from his hands and shot towards Gao Han's face. Gao Han let out a long breath, which transformed into a storm that resembled a rain of lights, which dispersed the green flames. Chapter 1390. The two great rocks fought with Yin Zhaoge and the other for the three brilliances sacred water. The group of Buddhist Bantis fought against Gao Han and Li Xingba, while the other three great demons launched their attacks against traveling monk Huiyan and the others. After saving Adumbra Bodhisattva, traveling monk Huiyan let out a soft cry. The curved twin swords of Wu on his back appeared once again and danced in the void, transforming into a sea of sword lights that blocked off the great demon. The other Buddhist Bantis took action and obstructed Li Xingba. Then, the group of monks unleashed their lotus-blossoming step divine ability and quickly fled into the distance. On the other side, under the influence of Yin Zhaoge's formation, the crimson-red gourd containing the three brilliances sacred water flew towards him. Naturally, the others weren't willing to let him go. No matter if it was Ling Qing, Taoist crimson mist, or the two great rocks, all of them rushed towards him. Yin Zhaoge was unmoved as he sat cross-legged on the ground, keeping that scroll between his palms. At this moment, the blue-black demonic flames in Feng Yunxing's eyes started to become even more vicious and deep. She held the saber in one hand, and in her other hand, there was a small black jade bottle. Feng Yunxing spread her arms to the sides. The terrifying black fire and demonic aura extended from the top of her head to her shoulders, then to her arms, to the long saber and the black jade bottle. Demonic flames continued to rise, originating from the dim, glorious saber chi of the past, but it was no longer as simple as the solar erosion power of the past. Viciousness and evilness were apparent, but on a deeper level, There was loneliness and extinction. It was like eternal death, the end of everything. The smoke-like black light continued to rise, gradually forming an illusory image above Feng Yunxing's body. This image looked like an extremely ominous figure, but it also seemed to be empty, a completely dead existence. Everything, be it tangible or intangible, abstract or lifeless, once thrown into it, would come to an end and cease to exist. Time, space, matter, living beings, spirit, and even the various principles of the world were all excluded, and not a single one of them could escape. That place was like the most terrifying abyss, but it also seemed like the final destination of all existences. It was indescribable like chaos, and it was difficult to describe its specific appearance. At the same time, it made people involuntarily feel a strange feeling of despair to the point of numbness. Doomsday Saber, primal chaos, annihilation. The top of Feng Yunxing's head lit up. First, there was one, and then the second one. Duo flowers at one's prominence. Her aura rose to its peak since the start of the battle. "Please don't blame me for offending you," she said softly, and the doomsday-like phenomenon in the sky fell back into her body. Then, the black jade bottle in her left hand disappeared, and her free hand stretched forward. Under the flash of black light, it was as if the distance between the two of them had been erased. She directly appeared in front of a rock and grabbed its neck. The rock wanted to struggle, but the black light flashed, and the rock could not fly at all. It was firmly held in Feng Yunxing's hand. As Feng Yunxing's 5 fingers tightened, the rock's neck suddenly creaked, and its throat emitted a gasping sound as if it was leaking air. Its wings kept flapping, and blood kept flowing out of its mouth, and its eyes began to roll back. At the same time, the long saber in Feng Yunxing's hand slashed horizontally. It seemed ordinary and silent. However, the expressions of Ling Qing, Taoist Crimson Mist, and the other great rock changed greatly. Taoist Crimson Mist struck out with both of his palms. Rays of scarlet mist condensed into a red light that turned into a barrier in front of him. However, a black line appeared on the barrier without any prior signs. Wherever the black line passed, the red barrier immediately broke apart and split into two. Taoist Crimson Mist hurriedly changed his move. The red light was also rapidly compressed into a red line that was incomparably condensed and unpredictable. It captured the black line's trajectory in an attempt to obstruct it. However, the moment the two came into contact, the red line broke apart, while the black line continued forward as if it was perfectly fine. Taoist Crimson Mist was helpless. He could only turn around and run. The black line did not seem to have the intention to kill him. It only chased after him, not giving him any chance to stop. The great rock flapped its wings, and rays of golden light transformed into a hurricane to face the black line. However, the black saber light was like an even more violent hurricane, instantly engulfing the golden light. The great rock let out a weird cry and no longer dared to resist. It turned around and was about to flap its wings and fly away. Its speed was truly fast. The instant it moved, it had almost surpassed Taoist Crimson Mist. However, the strange thing was that when the black saber light was chasing after him, its speed seemed to have suddenly increased. Just as the great rock was about to flap its wings and fly away, it was already slashed by the saber light. Fortunately, the great rock's speed wasn't just for show. It managed to narrowly avoid being injured. However, under the saber, one of its wings was directly chopped off. Although Ling Qing was also shocked, she seemed to be on guard. When she saw Feng Yunxing's twin flowers converge crown, she didn't attempt to resist like Taoist Crimson Mist and the Great Rock. Instead, she immediately retreated and evaded. But even though she reacted quickly, a black line immediately appeared on the bright moonlight that surrounded and protected her. Then, the cold and serene moonlight staggered in the void and was cleaved into two without any suspense. The black saber light was still chasing after Ling Qing. Just like how it chased Taoist Crimson Mist, it chased Ling Qing far away. Under Feng Yunxing's saber, the black saber light seemed to exist in every corner of time and space. It was like ocean waves that were twisting and undulating. Its speed was different, and it was faintly discernible. Upon seeing this, the others were all shocked. It can already reach such a level. Although it isn't the chaos extermination, it's extremely similar. Mu Jia and Li Xingba were both shocked. Gao Han's eyes flickered. Ah, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor gave us that treasure a little too early. Feng Yunsheng repelled Ling Qing and the others with her saber. Then, she exerted strength in her left hand and completely broke the neck of the other great rock that she was grabbing onto. Her actions were casual and calm. Every single one of her actions could be seen clearly. However, it was so fast that it was impossible to evade it. After tossing the great rock's corpse to the side, Feng Yunxing's figure suddenly flashed and appeared behind the gray-colored monkey race small saint. Previously, when Feng Yunsheng was killing the great rock, the two monkey race small saints and the crane race small saint had subconsciously given up on the Buddhists due to their alliance and attempted to help. However, while they were still on their way here, the battle had already ended. The monkey race small saint's hair stood up, and his figure expanded to the point where it was hard to measure. Just his head alone seemed to be as huge as the Kunlun mountain range in the world beyond worlds. However, with such a huge figure, before he could even turn around, Feng Yunsheng had already slashed her saber. She showed mercy and didn't take the monkey race small saint's life. However, wherever the black radiance passed, demonic blood would spurt out. His robust figure was like a balloon that deflated and rapidly shrunk. Then, he fell forward like a collapsing mountain. When the other green-haired monkey race small saint and the crane race small saint saw this scene, they immediately stopped in their tracks, and chills ran down their bodies. Feng Yunxing's gaze swept past them and didn't stop there. Instead, she looked towards the empty void, and devilish blue-black flames continuously jumped within her pupils. In the next moment, the devilish flames within her pupils extinguished. She retreated, and her aura of extinction was also retracted. On the other side, Yin Zhaoge had a deep rapport with her. Without any communication, he slammed his palms towards his feet. At the center of the formation, space collapsed downwards, forming a huge black hole. It continuously devoured its surroundings and quickly enlarged. Chapter 1391. Looking at Feng Yunxing's appearance, everyone thought that she couldn't hold on any longer. However, Gao Han and Ling Qing vaguely guessed the truth. She's trying to avoid attracting the 9 underworld attention. On the other side, Yin Zhaoge was also aware of this and was already prepared for it. Under his control, the Yin Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures Array formation immediately reversed. The center of the array caused space to collapse, and the black hole continuously expanded towards its surroundings. At the same time, the horrifying black hole emitted a huge suction force, which dragged all existences above it downwards, as if it was going to devour everything. Everyone present had an outstanding cultivation base. Although there were differences in their comprehension of the power of time and space, any one of them could easily turn the void into a sieve, causing black holes to appear everywhere. However, facing the black hole formed by the collapse of the array, the complicated changes in space made it hard for everyone to control it. As a result, they were all affected by the abyssal devilish pawn's power and were dragged downwards, sinking within. Yin Zhaoge was no exception, and his figure descended. The later earth text in his hands gradually lost its brilliance and became dim. However, as the one controlling the array, while the array was collapsing, the remaining array's power was still protecting him, causing his descending speed to be slower. As for the others, their descending speed depended on their cultivation, as well as their understanding of the laws of time and space. No matter if it was the demon race, Buddhist Banis, Li Xingba, Taoist Crimson Mist, or the others, they all sunk into the black hole. Everyone couldn't be bothered about attacking each other anymore. They all focused on defending themselves and displayed their own techniques. Other than the heavily injured great demon, with traveling monk Huiyin and the other strength, they wouldn't be in any danger. However, they would still be separated, and their whereabouts would be unknown. With that, Feng Yunsheng naturally didn't have to continue fighting against everyone. As for the crimson red gourd containing the three brilliances sacred water, Yin Zhaoge had already kept it within his pouch. Now that everyone was separated, it was a perfect cover for the two of them to retreat. Gao Han was one of the last few to fall into the black hole. His gaze flickered slightly, and he smiled and sighed. There's a limited amount of three brilliances sacred water. Who wouldn't want to obtain it? In the end, young Heavenly Lord is still the best. Due to the protection of the remaining array's power, Yin Zhaoge, who was also the last to fall into the black hole, suddenly smiled. Didn't the exalted solar luminary not take a fancy to this item? Hearing this, Gao Han's expression did not change. What is young Heavenly Lord saying? Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly flashed. Yin Zhaoge kept the crimson red gourd in the later earth text. Then he formed a hand seal with both hands and pointed at him. The exalted solar luminary gave this yin an honorific title. I'll be depending on your auspicious words. There's nothing I can do to repay you, so I'll give you a small token of my gratitude first. Li Xingba, Gong Sun Hui, and his disciple were merely used by you. You, Gao Han, have a bellyful of evil intentions. Do you really think no one could deal with you? Yin Zhaoge pointed into the distance, the Yin Yang Nine Splendor Seven Treasures Grand Formation that was already on the verge of collapse, shuddering for the final time. The runes that had not been swallowed by the black hole flew into the sky, condensing into 9 pillars of light that smashed towards Gao Han. The 9 pillars of light did not attack him. At the last moment, they dispersed and fell into the black hole surrounding Gao Han. As the radiance dissipated, the chaotic space suddenly exploded. At the same time, Feng Yunsheng, who had retracted her aura and was descending slowly, had blue-black devilish flames burning within her pupils once again. Her previous actions made others think that she wasn't planning on attacking anymore. However, she suddenly launched a sneak attack at Gao Han. The horrifying black saber light traversed through the void and even the black hole. It broke through the chaotic space and slashed towards Gao Han. Gao Han wasn't afraid. However, his brows suddenly frowned slightly. Feng Yunsheng's saber wasn't comparable to her previous myriad Daos extinguishing grand abyss. However, Gao Han, who is currently within the black hole, had no choice but to focus on dealing with it. Most importantly, Gao Han understood what the two of them wanted to do. How did you realize it? Gao Han looked at Yin Zhaoge with a serious expression. At the same time, he blocked Feng Yunsheng's attack and the increasingly violent spatial turbulence around him. He let out a low grunt. Although the Holy Radiance banner did not fall from his hand, the glazed green lamp that he had obtained from Adumber Bodhisattva was swept away by the Holy Radiance banner and fell into the black hole as well. The black hole stirred, and the lamp's light flickered. The glazed green lamp instantly disappeared, much faster than Gao Han's disappearance. Gao Han looked at the glazed green lamp and let out a sigh. That was what he really wanted. To him, it was much more precious than the 3 brilliances sacred water. That represented an important letter. Even the owner of the treasure, the Adumbra Bodhisattva, didn't know about its profundities. Of course, he could send it back after losing it. However, who knew how long he would have to wait to find another chance to deceive everyone? If time was delayed, many of his plans would have to be shelved. Most of his preparations would be wasted, and it wouldn't be easy to rearrange everything. The duck that was already in the pot could actually fly away. Gao Han's figure was about to sink into the black hole. In the end, he turned his head and looked towards Yin Zhaoge's direction with a playful gaze. If the exalted solar luminary is worried that the heavenly essence stone fragment in your hands isn't safe, this yin can help you keep it safe. Why don't you consider it? Yin Zhaoge's voice resounded within the cosmos. His, Feng Yunsheng, and Gao Han's figures gradually disappeared into the black hole. After sinking into the black hole, the scene in front of Yin Zhaoge's eyes was also chaotic. He tried his best to stabilize his figure within the chaotic space and went along with the flow. Here, time was either fast or slow, completely losing its meaning. After a long time, the distorted space in front of Yin Zhaoge gradually returned to its original state. When everything returned to normal, there was still a vast and boundless dark void in front of him, as if he was still at the place where everyone was fighting. It was the same in the void's boundless outskirts. No matter where one went, the scenery would be the same. To determine one's location, one could only rely on the stars and the martial art practitioner's own perception and grasp of space. This time, someone ran quite far away. After Yin Zhaoge calculated in his heart, he couldn't help but smile. I wonder where Yunsheng is now. He first tried to contact Feng Yunsheng. It wasn't easy to contact her within the void's boundless outskirts. After spending quite a bit of effort, he finally received a reply. Fortunately, the distance between them wasn't too far. Yin Zhaoge decided to stay where he was and concealed his figure, waiting for Feng Yunsheng to meet up with him. While waiting, Yin Zhaoge inspected his spoils of war. The Three Brilliances' sacred water is indeed miraculous. Unfortunately, there's still too little of it. He chuckled. However, with another spoil of war, this trip wasn't in vain. Remember the mobile website, Chapter 1392. The other spoils of war were naturally the bloodline of the demon monkey clan. When the gray-furred monkey race small saint was gravely injured by Feng Yunsheng, no one realized that Feng Yunsheng had already extracted a portion of his demonic blood. For a demon race small saint that was equivalent to a Taoism virtual immortal, a single drop of blood essence was extremely condensed. If it were to spread out, it would form a lake or even an ocean. Feng Yunsheng had extracted more than one drop. It should be sufficient for their usage. Other than being interested in the Three Brilliances' sacred water, they also had their eyes on the monkey demon here. They wanted to extract his blood. After obtaining this blood, Yin Zhaoge could attempt to let his North Ocean clone and Pan devour and refine this demonic blood together to seek for the monkey demon's transformation. Now that both goals have been achieved, this trip could be considered a success. After waiting for a while, Yin Zhaoge saw his wife's silhouette appearing from afar. I got the demonic blood, said Feng Yunsheng with a smile. Yin Zhaoge waved the crimson-red gourd in his hand. I got it too. If that's the case, let's leave quickly, said Feng Yunsheng. I killed a great rock. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles should be around here. If he's free, he might come for us. She wasn't a soft-hearted person. Countless souls had perished under her blade. Although she wanted to fight for the Three Brilliances' sacred water with Ling Qing and Taoist Crimson Mist, they were still companions. She only spared the gray monkey's life for the sake of the great sage. Against other enemies, she wouldn't show any mercy. However, killing was one thing. Naturally, she wouldn't ignore the future threat. No one would underestimate the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and the group of demon race great sages. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles is the leader of the demon race's war against the Western Pure Lands. His main enemy is still the Western Pure Lands. Who knows how long it would take for him to free himself? Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, when the roving jade heavens were migrating, his son also came to cause trouble for us. Today, the Great Rock Race is merely paying back some interest. During the battle in the Tao universe, Falua Zi was the last to arrive and couldn't fight against Yin Zhaoge. Still, having investigated the matter afterwards, Yin Zhaoge and the others had also heard of the reputation of this young master of the Great Rock Race. The couple fled together. As they traveled, Feng Yunsheng asked, "Oh right, what's so precious about that glass lamp?" "I don't." Yin Zhaoge shook his head. Feng Yunsheng was stunned. "You don't know, but how did you discover that what the exalted solar luminary wanted was that item and not the Three Brilliances' sacred water?" Yin Zhaoge smiled. "I believe Gao Han wants the Three Brilliances' sacred water as well. However, compared to that glazed green lamp, the Three Brilliances' sacred water is inferior." Then he shrugged his shoulders. "I really do not know what use that lamp has, how precious it is, and I do not know what use Gao Han has for it. But I know that the words of a person like Gao Han cannot be easily trusted." Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. No matter how sincere he acts, and no matter how realistic his words are, there's still a problem with the most crucial part. I don't know the details of that glazed green lamp. However, we can all see it. If the three brilliances sacred water isn't included, Gao Han's reward today would be that lamp. Even if it looks like he unintentionally obtained an enemy's treasure, and it's just a normal loot, when it's in Gao Han's hands, I have no choice but to be cautious. Yin Zhaoge paused for a moment and continued. Even if there's nothing fishy about it, there's no harm in testing him. After all, there's no real relationship between us. On the other hand, this bastard even dug a hole for me previously. But why do I feel like you're quite satisfied with that title? Feng Yunqing's expression seemed like she was smiling yet not, and she glanced at him. Yin Zhaoge snorted. No matter if I'm satisfied or not, that bastard's motive is filled with evil intentions. As for the title itself, Yin Zhaoge coughed dryly and said, well, it's barely passable. Feng Yunqing laughed. Your requirements are quite high. You're implying that you're not completely satisfied? Of course, Yin Zhaoge said confidently. I've been racking my brains to come up with a unique and glorious title for myself. This is about face-o-face. That might be a wrong name, but there's no such thing as a wrong nickname. I thought of a straightforward and tyrannical title like Senior Sua's Martial God or my ancestor's Sword God. Only, I couldn't think of anything suitable at the moment. Yin Zhaoge felt a little resentful. Gao Han's title is still passable. Just use it for now. Feng Yunqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yes. I've wronged you. However, I feel that the title of young heavenly lord is well-deserved. Yin Zhaoge looked at her and chuckled. Ever since Feng Yunqing returned to the mortal world 20 years ago, she had fought against the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, causing her to be unable to take a single step forward. After that battle, she became famous. Ever since then, the name dim, towering Vastcold had spread far and wide. However, everyone was more used to calling her by another title, Devil Saber. Only, this title wasn't pleasing to the ears. It was related to the 9 underworlds, and people would easily associate it with the devil of aged metal saber devil. As such, it was rarely mentioned in public. Feng Yunqing mimicked Yin Zhaoge and shrugged. I don't really care about titles. Let's not bid farewell to the exalted solar luminary, exalted lunar luminary, and the others. Let's go home first. Yin Zhaoge said, the three brilliances sacred water and the demon monkey's bloodline will require some preparation before they can be used. After the preparations are done, why don't we go out for a walk? Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, Feng Yunqing asked, are we going to look for the chief and senior Chun? That's one thing, Yin Zhaoge answered. Another thing is to look for the Bright Connection Emperor's burial ground. I promised my mother that I would look for it this time. Unfortunately, I'm busy sending the three brilliances sacred water back. I can only think about it later. Feng Yunqing nodded. Even if we go in and out frequently, we still have to be careful. Don't let anyone follow us to the awakened sky cosmos. Of course. After saying that, Yin Zhaoge left with Feng Yunqing. A long time after their disappearance, another person appeared within the universe's void. It was the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. Ling Qing's face was expressionless. She looked around and silently stood on the spot. After a long while, the void far away shook like water ripples. A white-clothed man appeared from within. He was Gao Han. It seems like they appeared here before. However, the traces were faintly discernible, and I can't find them anymore, said Ling Qing. Gao Han smiled and said, that's within expectations. If it's so easy to find them, how could they hide for 20 years? Ling Qing looked at him. The three brilliances sacred water is gone. Where's the lamp? Upon hearing this, Gao Han covered his face and sighed. This is the second time I've been blinded.